Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yeah, audible.
Good morning, everyone. The conference will be starting in 5 to 10 minutes.
Hello, a warm good morning to everyone. Shall we start this session in 2 minutes? Everyone ready? Hello.
Hello.
Shall we start the session in 2 minutes? Is everyone ready?
Yes, we are.
So I request everyone to cross-check your background. If anyone is able to having any difficulties, let us know. So we are starting the session. Please be ready. Good morning all. I welcome you all to the day 2 of 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Studies and Education, organized by Institute for Asian Research and Publication. This conference will offer researchers, delegates and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experience and knowledge of technology application. About IFERP. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERB is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICASETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Shimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organizations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
The theme of 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education is bringing engineering, technology, and management research areas synchronically on an invisible platform. ICMDRSE will offer participants to interact with industry experts on the recent challenges in scientific research and associate areas. Leading researchers will share their incredible research findings and tools that they use to achieve better results. This international conference on multidisciplinary research and education is bound to generate a number of new ideas and experiences that participants, irrespective of who they are, can derive and make us of in some form or another towards the advancement of their careers. For those looking to spread awareness of their incredible research findings and other work, they will also have the chance to present their paper and articles. Now, I hope everyone is aware of our virtual streaming platform. So I would like to take you through it for a second. Our virtual platform link is virtualnow.icmdrse.com/lobby.php. You can sign in as a guest or listener or co-authors, which is mentioned below, by signing your name, email ID, and phone number. And you can experience the real-time streaming there. Everyone is requested to have a look. You can see selfie booth, auditorium, and upcoming conference details. Also, certificate download area is also available, and help desk. And in selfie booth, you can take the pictures which you like to and post in your social media with the hashtag of ICMDRSE 2021, IFERP education, hashtag researcher, hashtag science, technology, and multidisciplinary. And in auditorium, you can see the live streaming of our conference. And you can get the complete details of our upcoming conference in the upcoming conference session. Thank you for being patient. Now, I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Dr. Glenn Rosos Andrin, Dean, Graduate School, St. Paul University, Surigao City, Philippines. Associate Professor, P.S. Dr. Fatma Susilawati Muhammad, Associate Professor, Faculty of Informatics and Computing, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, Chief Executive Officer, Technored Group. Next, I would like to welcome our honorable session chairs, Dr. Chitra Kiran N., Professor and HOD, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Alliance University, Bangalore, India. Runato Armenia Besanes, Dean and Associate Professor, College of Teacher Education, University of Antique Sibalom, Philippines. Next, Dr. Sasmita Pahad Singh, Associate Professor, School of Electronics Engineering, KIIT, deemed to be University, India. Dr. Mohammad Muqtada Ali Khan, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Thank you for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting their experience with us. I would take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters across the globe who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would like to welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. Next, I would like to welcome our special guest, Dr. Glenn Rosos Andrin, Dean Graduate School, St. Paul University, Surigao City, Philippines, to deliver her speech. Dr. Glenn Rosos Andrin graduated with degrees in Bachelor's of Arts, major in Literature, Master of Science Teaching, major in English, Master of Arts in Education, major in Pre-Elementary Teaching, major in Administration, major in Education Management, and Doctor of Philosophy, major in Human Resources Management as well. He just recently obtained the postgraduate degree in Montessori Education Teaching from the University of San Carlos. He has written several research articles in both national and international journals. He is currently a regular peer reviewer of research articles from the International Journal of Education Management based in London, England. He has also a former assistant study leader on second CHED Fund Research Studies under the CHED grant in AID program during the NHERA 1. He used to be the University Research Coordinator of the University of Cebu from 2007 to 10. Previously, he was the Basic Education School Principal of the University of Visayas, Pardo Campus, Philippines, and concurrently holds the position of Academic Director of the Basic Education Department in all campuses of the University of the Visayas. Currently, he is now the Dean of Graduate School of St. Paul, University Surigao in Surigao City, Philippines. I welcome Dr. Glenn Rosos Andrin to have or deliver his welcome speech. Welcome, Mr.
Today, as I speak to you all distinguished persons in the field of research and academe, I choose today to be more personal with my thoughts and feelings. The pandemic, which is COVID-19, has brought a myriad of challenges, fears, and losses. I was once asked by one of my students in the graduate school of what I think the world has lost the most. Certainly, we have lost lives, businesses, and many more to mention. But what I think we have lost the most and greatly lost is certainty. Certainty reflects confidence and power. But what are we without them? During the pandemic, there were fears whether we will remain relevant, pertinent, material to this world, lacking the assurance that we can pick up where we used to be pre-pandemic. As researchers, we've been trained to keep open minds, vigilant eyes, and ears, consensus in the journey of every research endeavor. Where things are more than numbers, we seek for words. When words aren't enough, we seek for the numbers. We even seek for both words and numbers. We quantitatively and qualitatively gather and analyze the data present to all of us. At the height of the pandemic, I have continually asked myself, when will this be over? Certainly, I missed the certainty of the daily business of my professional and personal life. Many times, I have wondered how my students were faring in this so-called normal. When I think of my students, I think of my students' parents, of my teachers, and the non-teaching staff. And when I think of them, I also wonder how top management among schools around the globe are faring with all these setbacks and challenges going on. I think of my family's safety and welfare, my neighbors, my beloved Philippines, and all the citizens of the world. Nostalgic memory of a song we used to sing during my kindergarten days, and the lyrics goes like this. Come, young citizens of the world, we are one, we are one. We have one hope, we have one dream, and we have one voice we sing. Just like in the song's lyric, my world keeps getting smaller every day. I run, but I can't run away. You're with me everywhere I go. The pandemic has brought us all together here through the power of the internet. Either staring through your laptop now and computer screens, or using the palm of your hands with your smartphones. Yes, indeed, we can't run away from what we do best, from what fires and inspires our spirit, from what we breathe in and out each day, and that is research. Research gives us meaning, ladies and gentlemen. Every research endeavor that we undertake is always geared towards answering a question, giving a solution, uplifting the quality of lives wherever, whenever you are. Amidst the pandemic, we researchers, you and I, continue with this mission of social transformation. The future generation may experience severe challenges brought about by natural man-made devastation, just like this COVID-19. But the least that we could do is prepare future researchers with the challenges head onward. We may pause for a while, catch our breath when needed, but always we need to move forward. Researchers do not only need resilience, but mental toughness as well. Toughness not only in the body, but also in the mind and spirit, both. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the 17th century was termed as an era of enlightenment. The 18th century was called the era of reason, era of progress, and the 20th century was called an era of anxiety. This 21st century is an era of enlightenment, reason, progress, and anxiety combined all. What will this mean to the world? More and more people will be learned and educated, probably driven. But would that be enough in this century? Look at our daily lives. We toil from sundown, from sun up to sundown, and even more around the globe. In the times of the so-called off period from work, we either stay glued to our gadgets or do something else. The world doesn't keep still, ladies and gentlemen. People don't keep still. When we don't have work, what we do is to do something else, and therefore rest evades us. While work is very essential, rest is also a must. Have you tried practicing deliberate rest? I consider not being able to rest and keep still as one of the greatest misfortunes of all time. True enough, my dear colleagues in the field of research, we must do something for the world to finding the answers, solutions, interventions, and cure. But deliberately, as your friend and colleague, may I recommend, after deliberate musing of my own experiences in life, that aside from doing doing nothing at all. Okay, for what? Aside from doing something for the world, we must also do something for ourselves. And that is to do nothing at all. Sometimes in some portions of the day, just do nothing. Deliberate rest is needed. When you do that, please message me if you have found out that it has resulted to a significant degree of difference in the quality of your life and as well as in your respective relationships. One famous psychologist who goes by the name of Erik Erikson, in his psychosocial stages of development, he had placed me rather in a stage of generativity versus stagnation. I have chosen to generate. I have aimed to do something good for myself and to the world through the work that I do in the academe and the researches that I have done so far. This, I have found my space. True to one of my degrees in literature, I truly believe that just like the trees and the stars, I have a right to be here in this world as a graduate school dean and researcher at the same time. This is my spot, my space in this world. As I grow older, my experiences in the academe and research, I have also come to realize the importance of peace. Even when peace comes with a price, peaceful home, peaceful significant relationships, and peaceful work setting. Peace enables me to work with ease and optimum quality. This COVID-19 pandemic has also made me realize one thing, that aside from space and peace, another important thing matters the most, and that is freedom. To be who I truly am, and to be at peace with my authentic self. This is my journey as an academician and researcher in the time of pandemic, to space, peace, and freedom. I am Dr. Glenn Rosas Andrin from St. Paul University, Surigao, Philippines, Caritas Christi Urgent News. Good morning to all of you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Glenn Rosas Andrin, for your speech. It was really inspiring to every one of us. Thanking you once again.
Thank you.
Journal publications are the primary means for research professionals to be able to market their work and ultimately obtain the means for their papers to be paid attention to by the world. The most basic element of the paper publication process, whether it is an SCI, Scopus, or Web of Science journal, is planning, writing, and quickly publishing a great research paper that contains world-class research outcomes and studies. A lot of researchers, however, lack the essential know-how about the typical publication process followed by top-class journals. Today, we are going to have a lecture on how to write and research paper and how to make publication it in Scopus and Web of Science indexed journals. I would like to welcome our guest lecturer, Dr. Fatma Susheelawati Muhammad, Associate Professor, Faculty of Informatics and Computing, University Sultan Zain Abdin, Kula, Terengganu, Malaysia. Welcome you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think I want to share some slides. Okay, I try to do it now.
University Sultan Zain Abdin, Kula.
Okay. So Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all of you. Okay, for today's presentation, I will talk about how to write a good research paper. Which one is best, Scopus or WAS? Okay, but before I start, let me introduce myself. Okay, my name is Dr. Fatma Susilawati Muhammad, an associate professor from University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Department of Information Technology, Faculty of Informatics and Computing in University Sultan Zainal Abidin, or UNIZA in short, in Malaysia. All right, so we will see how to write a good research paper. And actually, I was told there are two components in today's talk. How to write a good research paper is one, and another one is which one is the best, corpus or WAS, because there are some issues. Okay, some people are saying that Scopus is good enough, and some people are saying that WAS is the top compared to Scopus. So we'll see. Okay, these are actually the content of my today's presentation. I hope you can hear my voice clear. Okay. Okay, the content of my presentation will be some introduction about the topic, and then we want to define what is actually a good research, and how to transform the research into writing. Then what are the components of a good research paper, and then what we call an index journal. Okay. And then we will go to what is corpus index, what is WAS index, and then a little bit of conclusions, and last but not least are the references. So these are the contents of the presentation. Okay. And then for the introduction, okay, before we go to what is actually a research paper, we need to know what is actually a research. We need to have a research first. So research actually is a study. Study, so we need to conduct a study, okay, by using the data, okay, validated data, and then we need to experiment or simulate on that data until end of the research. Okay, so it is more or less a structured way of study. And usually research, we must have a certain topics or certain focus, certain objective in order to focus on it until we get the findings. Okay, and then we will go to the research paper. Okay, after we got the research, okay, undergo the research, so we need to put down the research findings into a paper. Okay, so what is actually a research paper? So it's usually contain our own arguments, insights, or interpretation of certain issues or problems. And like I said, when we do a research, so this research must be published. And why we need to publish? Okay, we need to have it verified. Usually when we publish to any journal, a refereed journal, okay, they have this reviewing process, and we can claim that the work is actually our own work, and it is original, done by us. So that is why so important when you write your thesis, then you need to publish on certain journal. And then next, they must have an outcome of a study. So what is that's why usually when we do a research, we need to come up with a clear objective. So we need to see that we want to achieve what from this kind of study. So at the end of the day, we need to have our outcome, the findings of the study. And the thesis or the research paper must be in the structured way of writing. Structured means they must have steps, regular steps from the beginning until the end of the paper. And usually the way we write the paper, the research paper, is up depending on the journal that we want to send our paper to. And some of the journal, they already have their own format. So we must follow the format, and it is in a structured way. You cannot just jump into the session, and it must writing a thesis actually, or writing a paper, research paper is like we write a novel, and they must have a continuity. So that's why it must be structured so that everybody will understand when they read your paper. Okay, they understand what you're trying to say, even though it is a layman which is not in the area of your research study. And then that research paper also must be written in an academic way. It is not a novel. It is not a non-academic fictions, non-fictions writing. It is an academic writing. So the way you write your research paper must be accordance to the academic writing. And then you must also have sufficient findings in order for your paper to get published, especially if you wish to publish it in the some refereed journals like Scopus, ISI, so on and so forth. And like I said, one of the most important elements, so your research paper, your research content must be original. It must be done by you. Okay, you are the one who are studying, even though you are using either primary or secondary types of data, but you are the one who manipulate that data and come up with your own findings and your own analysis, right? Okay. Then what is actually a good research? So a good research embark on good and systematic planning, okay, and they must have a sufficient time base. You cannot just put an open-ended. So they must have a beginning time until ending time of the research, and must also have a realistic objective. So our objectives must have two important components, which is must be measurable and achievable. So it entails the feasible research methods based upon a research methodology that best suits the nature of your research questions. And it is also built upon the sufficient relevant data, which is can be reproducible and also replicable to other researchers after you. So that's why when we write our findings, when we write our study, our research, okay, we must clearly define what kind of data that we are using, be it primary or secondary set of data, and how many data, how many numbers, how many images, for example, are there in the data, because the data must be relevant and also must be validated. If you are using the primary set of data, that data must be validated by the expert in the area of study so that it can be reproducible and also replicable by the other researchers after you. So it is important. Okay, next, we go to several criteria of a good research. Okay, first, the research must be clearly defined. Okay, you must clearly state, okay, what is the introduction, what is this research is all about, what is the scope, what is the objective, what is the things or the problems that they're going to solve, for example. And then it must also have a systematic planning. Okay, you have to have a proper plan, how to write a good paper. Okay, like I said, sometimes it depending on the journal. Usually, some researchers, they are just writing, okay, based on the general formatting of the research article. But some of us, okay, we already have in our mind, okay, to which journal that we wish to send out our paper. So that's why we have usually, and this good journal, usually they have their own template. Okay, you just need to use the template and plan your writing to be systematic. Okay. And also it must be time-based, okay, must have a start and ending, okay, and then your reality objectives, like I said previously, must have obtainable and measurable objectives, Significance, okay, like for example, this time, okay, for the time being, okay, all people from all the world, okay, we are talking about the pandemic, okay, COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so one of the things that that the researchers are trying to solve right now is how to detect that the person has the virus inside the body at a very earlier stage. Okay, like we all know that the viruses are mutate, and the most recent one is they tends to camouflage, so that at the very latest stage of the disease, okay, usually it's stage 4 or 5, then they will attack the lung, and then the patient is getting more severe and severe. So that's why we have the death toll is rising all over the world actually. So that's why this is the impact, the big impact on the society, on the community, on the country, even in the whole world. The importance of why we need to have or we need to embark this kind of research. So the significance or the importance of the research to the community or to the people around us. Okay, next, then we must have actually an ethical conduct. Okay, ethical. Like if you write a paper, okay, when we do a literature part, a literature section in the paper, okay, I think, including me actually, we tend to just copy and paste from others. Okay, but what we should do is, okay, some people, they just copy and paste without any acknowledgement. So you need to acknowledge others people's work. And to me, it's not just you take everything at the same way as what they are writing on their paper. You need to reform the sentence. You need to restructure the works, so that, and then you need to cite and acknowledge in the form of citing, and also the put it in the reference at the end of the paper. So this is the ethical and the guidelines that we need to follow in order to for the academic thesis writing. Sorry, for the academic writing. I always misuse with thesis because sometimes I was invited to talk about the thesis. Okay, sorry about that. But more or less actually is it's all about research. Okay, the empirical study. Okay, usually we are not just tell that okay, this is important. This is so good. This is a must that we must do. So we need to prove it by using doing some study, some observation, experiments, so on and so forth, and prove it. And also, a good research also must be logical. It must be logical. I always tell my students, okay, by conducting a research, it's like a researcher is like a mad person actually. Because why I say it's a mad person? Because you know, some normal person, they are avoiding the problems, but us, the researchers, okay, we are crazy because we tend to want to find the problem. Okay, so that's why some unlogical things. So we want to do everything. Okay, for example, if you like, for example, we have the cloud. We know the cloud contains water, and then we said that, can we just plant the some plants on the cloud to see whether it will grow or not? So that's why when we do a research, okay, they must have a hypothesis. Okay, the plant will grow on the cloud, for example. But then we need to prove. But in order to do that, what we need to do is usually we will need to have an initial study. From where we get the initial study, initial findings from the literature. Some people, some researchers, if they do not do that kind of research, so they will bring two meanings actually. Okay, first of all, it cannot be done. It is not logical research to do. Okay, another one is maybe because it is too hard, too hard or too complicated to do. So for the later course, of course, that will be your chance if you are good enough in your area of study. Yeah? And then next, it must be rigorous. So you must be thorough, you must be detailed. You cannot just simply say that, okay, we have this kind of result without telling a proper steps of methodology, how to do it, what kind of data that you are using, how many of the data that you are using, what are the experimental setup, so on and so forth. And then also must be unbiased. The research must be unbiased. It is not fair that you do a research that you already know the answers. So it must be the unbiased. Okay. From Silverman in 2000, okay, he said that he formed an excellent basis for a discussion of what constitutes a good research paper, which must include a conceptualization and also theoretical basis of the work. Okay, this is based on Silverman. And then analytical framework and also hypothesis, they must be there. And they must also include the research design. Why we need to have the research design? Okay, for the structured way of writing a paper, research paper, and also must include the result and discussion, and last but not least, conclusions of the paper. So these are the components that must be there to form a good research paper based on Silverman in 2000. Now, how to transform our research into the writing? Okay, first of all, like I said, we need to have a study on our own. We need to do the experiment. Okay, and then after we get the result, we need to transform the result into the writing. Okay, actually there are two things or two ways how to do it. First, we call it reverse engineering. Another one, we call it bottom up. So bottom up is like you do it in order. Okay, A is what, B is what, C is what. For example, if we do a research, of course, A is, we must brainstorming a title, for example, or a bit of a broad area of study. What kind of area that we want to do? For example, if me, I'm from the computer science, okay, my specialization is in pattern recognition and image processing. So my broad area will be computer science, for example. Okay, and then the next, I will focus on pattern recognition. And in pattern recognition, what kind of focus I need to do? I need to focus on the algorithm, for example. And so this is what we call the bottom up until we get the result. We have the broad area, and then we begin with the literature, and then we begin with the research design for the methodology. After we do the research design, we start our experiments until we get the result. Then we put down into writing. So that is bottom up. But for the reverse engineering, okay, we do in the reverse thing. Like for example, if for bottom up, we have the result at the end of study. But from the result, we get the result first because there are types of researchers are so love in doing the experiments. He or she like to be in the lab, for example, the whole day, every day, just doing the experiments. And then they get so many results. Okay, and then from the results, okay, they will narrow down, okay, the result into the topics, for example, and then what kind of objective, what kind of the methodology. Okay, from having that kind of result, reverse everything. Okay, until they have everything in order. So this is the two ways how to transform our research into writing. Okay, next we go to what are the components of a good research paper? Okay, so we usually structure our research paper based on these 10 components. Okay, generally, Okay. First, we must have the title, okay, and then the abstract. Next, some introduction of the study. Then, you must have the current work or current study in the area, and also materials and method. Okay, some people they are, or some journal they are requested to separate between materials and methods. Okay, and then result, discussion. After that, we do a summary, conclusion of everything, acknowledgement, and references. Okay, we will go one by one after this. Okay, for example, title. Okay, title, we describe concisely the core contents of the paper. And the title must be clear and precise. Usually, it is depend. For example, if a thesis in my university, the title must not exceed 15 words. So, the paper, we must go to the certain journal format. Some journal they are they stating some are not too strict, but some are quite strict. So you must follow their guidelines. And by looking at the title, usually we can predict the contents of the paper. Even the layman. So because in the title, usually we know what are the problems to be solved and what kind of solutions that the author or the researcher are proposing by just looking at the title. So the good title must usually comprise of these two things, problem and also possible solutions. All right. Then we go to the abstract. Okay, abstract in a research paper actually is like a summary, a summary of the major elements of the paper, of the overall paper, and it usually contains 5 or 6 elements. Okay, first, introduction. Okay, introduction about the paper, just a little bit because it is a summary. You just summarize the introduction, what is this study all about, and then what are the problems that we're going to solve, and the aim or objective of study, the purpose of the study is to achieve what, for example, and then methodology, what kind of methods that you are using, and then the result, summary of the result, the main result that you got compared to the other study, for example, and last but not least are the conclusion. Okay, so this is really 5 or 6 elements must be there in the abstract. Okay, and then we go to the introduction. Okay, for the introduction, okay, we just introduce overview of the study, and we just provide some insights of the topics of the paper that we're going to that you wrote. Okay, and then usually in introduction we organize from general research topics till narrow down till the one that you are focusing to solve in your paper. Okay, it's kind of like a reverse pyramid. Okay, like the one that I gave you example before. From the computer science, I will focus on pattern recognition. In pattern recognition, for example, I will focus on feature extraction, and then I will focus on the technique in feature extraction. So this is the kind of things that you do in your introduction. Okay. And the current study, okay, some of the researchers, they are combining the current study inside the introduction, but some are separating. So it's all about, sometimes some of the journals, they are not quite strict, but it is all depending. Some, they have already have the templates for you to follow, so you must strictly follow to their guideline of the journal. Okay, the current study actually is a related work, okay, with the proposed paper, what you are doing in your area of study. And then it contains the literature study in the area and provide readers with the importance of the study. Because why it is important, usually how to know that the research area is important or not. Usually you can always go to the literature and see, is there any recent study in the area? If there are many recent study in the area, so meaning it's proven that the study is significant to do. Okay. And also give ideas of what other researchers are doing in the area of study, and also give ideas for you as a researchers for a current or research gap. Research gap. What is research gap? Okay, research gap is the problems which is still unsolved. Okay, from the other researchers. Other researchers are doing at the same area of study with you, but then maybe they are focusing on other aspects, other techniques, other methods. And there are still rooms for improvement. So this is what you call the research gap. Usually you need to compare with the current researchers in the area of study. And at the end of the day, you can form your own problem statement from the research gap. All right. Then we go to the materials and method. Like I said, some researchers, they are separating between materials and methods. In materials, usually we will put down the kind of data set that we are using in our experiments. Is there what kind of database that you are using? If it is a global database, then what are the names of the database and how many data that you are using in your study? If there are any experimental setup. So all those things are in the materials. And method usually are the research design. Some researchers, they are starting with their proposed what we call the framework, proposed framework. So, but the method must be explained in detail. For the proposed framework, usually they will explain step by step. Okay. Okay. Next, we go to the result. So result actually is the research findings. Sorry, I got the spelling error here. We missed the T here. Okay. All the findings usually resulting from the data when we're doing the simulation, the experiment. So all those things are the result. And the only things different is these results are usually the findings without any interpretation, any analysis, and without any analysis. Okay, so it is different compared with the discussion. So that's why in certain research paper, some journal or some researchers, they are combining with result and discussion, because of course when we have a result, so we need to explain, okay, what is the result all about. Either the result in the form of images, in the form of chart, table. So you need to clearly explain, otherwise the readers won't understand what you're going to show in your paper. So actually the discussion is to interpret the findings of the study. If result without any interpretation, but the discussion is the interpretation of the findings. All right, now we go to the conclusion. Conclusion actually is a clear cut, the summary for the overall paper, especially is the summary. You summarize the findings, you summarize the contributions that you get from your study. Okay. And then, okay, this is actually one important section after the conclusion, acknowledgement. What is acknowledgement? Of course, when we conduct a study, be it if you are a lecturer or if you are a student, okay, you must acknowledge, give credit to the university, give credit to the faculty, give credit to those who help you in your study, give credit to those who help you in financially funding your research, for example. So you put the names, you put the parties in this section, acknowledgement. And then references. Okay, in references, like I said, you must give credit to others' work. Okay, especially in the section of introduction or current work, okay, we refer a lot from other researchers' study, other researchers' findings. So please cite, put all the names to those you cited in this section, references. So you must list all the scientific papers, books, and websites that you cite in your paper in this section, right? So we just acknowledge other people's work because it is not our work. It is not ethical things to do. So as an academics, we must acknowledge. So this is a must that we must do. Even though some of us, sometimes we just feel that it is not that important. But believe me, an academic integrity is a must. Okay, now we go to index journal. Okay. There are many types of journal, non-index journal, index journal. So usually index journals means that the journal has gone through and passed a reviewing process of certain requirement. So that's why people talking about the fake journal, predatory journal. Usually in predatory journal, you just need to pay for a certain amount of money, but the next day your paper got accepted without any reviewing process. So that's why we must be very careful not to send out our papers to the predatory journal. Okay, so they must have a review process and they must have certain requirements that we need to done, okay, by a journal which is index journal. Okay, they have several indexing types. For example, they have the bibliography and database indexing, genealogical indexing for family history, geographical indexing, book indexing, legal, periodical and newspaper indexing, pictorial indexing, and also subject gateways. So this is types of indexing that usually an index journal do. Right, now we go to the Scopus Index. Okay, so Scopus actually was introduced by Elsevier in 2004. It formed a largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed research literature, scientific journals, books, and conference proceedings. And Scopus also deliver a comprehensive overview of the world research output, okay, in the field of science, technology, medicine, social science, also arts and humanities. Almost all the areas Scopus covered. Okay, and Scopus features the smart tools to track and analyze and visualize research. If you go to the Scopus website, www.scopus.com, okay, they have this kind of tools in order to track and analyze and also visualize the research based on the area, authors, so on and so forth. Okay, and they have over 20,500 titles from more than 5,000 international publishers, so very extensive database. And in total, Scopus has indexed 3,500 scientific journals. And worldwide, Scopus also used by more than 3,000 academic, government, corporate institutions, and the main data source that support the Elsevier research intelligence portfolio. So this is I got from Scopus, Scopus website this year. All right. And how to know if the journal that we are sending our paper is Scopus index or not? Okay. So you just actually there are two types. Okay, we can there are two means actually. First, you can go direct to the Scopus.com website, or sometimes the journal they just posted that. Okay, this journal is indexed by Scopus on their official website. And some of them are putting the JCR and even the Scopus link, which is promising. But some of them, they're just claiming they are Scopus index, but proven that they are not. So that's why the more, either way, if you want to check, okay, you need to refer to the scopus.com. Okay, and this will guide you to the search page. In Scopus, okay, you just need to choose the title, the publisher, if you know the publisher, who is the publisher, or the ISSN number of the journal of your choice, and you just search. Okay, or you can enter the journal details in the search bar to have access to the database. Usually the journal name will appear if it is under Scopus database. If not, so it is not Scopus index. All right. So how to ensure the journal is indeed Scopus? Like I said, just check via the scopus.com website. In scopus.com, they have this page which has the menu Scopus content, and you just under the Scopus content, they have the sub menu which is Scopus source list. You just click to the Scopus source list, and they will appear journals which are indexed by Scopus. Okay, and sometimes you can get the information from the journal website, but sometimes the information, like I say, is inaccurate. So that's why in the end of the day, you need to refer directly to the scopus.com. And if they are indeed Scopus, usually the Scopus link will be put on the journal website. Okay, so you can click and they will bring you directly to the Scopus that contains the database with the name of the journal inside the database. Okay, so this is the example. Okay, sorry. This I got from the Scopus. Okay, like I said, they have a menu here, Scopus content. Okay, and I don't know, the setting is not quite right here. I hope that you can read. Okay, inside the Scopus content, they have the content coverage guide, and they have the Scopus source list here. Okay, you may just click on the Scopus source list, so they will appear the names of journals which are Scopus index. Also, you can see the book title list. And also here they have the sub menu, which is Scopus discontinued sources list. You can also check the journal which is already discontinued from the Scopus database. Okay. Okay. So this is the result after you got. You can search for the journal. Okay, it should appear in here if the journal is putting under the Scopus database. Okay, see, so this is if you want to search for the author profile, okay, you may put your last name here or the first name and then affiliation. For example, if me, I'm from University Sultan Zainal Abidin, and then I just search. So if you have the profile, but before you have all of these, you need to register with Scopus first. You need to register with Scopus first. You need to sign up, okay, until you get the login credentials to log in into the Scopus website, right? And sometimes if you are with the university, usually the university will subscribe to the Scopus. So it is freely to use for the students and staff of the university. Okay, I will put here a little bit what is Scopus H index. If you are an academics, so it is an important measure, indicator that you are active in research. So what is the H index of Scopus? So the H index is an index that attempts to measure both the productivity and impact of the public work of a scientist or scholar. It is not a static value, but it is calculated live on a set of research each time you look it up. This is from Scopus. And it is also a metric for evaluating the cumulative impact of the author. So by looking at the H index, H actually coming from the the one person who introduced this measure, if I'm not mistaken, the name is Hitch or Hitch, H-I-R-C-H, if I'm not mistaken. So it is, that's why it's being called the H index. Yeah, all right, just a little bit. Okay, okay, I put it in here in Scopus. Okay, you just, if you want to know the H index, if you are already registered with Scopus, you just log in, okay, and then you put down your name here for auto search, okay, and then search. Okay, after that, okay, this kind of information will be given, okay, under your names, okay, how many papers that you are already have in the Scopus database so far, for example, and the next, okay, okay, I think, sorry, you can see the H index. Like here, okay, I got this from Scopus, so I'm sorry I used this as example. Okay, the H index is 40, which is quite high. So it shows here. So I got this from Scopus.com. Right. Now we go to WAS Index Journal. What is WAS? WAS is Web of Science Database, which is owned by Thomson Reuters, one of the Canadian conglomerate. It is previously known as ISI. So WAS and ISI are the same actually. And it is originally produced by the Institute for Scientific Information, ISI, but currently maintained by Clarivate Analytics. Okay, WAS is one of the largest and most reputable global citation databases, just like Scopus. And they provide the following indexes in Social Science Citation Index, Arts and Humanities Citation Index, Science Citation Index expanded, and also recently added Imaging Sources Citation Index, ESCI. Right? And also they have two types of journal. First, with impact factor, JCR journal. The other one without impact factor, which is under the list of ISI and indexed in Thomson Reuters Institutes. Okay. In WAS, it compasses 6 citation index in the science, social science, arts and humanities, and collectively contains more than 1 billion searchable citations spanning over 250 disciplines. So that's why some researchers are saying WAS is better than Scopus, but we'll see to it, because there are several opinions. So, and then next, how to check if the journal is WAS indexed. Okay, previously we know how to check if it is indeed Scopus. Now, how to check? You just need to go to the Clarivate Analytics website. Okay, it will then direct you to Clarivate Analytics Master Journalist Search page. So you can search the journal, okay, on that page, okay, by typing the name or the ISSN, and then select the database that you want to search. And you will get the detailed information of the journal in the result. If there are indeed WAS index, so the journal name will be in the database. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is I got from the Clarivate website. Okay, the search, you can search the journal here. Okay, if there are the search, it is indeed indexed by WAS, so the journal will be appear here. Okay, now there is some questions, okay, raised by the researchers. Is ISI same as WAS? So we have discussed what is WAS, what is Scopus, okay, previously, but ISI same as WAS. Okay, I think this already answered in the previous slide. It is indeed the same actually, because ISI is the previous name of the WAS. So it was originally produced by the Institute of Scientific Information, ISI, and now it is being renamed as WAS by the Clarivate Analytics. Okay, now a little bit of JCR. Okay, what is JCR? Stand for Journal Citation Report, and it is also an annual publication report by Clarivate Analytics, and it integrates with Web of Science, which is what we call it Web of Science Journal Citation Reports. And it provides the journal intelligence metrics, which is journal impact factor. Okay, so this is actually if you send out your paper to the impact factor journal, they have several metrics that measure the impact factor, that measures how good is the journal in the ranking. They have that sorts of ranking, right? Okay, now we go back to our second questions in the title: Scopus or WAS, right? So WAS was the only international and multidisciplinary database until 2004. Okay, but actually, okay, some researchers, I don't know, because we the academics, okay, we have the ranking, the ranking. Some says that Scopus is actually the easier to be accepted. Takes lesser time and cheaper compared to WAS. WAS usually takes a very longer time, and some of the journal fees are quite expensive, for example. But some says that the WAS is a step ahead than Scopus. So it is actually, to me, they have their own advantages, because usually they are compared based on qualitative and quantitative characteristics. For example, coverage, citations, searching and special features. So there is no definite criteria for ranking these two indexing bodies, but and to me, both have some advantages over the other. Okay, but ISI, due to its much longer history and being the only information provider, it is more popular actually, because it has extensive bibliography, and but some scientific progress of some countries is measured by the number of papers published in Scopus. Like us, the academics, the H index in Scopus is, even though it is will become a metric to measure the active or the that particular researchers are actively involved in research with the measurement by using the H index in Scopus, even though we have the other measurement as well, but Scopus is more popular. And it is also worth noting that journals with high scientific credibility are usually indexed by both Scopus and also WAS. According to Anne Wilhazing in her book, The Publish or Perish, Scopus provides a higher citation count than ISI, both in the sciences and in the social sciences and humanities. And also, Scopus appears to have a much broader journal coverage for the social science and humanities than ISI, and hence provides a fairer comparison. So I won't say which one is better or not, but in academic, certain university, okay, if you have a lot of ISI with the impact factor, is much better. It's much sought after actually. For the time being, Scopus is hindered by its lack of coverage before 1996, That means that for most established academics in the science, corpus will lead to lower lifetime citation counts than ISI. Okay, so actually this is according to N. Wilhazing. Okay. Okay, some differences between WAS and Scopus. Scopus, which is by Elsevier, has only one type of indexing, while WAS have 4 types of indexing. So, and this is I got from Yusuf. He claimed that the Scopus claims to be the largest abstract and citation database of research, literature, and quality web sources, while Web of Science is searchable with complete bibliographic data, cited reference data, and navigation and links to full text. Okay, so this is I get from Yusuf. Okay, but overall, I think the most popular one is Scopus. But like I said, we cannot say because each has their own advantages and each has their own focus on the certain area of database. Okay, in conclusion, okay, research actually is the structured work. You cannot jump between section to section without research continuity. So there must have the continuity between the components that we have discussed in previous slides. And a good research paper must come from original research with good findings, with sufficient findings. And each Scopus and WAS has their own advantages. So one cannot say WAS is better than Scopus, as both has different research scope and extensive databases. Okay, this is the references, a little bit that I managed to get from my slides. And with that, I end my presentation with thank you. If you have any questions, maybe I'm not sure whether we have time for Q&A session. So I pass the slide to I pass my session to the organizer. With that, I thank you. Thank you so much and goodbye.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Professor Dr. Fatma.
Yes.
And yeah, thank you so much for your presentation, for the lecture.
Thank
you. All right, now guys, everyone, I will be sharing my screen and we will have another session of our virtual tour. Wait a moment. I will be pasting the link of our site on the chat box. You can all access it from your end. All right, now once you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. All right, now since I'm already registered, I'll be entering my email there. For those who are not registered yet, please make sure to fill up all the information like your name, your email address, and a phone number for verification. So this is how it's gonna be looking. We'll click on enter now. For the sake that we're not here yesterday, so this is how it looks like. On my left, you consider the selfie zone. Unfortunately, we're having technical problems yesterday for the selfie booth. Hopefully, it's up and running now. So that's our selfie zone. You will see there the selfie booth. And we encourage everyone to please post this to just any one of your social media, including the hashtags here below. Hashtag ICMDRSE 2021, hashtag IFERP, hashtag education, hashtag researcher, hashtag science, hashtag technology, and hashtag multidisciplinary. Right? Then you will still see the buttons below here. So after the conference, you can download your certificate down here, and you will see all the downloads at the downloads button. And of course, the photos. I'm not really sure. I'm supposed to see here myself, but it's not showing up. So I think we're still having problems with the website. Then we go back to the lobby. Oh, so you cannot see my screen. Do you see my screen, guys?
Yes, ma'am, Jojo.
Okay. All right, now on the right screen, on the right side, you can see there the upcoming conferences. As I've mentioned yesterday, you will see there are all the conferences in the future after today. And yeah, I recommend and I suggest that, yeah, you can please share your recent studies and recent researches to the upcoming conferences. And we have there the conference name, the date, and of course the venue. If you feel like your study is a fit to the conference, please do so. Please do attend the virtual conference. All right. Then we go back to the lobby. At the center, you can see the auditorium. That's where we can see our live coverage at our YouTube presentation live right now. I encourage everyone also to share the link of the page to one of your social media so that we can gather audiences from all around the world. Then we go back to the lobby. As I mentioned, after conference, you will see the certificate down and also the gallery. I hope that we can have that selfie booth up and running before the end of the day. All right, so yeah, and we have here a help desk if you will encounter any problems with your certificate downloads or in any area of the website, you can just click on the help desk and one of us will be talking to you. All right. All right. And now, this is my favorite part. I request everyone to please open their cameras and we will have our group photo. Give me that biggest smile of yours. There you go. There you are. Give me that biggest smile of yours. Give me that biggest smile of yours. All right, please bear with me. Just hold your position because I cannot really take all of us in one photo. So I'll be hovering to the second page to take the photo of all of us. All right, one moment. I'll wait for Miss Shafi. All right. Smile, everyone. All right, 3, 2, 1. Good job. One moment, please. I'll go to page 2. I'm not really sure who is covered here, so please just still give that biggest smile of yours. Thank you so much, everyone, for very cooperative. All right, perfect. Now let's have a little break there. So I'll give it's exactly 11 o'clock on my end. So let's have a 10 minutes to get a cup of coffee, water, or a drink there. No drinks. All right, guys. See you in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. All right. Now we'll resume. I would like to welcome our chairs, Renato Arminia Basañez, Dean and Associate Professor for College of Teacher Education, University of Antique, Sibalom, Philippines. Sibalom, Philippines. Second, Dr. Mohammed Muqtada Ali Khan, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Dr. Sashmita Pahad Singh, Associate Professor, School of Electronics Engineering, KIIT, deemed to be University, India. I welcome our session chairs. And now we'll proceed to our technical session 3. I would like to call on our first presenter for day 2. Let us welcome Muhammad Munir Hussain to present isolation of alkalophilic pectinolytic bacteria and their bioretting effect. Sir?
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yes, I can now see your screen. Please go ahead and proceed.
All right. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I am Muhammad Munir Hussain, going to share here my research on isolation of alkalophilic pectinolytic bacteria and their bioretting effect on canna fiber composition from Biotechnology Research Institute, University Malaysia, Sabah. As here is my short biography with other 2 authors. As a PhD student, I'm working on canna bast fiber bioretting project to enhance its retting process and produce quality bast fiber, along with 2 members, Associate Professor Dr. Mohammad Shafiquzzaman Siddiqui and Professor Dr. Vijay Kumar Subia. Here is my presentation outline. The abstract, background of the study, literature, hypothesis, problems, objectives, materials, methods, results, conclusion, acknowledgement, and references. Aiming to enhance the canna bioretting process, alkalophilic bacterial strains were isolated from white paddy land soil sediments and canna plating niches. Among them, 67 alkalophiles, 21 showed some degree of pectinolytic activities, and they are applied to canna bioretting process. The 2 potential isolated strains were applied canna bioretting process, comparing with non-dated and unadulterated dating. For 6 days rating process, they sufficiently remove non-cellulosic gummy substances. The yielded fiber contains higher cellulose content, smooth surfaces, and lower fiber size due to removal of sufficient non-cellulosic gummy substances, that is pectin, lignin, hemocelluloses. As we know, the Earth is now facing tremendous pollutant era due to utilization of low degradable commodities, mostly comes from synthetic materials. Therefore, searching for alternative materials now getting momentum. Hence, bast fiber are rapidly become an alternative sources due to low price, high biomass, and eco-friendly means. Different natural fibers. Kenaf is an important cellulose fiber producing plants cultivated in wide geographical areas for high biomass production within short period of time and requires less agriculture inputs to yield cellulose fiber from Kenaf. The plants needs to undergo a process called retting. It facilitates the separation of fiber as desired quality. Conventionally, it's happened solvent-derived maceration and microbial, mostly the bacterial, extracellular, enzymatic activities, and finally we get the fibers. But here we can see the Kenaf fibers genetically contains gummy substances onto its cell wall matrix. Hemicellulose, lignin, and pectin is the most prevalent substances that holds the fiber together. Therefore, to acid rating, the pectin is the main decisive factor, which determines the dynamics and magnitude of rating process. Bast fiber plant tissue associated pectin substances are highly esterified and mostly insoluble and cannot degrade only in soaking. Therefore, microbial enzymatic actions required to degrade pectin and consequently aid fiber. Additionally, water rating and dew rating are two biological forms of rating process has long been practiced depending on geographical areas, but from the last few decades, these forms of rating facilitate difficulties to achieve due to some unavoidable circumstances. Among them, the scarcity and eutrophication of natural aquatic water habitats are the major constraints with quality fiber yielding process. Therefore, the augmentation of conventional rating will become the research interest to survive the whole vast industry. Other than biological rating process, several augmented degumming approach were applied to remove these gums. All of these innovative approaches were involved in additional cost, chemical hazards, and are not suitable for handling huge volume of bast materials. Therefore, augmentation of existing conventional rating through microbial means are trying to adopt in this study. Conventional rating process happens by the combined actions of water solvents derived Kenaf cell wall maceration and naturally growing microbial microflora. This practice has long been adopted, but the scarcity of natural open bodies, inconsistent fiber quality confronts uncontrolled overrating, underrating, usually required more than 3 weeks, and finally yield this is the conventional practice, finally yield low quality fiber. Here we want to incorporate microbial, that is bacteria, to run the process. So the problems of longer rating periods attributes higher non-cellulosic gummy substances and negatively affects Kenaf fiber quality. Therefore, the hypothesis is to isolated alkalophilic bacterial agents could yield desired Kenaf fiber composition by enhancing rating process. And to fulfill the hypothesis, we set some objectives to isolate skin and applications alkalophilic bacteria for desired cellular compositions through Kenaf fiber rating or removal of sufficient non-cellulosic gummy substances. This is the flow we collecting the soil from wet pedilant soil sediments, and finally we isolate the alkaliphiles bacteria from the another source, the sampling kind of rating, we also made Plant, made JAG, and here we find the microbial flora, and finally isolate the alkali files. And the screening, the 67 alkali files were screened on 2 media, basal alkali AS1 media for alkali files and factinolytic bacteria, this media, and sol carbon is pectin media for the factinolytic activity is also qualitatively screened and determine their enzymatic index on the basis of hollow zone formed on the respective media. Besides this, quantitative screening also carried out but through polyglutinase enzyme assay from the absorbance to the final concentration of enzymatic activity. Here we find the results from both sources. We isolate 67 alkali files and 40 from the canoplating niche and 27 from soil sediments. This is out of 67 alkali files, 21 colonies showed some degrees of pectinolytic activities. And this is the field culture. The enzymatic index showed which were positively showed 21, and among them, 2 of which KRB22 and KRB56 are isolated for the further applications. And also determine, they also gave the polyglottal activities in enzyme assay, both 2 strains. And they're finally identified, morphophysiologically characterized and molecularly identified the strains with cysteinase RDNA gene amplification using the 27F49 to primers to amplifying the B3, B4 regions of the bacterial genome. So therefore, 2 isolates are characterized. They are both gram-positive bacteria and gram-positive bacteria, and KRB56 from paddy soil and KRB22 from rating water. This is the enzymatic degradation pathway, how the pectin can degrade with these activities of this bacterial enzyme. The exopolyglucanic enzymes act on the glyconic units, and finally they degrade the pectin into simple monomer. Besides this, pectinase, the isolates also screen for xylanase and cellulite activity. Usually cellulose activity is not good for rating. So here we can see that they don't show any cellulic activities, only pectinolytic activity and xylanase activity are recorded. On the basis of their identification, molecular identification, both species were identified, Bacillus pumilus and clade with the Bacillus pumilus strain. Here the rating process we applied, and finally we found that the video here, the with bacteria and without bacteria, the four rating samples here, uninoculated, inoculated, and KRB56 and KRB22. We can see here the fibers are more separately, distinctly separated, comparing with the uninoculated and unrated fiber here. Furthermore, the yielded fiber were characterized and analyzed their chemical composition. The pectin, hemicellulose, lignin, or determined according to the standard constitute. And here we find that both species comparatively significantly losses the hemicellulose and lignin and pectin, and increase the cellulose content of the fiber. This is the SEM view of the yielded fiber. We can see here the fiber dimension decrease here due to the sufficient removal of non-cellulosic gums. And in the surface, we see the gums here comparing to the uninoculated, non-rated fiber from the comparing with this to for treatment. This is the FTR analysis to find their functional group, whether the lignin, pectin, hemicellulose, with comparing to the uninoculated strain, the lignin, hemicellulose, and other gummy polysaccharides were sufficiently decreased from the fiber comparing to the non-inoculated and non-rated fiber. This is the X-ray diffraction analysis to find out their crystallinity index. We know the crystallinity index is the attribute from the higher content of cellulose. So the diffraction analysis also showed that both species relatively increase the crystallinity index 41.30 by KRB 56 and 35.350 by KRB 22 isolates. So finally, we can conclude that conventional water-based rating encompasses several difficulties. So incorporation of these isolates with CANAP rating process, reduced rating periods, increased cellulose contents, smooth fiber surface, and lower gummy substances also increase their crystallinity. This may references with this study and acknowledgement here by Research Institute, University of Malaysia Sabah, National Agriculture Technology Portrait, People's Republic of Bangladesh, IFAD, World Bank, BRC, Ministry of Agriculture of PRB. And thank you all. This is all my presentation.
Thank you so much for that Thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, everyone, do you have any questions or feedback? All right. Next, I would like to invite Rahul Singh Dangi to present input fields recognition in documents using deep learning techniques.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, hi. So I'm Rahul Dangi here, and my colleague Athav Nagrikar has also joined. So we both will be presenting. So I will ask Athav to start talking about the pre-processing steps and the introduction, and then I will talk about the experiments and the results.
All right. If you may, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah.
So yes, Athav, you can share and you can start.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
And is my screen is visible?
Yes.
So good morning, everyone. Today's topic of presentation is all about the input field recognition in a document using deep learning techniques. Me, Atharva Nagrikar, and my colleague Rahul Singh Dangi will give the presentation. We both are working in CDAC Pune, which is a Center for Development of Advanced Computing. So let's start with the intro. That as we all know that artificial intelligence is a emerging field where different kind of applications are being developed, and deep learning is one of the subset of machine learning which is used in the artificial intelligence, where many neural networks connected with each other to give some predictions on data that has been provided to it. Now the many research has been taken on the handwriting recognition model, which will predict what kind of handwriting or whose handwriting is given in the data. But very limited resources have been provided for detecting the number of input fields which are present on the documents. So our research is been developed on the what kind of input fields are present on a document. So this is our problem statement. Usually a document consists of two kind of data. First is static part and another is dynamic part. So static part is that kind of data where human intervention is not really required, means where human don't have to give any kind of input to it. But on the other hand, there are dynamic kind of data where human intervention comes into the picture, where human have to provide their inputs to a given data. So on the left hand side, you can see that a form where application form, name, phone, gender, male and female are static kind of data which are already present, whereas the line box, checkbox are the data which are present, which we categorize as a dynamic data. So we carry out different experiment for detecting this kind of data on a given scanned document. But we face different challenges. Is that first is the complexity of defining rules. Means we define different kind of rules for developing this software, but the thing is that it takes a lots of execution time for detecting a particular data. And the second is a perceived threshold value. So what is that there are many different algorithms present on the computer vision or a computer techniques that is used to detect the particular data on a given document using the threshold value. So we are not able to get the particular kind of value at which the data will be detected. So these two errors that we face. So what we did is we take one experiment, is that we crawl some data from the internet and from the government websites, and we label that data using the vote software, which is a Microsoft software which is used to label a data. And based on the data that we have, we train a model which is a YOLO v3. This model is contains pre-trained data which is ImageNet and the COCOS data set. It's already trained on that data set. So what we did is the transfer learning. We trained that model, and we detected some results out of it. Now the coming presentation will be delivered by my colleague Rahul Singh Dagi. Sir, please.
Thank you, Athav. So yes, Athav, you can next
Oh.
slide. You can move. Okay. So let me talk about the experimental setup. So Athav mentioned about how we crawled the data from the government portals, right? So and we have taken YOLO model, which is a very standard model for object detection, because finally we have to detect the objects. The objects are the dynamic fields. Dynamic fields like checkbox, input, any input box, input text box. Those are dynamic fields, right? So we have gathered basically two type of data. One was scan data set. By scan data, I mean it was computerized data sets. I mean the images were typed on the computer, and the handwritten data set, I mean they are written by the hands, right? So scan data set we gathered from government portals, and the handwritten data set we created on our own. And for the labeling, we have made use of the WOT application. In the labeling, we have drawn bounding box across the dynamic text as well as across the static text. So static text, I will talk about the categories that we have. So let me talk about the various. So okay, let me talk about the categories. So we were having four categories. So in static, we were having a static image and a static text. So basically, the output should draw a bounding box across static image. We have to train the model in such a way. And for the static text, the bounding box should be across the static text, right? And similarly, we were having text box and checkbox, which were dynamic fields, right? So we were having around 50 instances for static image, 350 for static text, 350 for text box, and around 200 for checkbox, right? And below are the handwritten data set that we have created, and we were having these many instances for that, right? So this is about the data set, training data set. Now let me talk about the hyperparameter. So like we already told you, we have used YOLO v3 model. So the training data set size was around 1450, around 1400 instances we were having, right? And so out of this total data set, we have reserved some of the data set for testing or validation. So as to make sure how our model is getting trained and when to stop the training. So around 290 instances we have reserved for that. So the training batch size was around 30, right? So 32 instances we have given to the model in one go for training. And the iteration was per epochs was 35. So the total epochs was around for 100 epochs we have trained. So 100 into 35, that many. So 3500 iterations we have run the training. So on the right, we have mentioned about the hardware details. We have used CDEC, our own hardware for training. and the details are on the right side, you can see. Right? So the training took around 8 to 10 hours on this data set. So Athav, next slide, can you go to? Yeah, so again, I'm talking about, so this is my DL model, YOLO V3, which we have trained. And input image, once the model will be trained, input image will come from this left side, as you can see. And the model will be able to predict, model will be able to draw a bounding box across whether that particular field is a static image, their bounding box will come and the label will also come. And across a static text also a bounding box will come and a label will also come. So let's say if a document has multiple static, multiple in dynamic fields, it will be able to draw the bounding box across all of them. So there's very fast approach considered to the traditional image processing techniques, which have thresholding and all those things to recognize the static text using contouring and all. So those were very slow, but this approach is very fast based on our comparison. Athav, next slide. Okay, so let me talk about the results now. So in the results, as you can see on the, so there are two images I have shown here, right? On the left side is the image which we have given input to our model, and on the right side is the result which we got from the model, right? So as you can see on the application form, that is a static text. So we can see a bounding box across static text, right? And similarly, name, phone number, gender, male, female, these are all static text, right? And on the right side, as you can see, this is dynamic input text, basically, which I am calling dynamic input, right? So, and this can be a line, this can be a square box, right? As we have seen in the HTML forms as well, it can be represented in both ways. And then for male and female, we have checkbox, right? As you can see, right? So user has to select this, right? So this is also a dynamic field. So as you can see on the right side, our model is able to predict static as well as dynamic fields, right? So this is for the computerized document. So Athav, next slide. Okay. So this is for the handwritten document, as we can see. So in the handwritten documents also, we are able to predict the static text, as you can see, as well as the dynamic text, right? So the accuracy based on the test data that we have, the accuracy that we have achieved was around 71%. Athav, next slide. Okay, so this is about the training versus validation. So like I told you, around 8 hours it took for us for the training to train on our CDAC system. And this is the plot. We can see the loss, which we have used MAP, mean average precision, for the loss. So as you can see, the green one is the training one, and the red one is the test or validation one, right? So we stopped training when we are able to find the training error is keep on going down, but the validation or test error stops. At that point, we stopped the training, and we have taken that trained model, and we have deployed it, and we have checked the results on our test data set. Next slide. Okay, so let me talk about the future work. So I have talked about a lot about what is we are able to recognize the input field. We are able to recognize the input text, the static text, the dynamic text. So let me talk about what will be the application of that. So the application of that will be like, we'll be able to automatically generate the web forms, right? So once you are able to recognize what is input text, what is dynamic text, right? So you can have some sort of code which will be able to tell, like, okay, if this is the input text, so this will be the HTML code corresponding to that input text. If it is a dynamic input text box, okay, then this will be the HTML code corresponding to that, right? So this DL model will sit here in the picture, right? So if somebody will give a similar static input image, then using this DL model, we will be able to categorize where is input text, where is checkbox, where is static text, right? So, and once we are able to recognize that, we can have a HTML engine which will be able to generate HTML code corresponding to that, and we will be successfully able to create a web page. So basically, we are in the stage of automating the web pages generation process, right? Or the front end development we are planning to automate. That is our long-term target, which we want to achieve, right? So I think that is all we have given the time. So thank you, everyone. If anybody
Thank you
has
so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Rahul Sindangi, and with your colleague Atar. Yeah, everyone, do you have any questions or feedback? Thank you so much for that precise and brief presentation. I would like to remind all the presenters with the allotted time, 10 minutes per presentation, for us to stay on schedule. All right. Next, let us welcome Mohammed Shabir Zayed to present the paper, Design of a Rescue Flyer. You can now unshare your screen. Muhammad Shabir. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I can hear you and I can see your screen. Please proceed.
Good morning to one and all present over here. I am Mohammed Shabir Zayed of Hindustan University, Chennai, India. I have done a research on the design of a rescue flyer. So, what is a rescue flyer? So, let's see from the basics. Before that, I would like to say about my friends, my colleagues, Paul Samuel, Pausuf Ahmed, and Thirumaran. These three are my colleagues who have helped me to make this research, and we have did under the guidance of Dr. T. Balaji. He's our research guide. So, I would like to start my presentation. What is a rescue flyer? So a rescue flyer is nothing but it's a quadcopter, a drone. We can see that a drone is used for many purposes. Likewise, I have designed a drone that it is specially going to be used for the firefighting, for the fire engine people, and for the rescue persons. That is, so the main objective of the drone project is to make the drone fight a note the fire and the spray on the water on that zone and vanish them within the short period of time. Okay, so I want to say of the scope of the project. The main scope of this project is for the fireman who vanishes away the fire manually with the system. Yes. So what is the thing is that by standing in one place, we can't spray the water in everywhere, every place. So for that purpose, we have designed this drone so that we can get an idea where the water to be placed and where the fire is and where the water is to be sprayed and all. So according to that, we can avoid the accidents. Okay. So, but the new thing is that the fireman can do with the help of this drone by standing in one place, operating the remote and managing the fire. So he can carry it with him in the fire engine. He can carry this module, this set, along with him in the fire engine. Okay, so next, go to the next thing. This is the abstract of a project. Okay. So the main thing of our project is that we are using a material known as polyester fabric material. So the main area of our research is the polyester fabric material. That is, it does not catch fire. So in other slides, I'll be showing you the experimental setup, the experiments which has been done in that polyester fabric material, until what temperature it can withstand and until what time it can withstand. So this type of things will be seen in the next slides. Okay. So I would like to say some small information about the quadcopter. So quadcopter is an unmanned aerial vehicle which can be implemented in different applications. So in this paper, I'll be representing a development of quadcopter system and potential application in which it can be implemented. So quadcopter structure model that will be shown, basic components with block diagrams, hovering stability, dimensions, etc., and a description of basic movements are represented discussed. So control algorithms, that is the in which theory it's flying with steps with empirical methodology will also be presented, and current civil and military applications will be set, and future applications, how this project can be developed in future. So even that will be known. And the main objective of the project is to get to know that the information such a kind of places which got fire in which the people cannot get in. So this is the main thing. This drone does not catch fire because we are using polyester fabric material which can resist fire up to a high temperature. That I have said earlier. So next, go to the next slides. So these are the literature survey which we have undergone. We have taken 10 literature survey. Okay, now to the research gap. So in the research gap, we have seen that from about the top 10 papers, we have noted that many of them have said many important things such as military applications and for rescue. Even for rescue purpose, they have utilized the quadcopter, but they haven't used it like exact quadcopter, but they have used something else other than quadcopter, like some different module which has motor and fan, etc. So they have used that kind of modules for rescue purpose. So they are using different kinds of methodology, but over here I'm using a quadcopter for this research, and I'm using a material that is polyester fabric material which does not catches fire. So many of the above papers states different kinds of mechanism used in the quadcopter, but different kinds of being used in this project. That is installing a ball valve under the frame of the quadcopter. It is very new to society, which is going to be used by the firemen for rescuing the people from fire. The ball valve is an extra arrangement for the quadcopter, and the hose can be directly connected to the valve and can be used. The main specialty of this project is the material used for it does not catches fire. It is a fire resistant, which would be still more used. So I would like to tell the setup of our project. So what is that? Is that from the fire engine, the water hose pipe can be connected straight away to our ball valve. Okay. So that arrangement will be shown in the next slides. This is a proposed methodology. So we are going to make a quadcopter for the rescue purpose, and it is going to save people's life. The material which is going to be used is the fire resisting material. Is going to cover all the places. So we are going to cover the material polyester fabric material will be used everywhere in the quadcopter, so that it does not catch fire wherever it goes. Even we can use the camera, etc. For further informations. After the frame and the rotors are fixed for flying the flying, the fire resisting material will be covered on the frame, and the ball valve will be fixed under the frame. The valve's exit will consist of a nozzle for a forced outcome of water. As we know that we need a nozzle for the velocity, for a higher velocity of the water's outlet. So, and LED lights will be fixed in the four ends of the quadcopter, and the quadcopter will be consisting of landing gears, aircraft support, which helps the quadcopter to stand or land. The next, and outcomes of our project. Okay, so our project has a capability to fly high up to 30-meter height. That is, we can guess up to 2 floors or maximum to 3 floors. Even we can make it to fly up to 10 or 15 or 20 floors also. But then still, we need to use such kind of materials, and we need to use such kind of higher motor power. Like for example, if my motor power is 560 RPM, I can use 1000 RPM or 1500 RPM or 2000 RPM. I have to increase the motor's power according to the height in which we have to fly. So in real, if we can see that if a fire people, if he wants to use this, if for a tall building, if it gets fired, we can use motors like such as 1500 or 3000 RPM, 4000 RPM. Like high RPM motors can be used for the quadcopter for flying to a high. So this drone is capable of reaching a high temperature, as I said earlier, and this drone can rotate at 360 degrees, and it's a wind resistance mainly. And this is mainly used for the firemen who can operate the drone and get to know the information about where the fire is. So the main thing is that the fireman, he don't need to go inside the building and check where it is. So first, before that, he needs to check where the fire is, and he needs to know the information about where the fire is, and he can send this quadcopter inside. He can operate from sitting inside the vehicle, that fire vehicle, sitting inside that. He can just operate the quadcopter, and he can send the quadcopter inside the building, whatever height it may be, 5th floor or 4th floor, 3rd floor, whatever height it may be. He can send inside the building through windows or through the lifts or to the staircase, etc. Whatever sources he can send it over there, and he can view through the camera in which we are fixing the camera under the drone on the top of the drone, wherever it can be, no problem. But we need to view where the fire is and whom to be rescued, how many people are there, etc. The information can be gathered before itself. Okay. So another main feature that I said, that is a ball valve which is being fixed under the drone's frame. Okay. So this is a detailed design. The design has more interesting looks such as a ball valve which is going to lift a hose to spray the water on the fireplace. The estimated weight of the project would be like only 500,500 grams. So we don't need to get like such kind of doubts like how it is going to lift a hose. No, since we are fixing the hose to the ball valve, the hose will be tightly connected. So when the quadcopter moves higher and higher, what happens is that the hose which is connected to the fire engine, it would also come rotate along with it, and along with the quadcopter, the hose will go with it. So that after the quadcopter, after we can view the fired places, immediately the switch in the fire engine is on for the water spraying, as well as the ball valve which is in our quadcopter will be on previously before we send it for the rescue operation. Okay, so when we send it for the rescue operation, what is that? The water comes out as soon as we get to know we got the fire in such a place. Immediately, what happens is that we will just open the valve which is in the fire engine. So the fire engine valve, when it's opened, the water will come through a very high velocity, and with the help of this nozzle, it comes to a very high velocity out of the quadcopter, and it sprays the fire zone, and we can save the people immediately. Okay. So next, the process undergone the fabrication. So this is a quadcopter, and that the frame, and you can see the ball valve which is placed under it, under the quadcopter's frame. I'm going to talk about the drone dimensions. Okay. So this is the drone dimension. It's actually consists of 4 axes. The total length is 0.9. The half total length is 0.9 meter. The frame length. Okay. And height is just 30 centimeters. 15 centimeters, such like that. 1.5 meters. And this is a drone motor arrangement. This is the top view of the drone motor arrangement. You can see a driven gear and the driven gear. So the driver gear will be connected to a motor, and that motor, when we operate the remote, when you operate the switch of the quadcopter, the driver gear will rotate, and with the help of the driver gear, the driven gear will also be rotate. With the help of the driven gear, the blades which is connected to the driven gear will rotate. So likewise, the same arrangement is done in all the four ends, so that the quadcopter can fly. So disadvantages. We cannot fly our quadcopter in the rainy places, in the rain time. Why? Because due to the rain, what happens is that due to it's actually an electric thing, so it is not okay for the water. So switch should not fly in nearby the current lines also. Even that may affect the quadcopter. Okay. So this is the drone specifications. So weight of the drone is 430 grams, and the weight of the ball valve is 350 grams. Okay. So the ball valve is fixed under the frame of the drone. The power of the drone motor is 30,000 RPM, as I said before, and the height. So maximum height which it can fly is 30 meters. The drone height is 90 inches, and the operation mode is remote control. It's 2.4 gigahertz. It can observe. Material for fire assisting is polyester fabric material that I said earlier. It's actually a large frequency receiving device and a 360-degree unlimited eversion. It can rotate in all the axes, 6-channel, 6-axis gyroscope. Okay, and take off and landing any surface. Okay, and the material is durable. This material, the drone material, is actually durable. Okay, so you can see the diagram. H is equal to A plus B. You can see this diagram represents the drone flying in a height and an angle of 45 degree. We can operate the you can see the small round over there. That is the guy standing and operating with the remote. Okay, so how high you can fly, it's showing. The next slide will go. So this is the thrust calculation which we have undergone for our drone. So finally we have got 9.348 Newton the thrust. So this is the main thing, that is in which theory our drone flies. So as we know that the flying theory that is has 4 theories, that is one is thrust, drag, weight and lift. So in this 4 theory only our the quadcopter is flying. Not only the quadcopter, whatever the flying device such as aeroplanes, helicopter, whatever it is, it's flying through these 4 theories. So you can see the pressure thrust formula, and you can see the air how it's coming, that area of disk and delta P across the disk, propeller's disk. You can see the movement of air over here. We'll go to the next slide. So this slide represents the online construction of our drone, that is using the Autodesk Fusion 360 software. So these are the steps which we are undergoing. So this is the model of our drone which we made. So you can see the ball valve which I have fixed under the drone's frame. So this ball valve will be in on condition. Okay, will be in open condition when it's going for an operation. Okay, so we will open the ball valve, then only we are going to send it for its operation. So you can see this image, and this is a simulation which we have done for flying. So these are the materials used in our quadcopter. So first is the motor, which I said 30,000 RPM motor, and the blades. We are using 4 blades, and this is the ball valve image you can see over here. This ball valve image, and this is the polyester fabric material which we have covered throughout the quadcopter, so that it does not catch fire, it does resist fire. And these are the PVC plates and rods which we have used, and these are LED lights. That is to say that the quadcopter is coming, etc. So the results and discussion. After the fabrication, as per the plan, the quadcopter will be ready to fly and will be ready to do rescue operations. The quadcopter will be controlled through a remote, in which the quadcopter will be controlled through an antenna. So the maximum height in which it can fly is up to 2 floors or 500 meters approximately. The hose from which the fire engine will be connected to the valve, which is fixed under the drone. The valve in the drone will be kept open while the drone carries the hose, but the valve in the fire engine will be closed until the drone reaches a spot. So after the drone reaches a spot, then only we will open the valve in the fire engine for the force outcome of the water to clear the fire. Okay, so the system can be mainly used for the places where the humans can't go and the places with small gateways. So this is the most important thing. In small gateways, we can use the quadcopter and get to know the information. Conclusion: the system mainly can be used placed where humans can't go and small gateways. This system can be developed in future by placing a camera on top on a screen, which can be placed on a remote to view the spot. This can be even used for the civil purposes such as viewing the entire land, and can be used for building in some ways. It can be used to know about the land quality with arranging some devices with it, and many more, mainly in the field of constructions. So this is the frame which we have created in Tinkercad software. In Tinkercad software, we have made this frame, and these are the modified images of our Tinkercad software which we made in Tinkercad, the quadcopter. So this is the reference of the 10 papers which we have taken. Okay. So thank you, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Have you implemented using Tinker? This is done using Tinkercad software only. There is no simulation platform. Is only Tinkercad. Hello.
No, simulation actually in Tinkercad we cannot do the actual simulation.
Yes,
but then
yes,
still
yes.
we can check like how it can fly, or like what it can do, and we can just check through 360 degree.
Because yes, as far as I know, Tinkercad is only used for the implementation purposes. So is it showing? This is not showing any simulated graph. That is what is the output you are getting. Acha. And another thing is how is it dependent upon the weather condition? Weather condition and anything, is it dependent upon that?
yeah, it's depend upon the weather. Actually, what is that? Due to during rain, we can't use it, and during strong winds, we can't use it. Why? Because the material which we are using, actually, the base material is somewhat durable, but then still, if we want to use it in very high, strong wind conditions, what we need to do is that we need to change the material, such as we can use metal, or you can use the like some aluminum metals and some more strong material with more weight, so that due to strong winds also it can withstand the capability.
Achha, the fabrication, you have not gone for the fabrication. This is the estimated project, I guess, right?
Yes, yes.
Estimated, but fabrication part you have not gone, but a nice project and a nice setup.
Yes.
That's very good presentation also. Thank you. Right?
Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for your presentation. Well done. All right.
Hello, Ma'am Jojo.
Yeah.
For a while, I would just like to remind the remaining presenters to please be particular of the 10-minute rule in presenting so that we can finish by 4:30.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. Again, I would like to remind the remaining presenters to please be mindful of the 10-minute allotted time for each presentation. All right, then with no further ado, let us welcome Dr. Smri Gupta to present the paper case report, Ludwig's Angina, report of a case and literature review. Dr. Gupta? All right, I can now see your screen, but I cannot hear you yet.
Ma'am, now can you listen to me?
Yes, I can now hear you. Please proceed.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Smriti. I am presenting a case report on my patient work, which I conducted in my hospital. A patient named Zahanas V was come to our department regarding pain in her right and left lower back area. Thereafter, a swelling appeared and spread to submandibular, submandibular spaces. The vital signs that were present was her BP was nearly about 104/72. The fever was about 99 degree and pulse rate was 96. After admission, the intravenous antibiotic and saline drip therapy started, followed by basic life support. And then she was transferred to the other department for better treatment. It was a literature review also, with a case report within literature. The introduction was about the establishment of an infective process required an interaction between three important factors: the host, the environment, and the organism. The classification of this is infectious process may be classified under different heading according to the clinical appearance: acute infection, chronic infection, acute exacerbation of a chronic infection. That was the first part. Second, depending on the etiological agents, bacterial, viral, or fungal. The third one is on the basis of odontogenic secondary infection, infection of the surgical wounds, infection of the traumatic wounds, infection to the contaminated needles. Predisposing factors was that the patients were suffering maybe because of AIDS, maybe because of diabetes, poor oral hygiene. That was one of the major factors. The patient on immunosuppressant drug, patient might be on immunosuppressant drugs. Oral and maxillofacial infection are commonly seen by dentists. Since in most of these cases, teeth are the source of infection, they are referred to as odontogenic infections. Odontogenic infection means regarding to your teeth or regarding to your mouth area. Tooth relating, but that is what they meant about. The patient may present to us large swelling, difficult in breathing, opening in mouth to understand situation. The various stages infection go through. The stage 1, The most infection are odontogenic origin, which means that they may arise from either a periapical infection or a periodontal infection, or maybe a pericorneal infection of a tooth. At this stage, the patient may be asymptomatic or may complain of mild occasional discomfort in the involved tooth. The second stage, from here the microorganisms then begin to spread to the tissue surrounding the tooth, either to the periapical or periodontal region. In this way, it enters to the medullary portion of the bone. At this, it is confined within the bone. The patient complains severe pain. The pulse may be present, and the infected tissue is restricted within relatively unyielding bony tissue with no place for escape. The affected tooth is become very tender, and percussion means it become very painful, feels slightly elevated in the socket. The patient cannot chew from that side. The most patients seek treatment at this stage. Third stage, if the patient remains untreated, this means that the infection may spread to the medullary portion of the bone, to the cortex. It becomes thinner, the bone becomes thinner, and then perforate to the periosteum, the other layer. And it may infect to the surrounding tissue surrounding the tooth. At this stage, the pain in the tooth is usually reduced, but pain is present in the area of pus accumulation. The swelling appears because it is spread totally. Okay, the pain might be relieved because the pus spread here and there. The swelling occurs either intraorally in the vestibule or extraorally confined to a region around the tooth. Final stage was the further progress of infection lead to spread from one facial space to another along the anatomical barriers. At this stage, it appears either as a large swelling produce other forms of distress, such as trismus. Trismus means they can't open their mouth, they feel pain during opening their mouth, pain, respiratory distress. This is the most concerned part of this infection, as if the infection gone worse, the patient is unable to take breath, and it may lead to their death. That's why this condition is very severe. With increased pressure within the tissue, it may even perforate the soft tissue in the region, and frank pus discharge may be seen through a sinus opening. There might be a sinus opening which we can see either intraorally, or there is sinus presented extraorally also. The clinical presentation was it may be cellulitis which may lead to abscess which may lead to widespread space infection. The pus, it may spread from cellulitis a particular area to the pus, and it may spread to the other oral region, other facial spaces. What is cellulitis? Okay. It is a cutaneous or submucosal spread of infection. It is subcutaneous or submucosal spread of infection. It is spread in the subcutaneous area. It is not localized infection. There it is diffused, which means that the border of the spread cannot be defined. It is not localized. Fine. Localized matlab it is not confined to an area. It is diffused, spread. Classically characterized by the absence of pus. Pus is not present at this stage. Okay? Here it is inflammation, a callar tumor, some kind of symptoms are seen. Usually caused by streptococcal infection, which form the most abundantly seen organism, normally inhabiting the oral cavity among the oral streptococci. The major microorganism behind this, they are saying, is the streptococcal infection, the viridins group. The streptococci are capable of producing hyaluronidase streptokinase enzyme, which cause destruction of the tissue and which may lead to the production of pus. These enzymes have catalytic activity. They have capability to break the connective tissue ground substance, which facilitate the spread of infection to the other area. Pathophysiology. Odontogenic infection, how they are spreading and what is the physiology behind this. The odontogenic infection is tooth-related infection are account for 70% of cases. Okay. The second, mandibular molar is the most common site for Ludwig's angina. Ludwig's angina, which is the correct finding for this patient. I will show you present at the last of the presentation. But the third molar is also involved. The submandibular space is subdivided by the superiorly and submaxillary space inferiorly. Once an infection is present, it may spread freely through tissues plane because of communicating space. This open communicates results in the retropharyngeal spaces. Although odontogenic infection are the most common route for the introduction of bacteria into the submandibular space and causes exist. The cause of polymicrobial bacterial infection that include group A Streptococcus species, and some may also involve Staphylococcus and Fusobacterium. These are other microorganisms which spread infection. The pathways which microorganism may invade the pulp and periapical tissues from the apical foramen, by the periodontal ligament, by the bloodstream pathway. The pus may spread from the acute dentoalveolar abscess. The diagram showed here. Primarily, there was a carious cavity was present near the syntactical crevice. The necrotic pulp was present, PDL was present, apical foramen, which is shown at the end of the tooth. The periapical granulum was there, periapical blood vessels there. Okay. Then fine, these spaces are present. Oral cavity, tongue, floor of the mouth. These are the malleable height muscle which we are talking about near about the tooth. Fine. This is showing mandible area. This is the mandible area. So, if the infection is spread from the apical foramen, it may get to spread to the mandible area, to the bone, to the cortex, what we are saying about. Then it may spread to the periosteum, and may from the cellulitis, the infection it spread to the other spaces also. The management of cellulitis is very important. How we manage the patient, that is very important part of this. Start the patient as soon as the patient come to a department. Start the patient on IV antibiotic surgical treatment in the form of incision. Incision drainage is actually a form of decompression on the tissue. Since the tissues are tense and stretched, and incision exploration of that area help to decompress or relieve the pressure within the tissue. Stretching the tissue compresses the vascularity of the region severely, preventing any drug penetration into that region. Decompressing the tissue helps improve the vascularity, thereby allowing better penetration of IV antibiotic to the area. It also enables the patient defense mechanism to better wall up the infective process. The next is, this is what we do for cellulitis. Okay, the cellulitis is the next stage we are spreading to the abscess. Okay, it is a localized collection of purulent material usually contained with a thick walled cavity. Positive organism is Staphylococci, other we see is Fusobacterium or Streptococci. They produce an enzyme called coagulase. The management regarding is that we have to start IV antibiotic and soon as possible. Since there is accumulation of pus, it is important to surgically drain the pus from the abscess cavity. Drainage can also be established by opening the root canal or by extraction of the tooth if it is unrestorable. If incision and drainage is done, drains are placed so that there is a constant drainage of the accumulated pus and so no further accumulation of pus. Okay, if we done incision and drainage, okay, the pus will run away, matlab it will come out. This incision and drainage of procedure helps in removing the collected purulent material, thereby relieving pressure at that area within the tissue and improving vascularity. That is our major aim, to improve vascularity in that area so that we get relieved. Sequel. Okay. Sequel, what is the process again going through after that? An infection, if not treated on time or incompletely treated, It may undergo many changes. The clinical appearance of the lesions changes. It may develop fistulous tract intraorally or extraorally. What we saying? We are saying about sinus. Okay, if sinus are not treated, they are converted into fistula. Fistula means a kind of tract developed. It might be intraorally or it might be extraorally. There may be discharging sinus also. We can see the patient may develop localized or widespread osteomyelitis of the jaw. Deep space involvement may involve systemic manifestations such as bacteremia or septicemia. Can be seen. Microbiology of the odontogenic infection. What the organ is involved. We had already seen that Fusobacterium, Staphylococcus, Streptococcus are involved in that. They are producing hyaluronidase and coagulase enzyme. They cut out that area or dissolve that tissue and producing pus as a defense mechanism at that area. Classification of the facial species. They are saying the infection from the pus spread to the species area. What species they spread infection are, according to Kelly and Kane, related to the lower jaw, submandible, submental, submandibular, sublingual, buccal, submesenteric, parotid, pterygomandibular, lateral, pharyngeal, peritonsilous. These are the spaces where the infection spread. So this is the spaces which are present near about your mandibular area. So if your second molar or third molar get infected, this is the spaces where the infection may got spread. Submental space. There we are explaining about submental space. This is the potential space present just below the chin region, anatomical boundaries. Where myelohydral muscles are present. Okay. If they have submental lymph nodes, so lymph nodes are also get involved in that. They get palpable. The infection of the lower anterior tip, lower lip, skin of the chin, tip of the tongue, anterior part of the floor of the mouth, and sublingual tissues drain into the submental lymph node. Involvement of the lymph node can cause infection of these spaces. So what the area involved is, they are saying if lower anterior tip got infected, the lower lip may be affected, skin of the chin, tip of the tongue, anterior part of the floor of the mouth, and sublingual tissue drain into the lymph nodes are also involved. Signs and symptoms. It becomes firm. It becomes circumscribed swelling beneath the chin. The patient complain of discomfort and difficulty in swallowing. That is the major problem in Ludwig's angina. That the patient complain of discomfort in breathing and swallowing. If it become worse, kindly imagine it how worse it become. See, this is the patient Jahanez we see in our department. She confirmed that her tongue is raised, her lower lip gets swollen. See the neck area. Here it is totally swelling. She is unable to swallow anything. We had intravenous administration at that time only. Side views. See the submental subspaces are involved. Submandibular submental spaces are involved. Her tongue is raised like that. This is the kind of situation which we can see if the patient is suffering from that.
Thank you, doctor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any questions, everyone? Right, let's go ahead and proceed. Let me invite the next presenter, Azian Jamin, to present the paper Medical Treatment in Malaysia After COVID-19, Travel Intentions Among Foreign Tourists.
Thank you,
Hello, good morning, Dr. Jojo.
Good morning.
Yeah, I've sent the video, right? So can you play
Yep,
from your...
it's now playing.
All
Do you
right,
see it?
thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Good day. So today
Doctor,
I'm
not this
going
one.
to present my study
Ma'am Jojo, it's not
entitled
Not this one.
Eradicating
presentation.
Yeah, hold on. My apologies, Dr. Jameen. It's medical treatment. There you
Hello
go.
and good day, everyone. Today, I would like to present a research paper with the title of Medical Treatment in Malaysia After COVID-19, Travel Intentions Among Foreign Tourists. Here, a little biography about myself, the presenter. I am Azian Jamin and I'm currently responsible as the Head Center of Studies for Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, University Technology Mara Melaka. My team and I would like to acknowledge University Technology Mara Melaka for sponsoring this research through International Matching Grant TEJA 2020, together with University Pendidikan Indonesia. The study was prepared to investigate the foreign tourist intention as well as the measurement of tourist attitudes and feelings toward traveling to Malaysia for medical treatment after COVID-19. The theory of planned behavior was applied for the study. The study focused on quantitative approach only, and the proposed model is likely to contribute to a better understanding of how these medical tourists express their desire to travel to Malaysia for medical reasons after COVID-19. Interestingly, according to the findings of the analysis, attitudes, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control are significantly reinforce the intention to seek medical treatment in Malaysia, even after COVID-19. Malaysia has been recognized as one of the prominent medical tourism destination among international visitors. Technological advancement, professional experts, as well as strategic locations are among the factors that contributing to this factor. However, due to COVID-19, it has created a massive impact to the medical industry in Malaysia. Not only that, international visitors are not allowed to visit the country, but most hospitals in Malaysia are fully occupied for COVID treatments. Past studies showed that TPB constructions were strongly interlinked with actual behavior. This model was used as a basis for research to focus the intention to travel to Malaysia for medical care following COVID-19. The model is expected to be based on how these medical tourists will travel to Malaysia as medical destination after COVID-19. The study has established three hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 is attitude positively influences to predict foreign tourist intention to visit Malaysia for medical treatments purpose after COVID-19. Hypothesis 2 is subjective norm will positively influence foreign tourists' intention to visit Malaysia for medical treatments purpose after COVID-19. And hypothesis 3 is perceived behavioral control will have significant positive association to predict foreign tourist intention to visit Malaysia for medical treatment purposes after COVID-19. The table here shows the descriptive analysis of the study. There are four constructs used to explain or investigate the purpose of the study. These include attitude, subjective norm, perceived behavioral control, and intention to visit. And from the table, we could see that most of the mean score of the items are ranked between 3.50 and above to 4.1. Pearson correlation analysis was used to measure the degree of the linear relationship between two variables. There are three types of relationship with Pearson correlation. The first one, if the value of R is 0, then it indicates no relationship between two variables. While if the value R is 1, it shows a perfect positive correlation. On the other hand, if the value of R is -1, it shows as negative correlation. The table here shows the correlation analysis of three hypotheses of the study. Hypothesis 1 has shown there is a strong relationship between attitudes and intention to visit, with R value of 0.682. While in hypothesis 2, subjective norm is positively influenced foreign tourist intention to visit Malaysia for medical treatment after COVID-19. Again, there is a strong relationship between subjective norm and intention to visit, with the R value of 0.632. Finally, for hypothesis 3, the result has indicated a strong relationship between perceived behavioral control and intention to visit, with R value of 0.654. As a summary of status hypothesis, we can conclude that all hypotheses are supported. In conclusion, the variables described in the model can be referred to as push and pull motivational factors, and they can be used to create marketing campaign to encourage international visitors or tourists to visit Malaysia after COVID-19 for the purpose of medical treatment. This allows medical practitioners and operators to promote inbound medical tourism in Malaysia through advertisement, particularly in emphasizing innovative procedures, traditional medical practices and facilities, as well as other promotions that can indulge and improve the confidence level of the tourists. Also, we hope that the Ministry of Health Malaysia will ensure that information on medical tourism is available to be accessed by the international visitors. This would help to encourage more international medical visitors to enter Malaysia for medical treatment after COVID-19. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that video presentation. I believe Dr. Jamin is available. And are there any questions? Right, next, I would like to invite Dr. Subhatra Saha to discuss the paper about constructivism, a new approach to teach set theory in classroom. Right, I can see now your screen.
Good morning, everyone. Can you listen to me, madam?
Yes, I can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Subhatra Saha, Assistant Professor of Bhavan Tripura College of Science and Technology, Agartala, India. So my topic is constructivism, a new approach to teach set theory in classroom. Actually, the concept of a set is basic in all branches of mathematics. To teach set theory in a classroom through constructivism approach, teachers should present defined real-life related live examples and pose some problems related to sets and inspire students to think creatively about possible solutions of these problems. To explain set theory in classroom, the teacher can use many live examples in the construction, the concept of set theory. Teachers can help students to connect it to other ideas with different concepts of set theory. Teachers can use distinct mathematical ideas to develop students' understanding of different concepts related to sets. The teacher can give few live examples to discuss what is set. Actually, if I want to give the example, the definition of set, the set is like that, the well-defined collection of distinct object. So what is set? The set is a well-defined collection of distinct object. So teacher can give one example, just making some groups in collecting the students of the class, that this group is called a set. Okay, the collection of all students in the class is a set because this is well defined and all students are distinct. But if we take one example like that, the most intelligent student of that class, this is not well defined. After explanation of the concept of set, teacher should explain about universal set, what is singleton set, null set, finite set, and infinite set, because these are very important in the set theory. Okay, so to give the universal set, the teacher can take one example like that. The collection of all students of the institution or all of the school or college forms a set, and it is a universal set. And singleton set means it will contain only single element. So a set consisting of a single member is called a singleton set. To give an example of singleton set, the teacher give example that the teacher himself or herself construct a set, and this is a singleton set as there is one and only one teacher is present in the set. Null set means there is no element in that set. To explain the concept of null set, the teacher can tell a situation like that: in a rainy day, not a single student was present in that day. That is, all students of the particular day are absent. So the set consisting of present students on the particular day is null set. What is finite set? A set contains only the finite number of elements is called a finite set. The number of students, if the teacher just construct a set, just collecting 5 or 10 students of that from the class, this is the finite set because the members are finite. And for infinite set, teacher can draw a straight line in the board and just call one student to count the number of points on the straight line. This is infinite set. Now, there are several operations in the set like union, intersection, and complement. The teacher can discuss using several live examples. Suppose the teacher can make several co-curriculum activities groups like the dance group, singing group, quiz group, storytelling group, etc. by taking students from this class where few students may be common in those groups. The teacher can explain that the union of all those groups is the all members of all these groups. Intersection means a common element. Okay, in common element of two sets. So the teacher can give one example like that. Suppose there are there may be few students common in that group. So this is the intersection. Okay, and the complement of a group. To discuss the complement of a set, the teacher can explain that the set of all students of the institute is the universal set, and the complement of the set consisting all the students of the particular class is a set consisting of the student except the students of that particular class. Conclusion: if teachers can use constructivism approach successfully in classroom teaching, then it can be expected that students will be able to solve problems and apply concepts of sets to real world situation and enlarge on what they already know. On the last, thanking you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Subrata. You may now remove your presentation.
Okay.
So that we can proceed to the next presenter. Ma'am Jojo. Again, I would like to remind the remaining presenters to please be particular of the time allotment for your presentation. As much as possible, you please try to skip the references, a very short introduction of your biography so that you can save the time. Thank you. Ma'am Jojo, are you there? Hello, Ma'am Jojo.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are there any questions?
We now proceed to the next presenter.
All right, the next presenter, let us welcome Diana Carizada or Charizada to present a video presentation about synthesis and characterization of cerogel sorbent from coconut shell biochar. All right, now since we are having a technical difficulties, let me go ahead and call on first the next presenter. Let us welcome Karina Vilela to have a video presentation about physical and mechanical characterization of concrete with crushed clay brick with mortar attached for irrigation channels.
This presentation is called Physical and Mechanical Characterization of Concrete with Crushed Clay Brick with Mortar Attached for Irrigation Channels. The authors are José Rodríguez and Karina Vilela. Universidad Peruana de Ciencias Aplicadas en Lima, Perú. José Rodríguez Barbosa is a PhD professor, Civil Engineering Department. Research areas are materials and construction sustainable projects, and also specials concrete. Karina Vilela Manjari is a PhD student, full-time professor, Industrial Engineering Department. Research areas are information and communications technology, construction projects, and bioclimatic architecture. Here we have the abstract. Significant quantities of clay bricks obtained from the demolition of buildings. Use of crushed brick with mortar attached 25 millimeters as a 75% replacement of the natural coarse aggregate. An experimental study on concrete with crushed clay brick aggregate with mortar attached CCCBAMA M17.5 at 7, 14, and 28 days. Density, voids, water absorption, and the compressive and flexural strengths present a good physical and mechanical behavior, making it suitable to be used in the lining of irrigation channels. Description. Introduction. The current growth of the population requires that cities are plagued with a greater number of urbanizations in response to the increase in buildings, which will generate a greater amount of construction and demolition. Within the waste from demolished brick walls, the main component is the clay brick. House management in different parts of the world is carried out by direct disposal to landfills or illegal dump sites. In the process of fighting clay brick, their puzzolanic activity increases and produces rates that decrease the porosity of mortars and concretes. In the design of irrigation channels, the impermeability must be considered as an important requirement for the selection of lining, being the seepage control one of its functions that it must fulfill. As an alternative material for the lining of these channels, and that contributes to the reduction of water waste, the crushed clay brick with mortar attached is proposed as a partial replacement of the natural coarse aggregate. What are the materials and what is the method? The materials are cement, aggregate, water, bricks, steel, and stone. Cement, type 1 Portland cement, aggregates, fine, coarse sand, and coarse crushed stone. 25 millimeters natural aggregates were used, as well as recycled coarse aggregates crushed with 25 millimeters attached mortar. Water, the drinking water. Bricks, 2 types of clay brick. Steel, it was used for the beam foundation and columns steel bars for 12.5 millimeters and black tie wire 16 gauge. Stone, from 29 millimeters and 12 millimeters was used, and also 25 millimeters big stones foundation. The recycled aggregates were obtained by crushing the crushed brick with other mortar and then using a vibrating screen in the laboratory. Table 1 shows the materials. Table 2 shows the modules characteristics. Module 1, Module 2, Module 3, and Module 4. Also, we have picture 1, brick wall module plan. Picture 1 shows the area where the Module 1, Module 2, Module 3, and Module 4 walls are located. About density, we are going to talk about density. By varying the age of the CCCBMA to 28 days, the density increases by 2.4% more than the age of 7 days. Studies mortar variation up to 28 days, finding that density increases by 1.2% more than the age of 3 days. Studies mortar variation up to 90 days, finding that density increases by 1.5% more than the age of 7 days. The increase is because there is a gradual filling of large pores by the hydration products that favors the reduction of the specific surface area of calcium silicate hydrate with time that produce an increase in density of the hydration product. What about voids? By varying the age of the CCCBMA to 28 days, the void decreases by 37.2%, less than the age of 7 days. Studies concrete variation up to 28 days, finding that voice decreases by 6.9% less than the age of 7 days. Studies mortal variation up to 90 days, finding that voice decreases by 8.3% less than the age of 7 days. The decrease could be because there is a progressive reduction of the amount and connectivity of capillarity porosity within the semen matrix. 38.7%, less than the age of 7 days. Studies mortal variation up to 28 days, finding that water absorption decreases by 8.2% less than the age of 7 days. Studies mortal variation up to 90 days, finding that water absorption decreases by 11.3% less than the age of 28 days. The decrease could be because the increase of pore refinement over time contributes to the reduction of the volume of open porosity of concrete. About compressive strength. By varying the age of the CCC-BMA to 28 days, the compressive strength increases by 12.5%, more than the age of 7 days. Studies concrete variation up to 28 days, finding that compressive strength increases by 21.1%, more than the age of 7 days. Studies concrete variation up to 90 days, finding that compressive strength increases by 30.8%, more than the age of 7 days. Lower values could be due to the mortar added to the aggregate use, which produces a weak new interfacial transition zone between the bonded mortar and the new paste, which causes a low resistance. The yield that causes a pore blocking and pore refinement, causing a lower total pore volume. About flexural strength. By varying the age of the concrete to 28 days, the flexural strength increases by 9%, more than the age of 7 days. Studies concrete variation up to 28 days, finding that flexural strength increases by 9%, more than the age of 7 days. Studies concrete variation up to 28 days, finding that flexural strength increases by 21.3%, more than the age of 7 days. The increase, like the compressive strength, could be because these components present in the calcium clay react with the hydrate cement paste, consuming calcium hydroxide and produces as a substantial amount of CSH yield that originates less poor structure. Here we have the percent of aggregate produces CCC-BAMA with good physical and mechanical performance and is suitable for the lining of irrigation channels. The decrease in CCC-BAMA voids is related to the continuous precipitation of more hydration products within the pore system. The low voids and water absorption of the CCC-BAMA found favor the formation of a dense concrete microstructure. The values obtained for the density, voids, and absorption water indicate that CCC-BAMA has adequate durability. The decrease of porosity and pore size distribution of hydrate cement paste produces an increase in the compressive and flexural strength of the CCC-BAMA. We have here the appendix, clay brick modules M1, M2, and clay brick modules M3 and M4. Well, thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation.
What type of simulation tool you have used here for simulation purpose? Hello?
Doctor, it was just a video presentation. I'm not really sure if she's
Gotcha.
present to
Video
answer the
presentation.
question. Yes, it was just a video presentation. Next, I would like to welcome Diana Carisada again to present a video presentation about synthesis and characterization of zero gel sorbent from coconut shell biochar.
Hello everyone. I will share my video presentation from my side.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
Hello everyone and very good day. I'm Diana Carisada and today I would like to present my research paper in the title of synthesis and characterization of zero gel sorbent from coconut shell biochar, and my co-authors are Dr. Azil Bahari Alice and Hamasa Kambash. Zero gel is a type of solid form gel that has been produced by slowly drying at the oven with unregulated shrinkage. Zero gel have historically been used for high efficient isolation and specific uses. Due to its higher porosity, low density, and large surface area available, zero gels are essential materials in the 21st century. This studies aimed to synthesize and characterize the carbon gel from coconut shell char by oven drying at 60 degrees C. Furthermore, a characterization process is implemented into analytical procedure such as SEM, FTIR, and BET. Coconut shell. Coconut shell is one of the waste produced from coconut after obtaining the coconut water or coconut milk. The coconut is known as the tree of life for the locals in the tropical and subtropical region. Coconut water and milk can provide many medical and nutrition values. Coconut shell biochar is high sorbent carbonaceous biochar, substance generated from biomass in complete burning from waste. As a soil improvement and a long-term solution for global warming, the coconut shell biochar has recently developed considerable scientific attention. Besides, coconut shell biochar is widely used as a cost-effective adsorbent in handling wastewater and removing toxic gases. Carbon gels have been widely studied since their synthesis due to their unique properties such as high surface area, regulated porous structure, low bulk density, electrical conductivity, which make them ideal for a variety of applications such as catalyst support, insulator, an electrode for supercapacitors, zero gels, or a dry gel developed by evaporating the pure liquid at room temperature. Since drying occurs by evaporation, zero gel's properties are primarily affected by the liquid vapor interface and solvent medium's physical properties. The drying takes place by evaporation of solvent molecules. Zero gel have higher porosity and surface area and also petit pore size. The sol gel technique is used to construct this. This research focused on the synthesis and characterization of coconut shell biochar, zero gel, the sol gel method, and oven drying. There are three main steps which are sol formation, gelation, and drying. In this research, sol formation involves with sodium alginate, calcium carbonate, and coconut shell char. The gelation process solutions mixed with GDL to form with gel. The drying processes belong to which gel wants to produce. For example, thermal drying was used for producing zero gel, super critical drying for producing aerogel, and freeze drying used for cryogel. Chemicals and materials which used in this research are coconut shell biochar, calcium carbonate, sodium alginate, and glycol delta lactone. First of all, coconut shell biochar is dried and cut into smaller pieces before grinded using a laboratory blender. In the next step, 0.5 gram of sodium alginate was added to 50 ml distilled water and stirred. After that, 0.1 gram of calcium carbonate was added and stirred until it homogenized. Then 0.5 gram of ground coconut shell biochar was added and stirred. And finally, 0.15 gram of GDL was added and stirred. And finally, mixture was transferred to the square mold, then placed in the refrigerator until they were completely gel. Zero gel dried by oven can lose 50 until 17% of the original gel's volume with drying. The zero gel was dried in an oven at 60 degrees C for 48 hours. After drying, the zero gel was put to cool down to room temperature. Analytical methods which used in this research they are BET, FTIR, and SEM. Based on peroxamide analysis, raw coconut shell biochar has higher moisture, 11.4%, than coconut shell biochar zero gel, 9.90%. Again, raw coconut shell biochar has a higher volatile matter, 74.5%, than coconut shell biochar zero gel, 25.82%. But ash content is higher in coconut shell biochar zero gel, 8.59%, than coconut shell biochar, 3.5%. And the fixed carbon is also high, 55.69% in biochar zero gel than raw coconut shell biochar, 10.6%. Based on FTIR analysis, raw coconut shell biochar has aromatic phenols and ether and ester compounds, and biochar zero gel has ether, ester, alkyne, and alkene groups. Based on BET analysis, raw coconut shell biochar has a higher surface area, 2.3033 square meter per gram surface area, and zero gel coconut shell biochar has 1.9601 square meter per gram, and also zero gel coconut shell biochar has a higher pore size, 23.553 angstrom, than raw coconut shell biochar, 13.7434 angstrom, and also zero gel coconut shell biochar has a higher pore volume than raw coconut shell biochar. SEM analysis showed that the raw coconut shell char was formed of stone and its surface area was non-porous. The solid char had a ridged and irregular surface with a few pores. In zero gel, coconut shell consists of specific networks of fibrillar compounds which have a fragmented structure and are interconnected in pores. In conclusion, the pore size of zero gel increased while the surface area and pore volume decreased in zero gel. SEM image showed the variations in particle composition in distribution within the bodies. The modified zero gel from coconut shell biochar showed some potential as sorbent for toxic gas and wastewater based on the characterization results. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that video presentation. Everyone, do you have any question? Next, I would like to call on Jose Rodriguez to present a video presentation about placement of dry mix shotcrete in tunnels, literature review on rebound.
Hello, my work is placement of dry mix shotcrete in tunnels. Literature review on review. José Rodríguez, Karina Vilela, Universidad Peruana de Ciencias Aplicadas. Bibliography, José Rodríguez Barbosa, PhD, Professor, Civil Engineering Department, Research Areas or Materials and Construction Sustainability Project, Special Concrete. Karina Vilela Manjari, PhD student, full-time professor, Industrial Engineering Department, Research Areas or Information and Communication Technology, Construction Project, Bioclimatic Architecture. Abstract. Shotcrete is widely used in tunnel construction, though to its flexibility in placement concrete as underground support, whose rebound directly affects its quality and cost of project. A review of the state of the art of the last 4 decades is carried out on the placement factor that influence the rebound of dry mix shotcrete, DMAs. It's concluded that there were minimal rebound for the spray velocity, normally distance, spray angle of 90 degrees, angle of the face and blade thickness. The recommendation and future perspectives include conclusions on the study of other parameters associated with dosage and transport and the need to include nanomaterials, colloidal, and cementing materials. Description. Introduction. In the shotcrete of dry mix shotcrete, DM is the mix of cement and dry aggregate is done in a concrete plant. The assembly is transported pneumatically by means of pressurized air with spray velocity, high through the delivery house to the nozzle, in which water is added to the mix by the nozzle man. The rebound directly affects different aspects relative to the production of shotcrete, such as, among others, the economy of the world, whenever this is loss of material, or the compactness of plastic mix, to the existence of excess of pores and air trapped inside, and to the safety again of the personnel who core of the projection, due to the impact of the aggregates and the formation of dust in the area being exploited. The purpose of the article is to sum from the existing literature the main parameter relative to the placement of the in the placement of the is the component materials from their missing to initial regime support on which each is project would have different mixing situation. Starting with starting mix, passing these to transporting mix, the in becomes in a project mix to the finally get the placed mix. During the placement process, there is a project mix that is lost and the corresponds to the rebound that when impacting the surface, either on the ground or in air, which directly affects the quality and cost per meter cubic free of the hardened dry mix shotcrete. The loss is highly variable and dependent on different parameters, among which we can mention spraying velocity, nozzle distance, spraying angle, angle of the surface, and layer thickness. Analysis. Spraying velocity 35 after by varying the spraying velocity, the percentage of ribbon is lower for low spraying velocity, and for high spraying velocity, the ribbon increases. Existing minimum values of ribbon of 25% for an optimal value of spraying velocity comprised between the range of 100 to 110 meters per second. 38 after by varying the spraying velocity and optimal spraying velocity of 140 meters per second. There corresponds a ribbon of 8%. Nozzle distance. 32 after by varying the nozzle distance A, the optimal nozzle distance A results in ribbon for 10% and that for variation of 25% of that nozzle distance, the ribbon increases to 25%. 38 after by varying the nozzle distance for small values of the order of 0.75 meters and ribbon of the 21%, while when the nozzle distance reaches higher values up to 1.25 meters, the ribbon is 25%. Spraying angle. By varying the spraying angle, as the spraying angle increases, the ribbon decreases, reaching the value of 30% for an angle of 19 degrees. Angle of the surface. 32 after, by varying the angle of the surface, finding a range 50 to 15% of value for the wall position 0 grade, and a lower range 20 to 30% for the sailing position 19 degrees. Lower thickness. By varying the lower thickness of the ribbon decreases as the lower thickness increases. Finding down from a 50 millimeter lower thickness, the ribbon tends to be constant. Spraying velocity. The shot grid with an optimal spraying velocity favors that the components of the place mix have a greater penetration as the initial layer that receives the concrete is formed and thereby completely wrapped, thus contributing to the fact that the ribbon of the largest grain is allowed as possible and the minimum ribbon are tiny. Nozzle distance. It will be necessary to establish an optimal nozzle distance that guarantees the appropriate combination of bath compaction and amount of moving, this generating a misplace with a minimum ribbon. Spraying angle. When the application is made perpendicular to surface, the angle of ribbon is small, and the trajectory of the rebounding particles is almost identical to those impact. This favors the aggregates to embed themselves in the project layer and to be adequately enveloped by eye, which contributes to a lower ribbon. When the application is wind and will be graded, producing of high ribbon from the thick concrete components. Angle of the surface. For showing ground gravity contribute to the majority of the basic components in the project mix. Begin and the reboot is embedded on the surface to which it is projected, placing a wider quantity of the project mix and ribbon minimum. For shocking to overhaul, gravity prevents the development of a uniform velocity of arrival of the project mix, decreasing the velocity of the course range and increasing the effect of compressed air in the placement of the phase. Keeping the components of the plate mix that not develop a correct adhesion on the surface, producing ribbon, maximum ribbon. For a shotcrete to well perpendicular to the surface, the ribbon is the minimum, correspond mainly to coarse aggregate, lower thickness. The beginning on the shotcrete, the cement, small aggregates and pass that surround them. The now orange is lead or the so minimum, causing the medium and coarse aggregate to ribbon. This because there is no additional concrete mix that serves as base. As we increase the lower thickness, the medium and coarse aggregates become embedded on the existing mix base. It allows it to penetrate and adhere with favor the ribbon decrease. Knowledge distance, a 19-degree spraying robot of the robot was considered for 5 night distance, 0.5 to 2.5 meters. In the result, minimum ribbon is for knowledge distance 1.5 meters. For the spraying robot, 0 degree equal to 90 degree, 50 degree equal to 75 degree, 30 degree equal to 60 degree. In the results, meaning reboot is with a spraying angle 90 degree. With a mix without silica fume and for overhead position, 90 degree. The ribbon is 54.6%. For a well position, 0 degree, the ribbon is 35%. 6. Final remarks and future perspective. Final remarks, the parameters that influence the placement of that mix shotcrete with the greatest amount on quality and cost are SB, IND, ISA, AS, and LT. The values of ribbon are different because the conditions of execution of the projects are very varied, and this test and the resemble this condition present certain difficulty. One difficulty encountered is the all technical information on the factor that influence. There are recommended values and range of values for the meaning ribbon. For exact documents and the lack of that information, such as Nosliman and air flow. To study mineral admixture, fly ash, black carbon, and metacabling or cement material, as flash and nanoalumina. Ecological material plus power because they produce less quality on site test, on test panel, or real test directly on site. 7. Literature review. Conclusion. Theoretical investigation related to the other implementation parameters mentioned above are not developed in this investigation are scarce and their process is poor understand. The rebound mechanism requires extensive theoretical and experimental investigation, which can be complemented down to the situation exposed before, with the elaboration of mathematical model, the simulation, and then contrasting them under different real situations applied to the construction of tunnels. Appendix shortcut test ride with integral robot is a
Thank you so much for sending that video presentation to us. Next, I would like to invite Shital Ashukrao Wadhai to present a video presentation about the segmentation of brain tumor detection from MRI images, transform information using algorithms in CBMIR.
Myself, Shita Shukra. Good morning, all of you. Myself, Sheetal Ashok Rao Wadhai. Today, I am presenting my paper. My paper name is A Segmentation of Brain Tumor Detection from MRI Images, Transformation Information Using Algorithm in CBMIR. Also, we are represent my guide and my co-author, Dr. Seema Kautekar. She is my guide and also my co-author, Assistant Professor in Department of Computer Science and Information Technology, Dr. Pamu, Aurangabad, Maharashtra, India. This is my biography and my guide and also my co-author. My abstract, Automatic Defect, the identification of MRI images, magnetic resonance images, also MRI, is known as a critical wide range, a diagnostic, the therapeutic application. This paper we have present a novel automatic brain tumor identification system for identifying the any abnormal in the brain, verified the characteristics of the represent the brain of picture and the present here, where content-based image retrieval scheme use for the image retrieval based on visual characteristics. Essentially, we purpose the framework the facilitate the image retrieval based on content properties, like example from colors, texture, and shape. We are traditionally encoded in the feature vector. In this article, in the feature, each image the content in the database are extracted and compared the feature of the query image. The software output is the images, the more identical input images. We are evaluated the productivity about the 98%. This introduction, content-based means the search analyze the contents of the image rather than the metadata such as the keywords, tag, description associated with the image. Content-based medical images, CBMR, is the expert query system which can use the taken information service system between the radiologist and the medical images repository. Medical images means MRI images database contain brain cell detection diagnosis. The
slide is not changing.
Tumor are essentially prevent the human death. Effective brain tumor segmentation for MRI images is essentially task in medical field. The main goal project to develop the incorporate and test the robust method with the comparative pattern and the extraction device. They feature the improved tumor diagnosis accuracy when examine the MRI images. The most common source in the computational errors, the automatic, the semi-automated images and method. They are much.
Shittal, your slide is not changing. Excuse me, Shittal, your slide is not changing.
The second stage in processing was removal the scalp.
Yeah, we are checking right now with our technical
Slide is
team.
not changing.
Cover the
Yeah,
image.
because that video was sent to us. So can you please check if
images
until the
diagnosis by
end
the identifying the similar past case
it's still
with the
not
help of a
changing?
big data images. Now you know very well my medical field is a very big data.
No, I am only seeing the name and the front page only. I'm getting
Yeah,
here.
I'm seeing that one too.
Images for like X-ray images, MRI images. You know, for we are capture the images, lot of images like
One
a
moment.
700 to 800 images. We are the capture of. So we will CBR application very helpful of the in our in medical system in medical diagnosis. Also, like crime prevention, security fielding, automatic face recognition, and system use the police force. The crime, and you are already in data in your system. That time you are access the data, and we are use the CBR application. So very helpful. Again, one commerce like fashion, biomedicine, culture, art, engineering, galleries, museum, military, radar, like you know very well, entertainment, other etc etc. There is a objective, there is a two main objective in our project. One is the to detect there is a tumor in given the MRI image, and if there is a specify the location of the tumor. This is my algorithm. For one is a taken as MRI images, filtering the image and using the atmospheric diffusion filter, then processing the image in detail using morphological operation, using segmentation, thresholding, ostos, and clustering, whatever you are using in your morphological operation in my project. Then will come confirmation to three tumor based on density of the area. Then after, if you know tumor, ending the process image, but if there is estimating the tumor location. Then after segmentation of the tumor in the image by particular border. There was my results when we are done by my first sample. We are the extract the database. We are the sorting the tumor images malignant or not, which stage, first, second, third stage we are detect. But this paper we have present only detection of tumor and boundary of the tumor and separation of the tumor. So one first is we are the extract the we are extract retrieve the image. One is the input image. First one is this is the input image. This filter image you see that is the blur, and that we are then after we are bonding the box. Yellow size is the bonding the box. Then after they take the detect the tumor of it separate and alone. This is the alone. Then after this is the outline of the tumor, means like a shape. This is the shape and then structure and tumor detection. Tumor detect the tumor. This is the red line is tumor. Again we are the second sample, not first one. We are the so many samples we are and different sample use and detect the tumor. Sometimes this other one second patient input image, filter image, see the bonding box, the particular tumor alone, tumor of outline, and detect the tumor. There sample 3. We are used totally 1239 images of tumor with 109 patient, some different tumor. This is only tumor, yes, tumor is only tumor in 259. No tumor we are detect 923. Total is a 1182. But predict no tumor is faulty. We have 57 images patient. And okay, this is a sample of the image, no image. You see that this is the input image, filter image. We don't have to take any tumor. This is a no tumor image. So that see, then filter image, no tumor, means this is a no tumor images. This is we are This is totally 923 images. There is a no tumor. Only we have 259 images. We have get the only tumor images. This is very challenging and very challenging about the in detection of the tumor. When which images, blurry and grainy images and small tumor images, very challenging that grainy blur, but we are done. See the blurry blur and grainy images. You see that this is a tumor. See your in but with solution we have solution. See that the shape adaptive smoothing. We proceed the family parameterize the image, but each resulting image the combination between the original image and the filter that depend on the local content of the original image as consecutive astropic diffusion is the nonlinear and space variant transformation of the original image. Atrospic filter blur the image without the removing end edge. See that? This is the input image and this is the filter image. You see that? This is a blurry and grainy images. Okay, friends? But we are done this. Very challenging about this, difficult to the separation of the tumor, but we are done. See that? This is my input images. Then after filter images, see the bonding force of separate alone, tumor outline and detect the tumor. Then small tumor images. See that you? Very small. You see the tumor is the sometime a big, not big, but as to compare as this images, this images, but we have done. Also see that. But with that, see that my result. This is the input images. Again we filter. See the bonding box very small. We are difficult, but we are done it. Sorry. Tumor alone. This is tumor outline and tumor detection. You see that detection of tumor border. Library function of the morphological operation were used the segmented the binary image and detect the tumor of area. The binary image were eroded, that is all the points of the neighborhood of the black point of the turn the black, and finally we got the border by subtracting the eroded images from the original binary images. So they see the tumor, eroded images and the tumor outline. May give the false positive is the section of the bone or the toothache. May give the false, sorry. It is a very low density. Sorry. May give false the negative. The tumor image is the hollow with that density of the tumor is low. This is the input images. Low density tumor, but you see that there is this one. No tumor. This is a tumor of the thick density, low density. We will see the next. This C1. Input image, filter image. But the bonding box, you see that very thick. But we are done. Let's see that tumor alone. Very small and thick outline of the tumor and detect the tumor. Service to the society. Medical image processing is the most challenging and embarrassing field nowadays. Processing of the images, one of the part is the field. The code that make the MRI images analysis accessible for the more people who have to the specialist on the MRI imaging. MRI imaging is the less harmful than X-ray, is the less actuated by the bone. The project can make MRI image processing to tumor detection faster than and cheaper. This is conclusion. For precise MRI analysis is the key requirement for the correct diagnosis and the early stage treatment of the brain tumor. As a result, this paper introduced the novel approach to identifying the normal and pathological brain tumor for photography. This complexity of the classifier implementation can be generally minimized by the choosing productive feature. 6 characters are extracted for the examination. Brain tumor. The proposed algorithm was applied the content-based image retrieval method which determined using the feature-based approach, the purpose, the model of the tested to see how effective is the segmented tumor structure for tumor, non-tumor brain MRI differentiations. Statically, validation is presented. The effectiveness of our novel function vector in the achieving a tumor brain prediction scheme was supported by the experimental finding. This is my references. Thank you, thank you, my guide. She is always supporting to me. Then after we are also thank to conference and this international conference multidisciplinary research studies and education, Kola, Rampur. And thank you so much, all of you. We are the present my paper, and thank you all of you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. My apologies, Dr. Sushmita. This is a reminder also for future conferences and for all the presenters that make sure that your presentation is already ready before your turn, and for the video presentation, make sure that you play it again, play it first on your end. Make sure that all the slides are ready so that on the live conference we will not experience this kind of problem. All right, so I don't think that she's available for questions. Next, I would like to welcome our next presenter, Gu Zhen to present about analysis of employees turnover in China's state-owned enterprise. Hello? I see you're unmute, but I cannot hear you. If you may, go ahead and share your screen. I still cannot hear you. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, clearly.
I think he's gone. All right, let's wait for him to come back. Next, let me call on the next presenter, Nia Fatmawati, to present a video about parental guidance and mathematics learning for low-grade students during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who has bestowed his grace and guidance so that today we can participate in the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. Before I present the result of our research, I would like to give a shout-out to the community and all others in various countries. Hopefully, during this pandemic, we are always in good health and always enthusiastic. Okay, my little research is parental guidance on mathematics learning for low-grade students during the COVID-19 pandemic. Here, I'm writing with two other authors. This is our biograph. My name is Nia Fatmawati. I am a doctoral student at the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Then my co-authors are Tatang Herman and Kisno. Tatang Herman is a professor of mathematics at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and Kisno is a lecturer in early childhood education at Institut Agama Islam Negeri Metro. If we look in various countries, to this day the pandemic has not ended. Then we need a formula, or how do we create an innovation as a solution in order to create or assist parents in guiding their children in learning, especially in learning mathematics that currently requires attention. The objective of this study are to provide an overview of mathematical learning guidance implementation in the low grades during the pandemic, and knowing parent needs, constraints, and obstacles in carrying out the learning process. The method used was descriptive analysis, and the data were obtained through questionnaire and interview. Okay, this is our description. And this is an implementation of the mathematical learning guidance carried out by parents. Have they been providing mathematics tutoring in accordance with the concept of teaching mathematics? We can see from number 1 to number 7, we get based on the table. From 196 parents as respondents, there are 34% of respondents answer sometime, which means they rarely provide guidance in the context of learning mathematics. This shows that the overall implementation of parental guidance in teaching mathematics to children in lower grades is still not good. Parents don't understand how to teach mathematics to their children. And then in addition to the result of the result above, we also collected other information, which we did while the pandemic was still ongoing and online learning was still being implemented until the children were born. It turned out that apart from children who have difficulties, many parents also experience difficulties. Now, this is the result of a survey of the instrument we made and distributed to the several parents. From 196 parents as respondents, 5 or 6% of them didn't experience difficulty, and just 3 or 4% didn't find difficulties, and the remaining 90% of parents have difficulty teaching math to their children at home during online learning during the pandemic. So, departing from there, we need what is called a guidebook for parental guidance to be able to guide their children's mathematics learning correctly. Properly guiding their children at elementary school so that they are really able to provide maximum guidance, especially in learning mathematics. As the information gathered from 196 respondents, 47% answer agree and 41% answer very agree. Well, the use of this guidebook, inshallah, will be follow up the study for us in the next research. And finally, from the result above, it can be conducted that overall parental guidance implementation in mathematical learning for children in low grades has not been going well. Furthermore, many obstacles and difficulties were faced by parents while conducting math tutorial during the COVID-19 pandemic. Parents tend not to understand how to guide on mathematical learning due to anxiety about the children's lack of understanding of the lesson. However, under any circumstance, tutorial need to be carried out because parental guidance is one of the keys to successful learning. Okay, I think enough, and thank you very much. Finally, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I don't think she's available to answer. She? Any questions? All right. No, I think she's not. All right, let me go ahead and proceed. Or is Guzen available? Guzen? He's still not. All right. Let us welcome also a video presentation from Chacharin Lertius Bordin about conceptual framework of Google's online learning tools for Python programming activity in challenge-based learning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to be here today to talk about conceptual framework of Google Online Learning Tool for Python programming activity on challenge-based learning. For my biography, my name is Chacharin Lertyotpadin. I am a PhD candidate in major of Learning, Innovation and Technology at the Faculty of Industrial Education and Technology, KMUTT, Bangkok, Thailand. Okay, let's start with the introduction. I show the table that explain about future skill, and you can looking to the detail of this table in OECD Future of Education and Skill 2030 report. They conclude that the world will need the computer programming. Consequently, regard inspiring and encouraging students with computer programming should go along with learning and innovation, called the 4C skill, which build the 21st century skill, such as the critical thinking, creative thinking, collaboration skill, and communication skill. Therefore, at the present, the Ministry of Education of Thailand has set the computational science subject in national core curriculum and developing the programming skill and computational thinking skill for Thai students. For the Python language has been determined as a basic computer programming language, which every student in secondary level could be coding program. For this reason, every secondary school in Thailand needs to put the Python computer programming in learning activity of each school. In the educational technology science, we have a framework that can use to design the instructional. It's called TPACK framework. In the framework have three main part of element. For the first, content, it means what is detail that you will teach. And element 2, pedagogy, it means the process how to teach. And element 3, technology, it means what is technology tool that you can use. So now, I have talking about a Python coding and computational thinking is important content to teach now, but we still don't have the approach to move it to students, especially in COVID-19 pandemic. Every school changed the way from traditional classroom teaching to online learning platform. From the study that I researched about online learning platform, what's famous to use in Thailand is Google Classroom. Most teachers in Thailand can access to the Google Online Learning Tool. Consist of Gmail, Google Drive, Google Classroom, Google Doc, Google Sheet, Google Slide, Google Site, Google Meet, also Google Jamboard. And for the coding or computer programming subject, we can access to draw.io for the flowchart writing and can use free online IDE that called Google Colab to use as a coding learning tools. Now we have two elements combined, but we still missing one more element to put in the TPACK framework about pedagogy. When we looking for the main contents again, we can refer to computational thinking of project-based learning and problem-based learning, but it's so old learning approach. Since the year of 2011, the Apple Education have a new learning approach that's based on project-based learning and problem-based learning. It have a new name that's called challenge-based learning, which come from combination of teamwork, self-learning, and critical thinking for real solution. Challenge-based learning is a child-centered strategy originated in Apple Education project to get an up-to-date. Students should be got the active learning program, improve ability of understanding each subject, and enhance creative problem-solving skill. Many research has mentioned the utility of challenge-based learning that will extend interaction among student and student or student and instructor. So student will work as a teamwork and improve many soft skills, and they can integrate all knowledge for specific solution. When we focus to challenge-based learning model, we can see three main states consist of state 1, engage. Students are required to work in group to identify topic or challenge and also draw from a global issue that are relevant to the community. Stage 2, investigate. Students analyze the challenge, brainstorm a series of information from any three stages. The student can get the core of 21st century skill. So now we have full three elements to combine for make a good online learning activity. Next, two main findings of this topic is conceptual framework of Google online learning tools for Python programming activity on challenge-based learning. We start with engage state. Student team access Google Classroom to get specific problem with a clip video via the YouTube link. After that, student will exchange idea from the problem to find the main point or the project objective and define their assigned project by using material section tools in Classroom. And they will use Google Meet, Google Jamboard, or Dow.io. Then students will send team project flowchart to Google Classroom system and get the presentation appointment via Google Calendar. Instructor and student will use Google Meet, Google Jamboard, or Draw.io to finish the stage with the scope of challenge as much as possible in time limit. For the stage 2, after getting the challenge project objective, students will be brought to investigate stage. They will synthesize a project plan by using Google Meet, Google Jamboard, and Draw.io to categorize and order all learning content, tasks, and necessary resources to finish the project, and send their plan to Google Classroom when the appointment date. Instructor and student will edit and improve the plan via Google Meet, Google Jamboard, and Draw.io. For last stage is called X stage. The X stage happens after plan improving. Students will study, follow through their plan, and start a program coding. Students will get a Python program coding for instruction from material section in classroom and use the Google Colab and Google Meet for the coding and brainstorming. When they finish the step or time up, students will create website to present learning results via Google Sites. That will show the project information in text with Google Docs, in table with Google Sheet, or in presentation slide with Google Slide, and presentation video with the YouTube link. When the appointment date, instructor and student will access and determine learning point together via Google Meet, Google Jamboard, and Draw.io. For the assessment of conceptual framework design, we propose the framework to 7 experts who hold a doctoral degree and work as instructor at the university and also have at least 10 years relevant educational technology for 4 people, and in computer engineering 3 people, who would consider and evaluate the suitability of the conceptual framework. We analyze the result by using the mean and standard deviation with 5-point Likert scale for determine the weight of assessing the appropriateness of the conceptual framework. As you see the summary in the table, suitability of this study is strongly agreed. To sum up for the main conclusion, suitability of this study is strongly agreed. It will be caused by TPACK framework principle was appropriate for the online learning activity design. And conclusion 2, Google application can support online collaborative learning, especially Google Meet and Jamboard, which are good brainstorming and idea sharing. And last conclusion, I can say the Google Colab is appropriate in online collaborative coding. Well, thank you for all listening. It was a pleasure being here today.
Thank you so much for your video presentation. Are there any questions, guys? I think he's available for questions. I'm seeing him on the participants. No questions. All right. Miss, I'll be calling again, Guzen.
Okay, just
there you go.
Okay, sorry. Just
No
I'm
problem.
computer broken, so I used my phone. So this is my PPT. Oh, sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Guo Zan. I come from China. So my article title is Analysis of Employee Turnover in Chinese State-owned Enterprise. My name is Guo Zhan. I come from City University in Malaysia. My presentation outline has 7 parts. Part 1, abstract. So as one of the most important economic entities, state-owned enterprise have their particularly during the period of China economic transformation. However, due to the backward rewards and benefits system insufficient attention to employee learning and development, unbalanced work and life, poor organizational culture, management aids factors have affected the turnover of state-owned enterprise employee. So part 1, introduction and research scope. Employee turnover is one of the hot issue in the field of global human resource management. A large number of studies have proved that the health turnover rate has a lot of adverse effects on the national economic, the future development of enterprise, talents, rewards, and so on. This article studies the composition of various factors that affect employees' turnover in Chinese state-owned enterprise and proposes corresponding countermeasures on the basis. This research investigates the influence of rewards and benefits, learning and development, work-life balance, and organization culture on employees' turnover in state-owned enterprise in Heilongjiang, Jilin, Liaoning provinces, China. The moderate variable for this study is age, which will be determined by intergenerational relationships. Research objectives and contribution. The general research objectives of this research study is to investigate the employee turnover in state-owned enterprise in Heilongjiang, Jilin, Liaoning provinces, China. Through the analysis of rewards and benefits, learning and development, work-life balance, organization culture, and age, enterprises can clearly understand the important and negative effects of human resource management practices in the workplace. This is my part 4, literature rewards. Variable include this. The following is the definition of its variable or employee turnover, rewards and benefits, learning and development, and work-life balance, organizational culture, age. The part 5, conceptual framework. This means rewards and benefits, work-life balance, learning and development, organizational culture as independent variables. Age as moderate variable. Employee turnover as dependent variables. With part 6, research methodology. In articles, I use the curve price series model, Mobley model, SPSS, and almost used data analysis. This is my last part 7 summary. This article theoretically clarifies the variables that affect employee turnover and also provides certain evidence supports for the employee turnover contingency theory. This research has enlightening significance for state-owned enterprise to reduce employees turnover, adjust enterprise and employees conflicts, and maintain employees interest. It's a reference for business management and research scholars. Well, thank you for watching. Thanks for watching.
Thank you so much for that video presentation. Are there any questions? All right, and we will now go ahead to what we've all waiting for, our lunch break. So guys, you can just go on mute and turn off your video, and we'll be back exactly 30 minutes. See ya. Everyone, we'll start in 5. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome all participants. We'll proceed now with our technical session 4. So we'll go ahead and welcome our session chairs. Renato Arminia Basañez, Dean and Associate Professor for College of Teacher Education, University of Antique, Sibalom, Philippines. Our next session chair is Dr. Sashmita Pahad Singh, Associate Professor, School of Electronics Engineering, KIIT, deemed to be University, India. And our next session chair, Dr. Muhammad Muqtada Ali Khan, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. And let us welcome Dr. Muhammad Muqtada Ali Khan for a short speech.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. I am audible. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are.
Okay, just very quick, just few minutes. Okay, good afternoon and assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to session 4 in this 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. I would like to thanks to Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, and also thanks to the coordinator of this conference, Mr. Madawan, for giving me this opportunity to share the session. One of the motive of this conference is to spur unique discoveries in terms of countering conventional challenges faced in everyday engineering activities and technologies. So today we are in dangerous pollution levels around us, locally, internationally. Our environment is getting degradation in various type of pollution. Now, more than there is an urgent need for professionals from all the sectors of engineering and science to come together and work together to find a sustainable solution. So in this session, I saw how different papers which represent different type of researches. So I hope at the end of this session, we will come up with some ideas and we take note for our future purpose. So in this session, total as per the schedule, as per the list, 18 presentation, and each presenter has 10 minutes. So I request to all presenter, please finish your presentation within 8 minutes. Maybe the last 2 minutes we can keep for Q&A session. If any question from anyone can ask, can unmute your microphone and can ask. So now I again thanks to the conference organizer for organizing a nice conference for multidisciplinary subjects. So I back to the my session to the MC to carry on the session. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for that short speech and also for the reminder. Yeah, all right. Let's now proceed to our technical session 4. So here's a video presentation from Azuka Ishak about students' soft skills level through involvement in club activities.
Everyone, today I will present on my paper. The topic is about student soft skills level through involvement in club activities. So this is my biography. I am Azura Isha. I am IT instructor since 2004 at Faculty of Information Technology and Science, FTSM, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Okay, my team member is Siti Fazila. She's senior lecturer from same faculty and university. And this is my other team member, Amira Ismail and Zurina Muda, also senior lecturer from same faculty and university. Okay, the topic is about to identify the levels of soft skills, which is I want to compare the differences in the levels of soft skills before and after they are acquired by students during club activities in higher education institution. It is in my university. Okay, the method is to use the soft skills instrument by Malaysian Institution of Higher Learning, okay, as the primary data collection method. Okay, which is the sample of these studies consists of 57 members of the Interactive Multimedia Club. The short form is IMAC, which is from my faculty, right? And the association conducted UKM 2020 computer camp activities through the workshop or the program animation and graphic design. Actually, it is use analysis, descriptive and inferential statistical analysis. Okay, using paired t-tests. Okay, so we want to know what is it the difference or to compare. Okay, before and after students handle or organize this program or activities. Okay, we want to know is it any difference. Okay, of the soft skills, okay, before and after they conducting the activities. And the result shows an increase in student soft skills, yeah, after conducting the activity, which is the name of activity is UKM Computer Camp 2020. And it's the implication of this study show the students' involvement in conducting club activities and their improvement in soft skills which are in line with the needs of employers that demand marketable employees. Okay, as I said just now, the students that involve or organize the activities, it is from Interactive Multimedia Club, okay, we call it as a IMAC, Okay, this is IMAC is a short form of Interactive Multimedia Club, and the students actually it is from program computing. Okay, from my faculty. Okay, they need to conduct any activities. Okay, in the club itself. And actually, the purpose of the club itself is to make sure students can enhance or to increase their soft skills on communication skills, okay, teamwork, entrepreneurship, leadership, moral professional ethics, continuous learning and information management, and also critical thinking and problem solving. This is the generic skills, okay, 7 generic skills that not listed by our Ministry of Higher Education, and it can be impact the high job marketability after they graduated. Okay. Alright, this is the program that we did annually. Right, we call it as in Bahasa Camp Komputeran UKM or Computing Camp. Okay, by our university UKM. My club organize, okay, workshop graphic and also workshop for animation. But then for after pandemic, so we did it in using online platform. Okay, so you can see that my students handle this workshop. Okay, graphic. Okay, and this is for animation workshop program. Okay, the program actually held on last December for graphic, 30 December. Okay, from 9 to 5 p.m. Okay, for animation, the next day, 31 December, on 9 to 5 p.m. Okay, you can see here, which is students have to discuss with the committee members and advisors. They have to contact participants. All right, this is for soft skill communication. Okay, and they have to plan the activity, they have to solve any technical problem, they have to be a decision maker. Okay, this is for to increase their thinking skills and problem solving. And of course, once they organize the activity or the program, okay, they have to work together with committee members. Okay, this is for teamwork. And they have to involve in training for trainers, TOT, okay, to gain new knowledge, okay, before they become a facilitator, okay, to teach participants, which is from school students. And they have to manage and updating information to participants. All these tasks is to increase their skills of lifelong learning and information management. And of course, okay, during the program or the workshop, they have to be a facilitator, which is they have to exist any personal coaching with the participants itself. Okay, this is for soft skill leadership. Okay. And the objective of this research actually to identify the level of each soft skills before and after students' involvement, okay, in conducting these activities, and also to identify the level of differences, okay, for each soft skills before and after students' involvement in these activities. Alright, as I mentioned just now, okay, in abstract, okay, it consists 57 samples, which is members from Interactive Multimedia Club, which is all this is my students, and they have to organize or conduct a big event, which is we call as a UKM 2020 Computer Camp activities. Okay. And my club conducts 2 workshops, okay, which is the first workshop is graphic and the second one is animation. Design 1 group pre and post test, and intervention of to make sure that whether their soft skill, my students' soft skills, is increasing or not. Okay, is the program itself. Okay, which we call as a computing camp UKM, or in bahasa camp komputeran UKM. They have to conduct this, and before conducting this, of course, there are so many plans. Okay, there are so many tasks to do. Okay, to make sure that all of the implementation of the soft skill will be implement during their organize this program. So before the program, so we will give the questionnaire or the instrument soft skills, okay, from the Ministry of Higher Education, and after the program, okay, we will give also the same questionnaire, okay, to compare whether the soft skills of the students is increasing or not. Okay, and the construct of the questionnaire, or we call it an instrument, it consists 30 items, which it consists 7 constructs of soft skill: communication, critical thinking, teamwork, lifelong learning, entrepreneurship, professional ethics and morals, and the last one is leadership. Okay, so the result shows that yeah, the soft skill is increased, right? If you look at here, before all of the soft skills is moderate levels, and after all the soft skills is high levels, which is we can say that, okay, after involvement of the program of computing camp or UKM, okay, the soft skill of the student is increased. Okay, you can see that, okay, the difference. Okay, before is moderate, but then after is high for each soft skills. Shows that it is significantly increased soft skill students. Okay, in club activities. Okay, yeah, I can say that students become more proactive, more confident, okay, more competitive, and it can affect high job marketability after they graduate, okay, from our university. Okay, so this research actually it's connected with the community grants, which the code is TT 2020-019. I would like to thank to these grants for sponsors of our research study. And I think that's all for today. So yeah, thank you so much for hearing my presentation. Bye bye.
Thank you so much for sending us your video presentation. Is she available for questions? Yes. Are there any questions?
Okay. May I ask one question?
Mrs. Sura? There.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Azura. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Azura, for your presentation. You opened my eyes how we can assess the skills actually. I am from UMK actually. We also have so many activities. We have many clubs and we have also many activities, but maybe we not think much after the activities, what are the skills developing in our students. Okay, thank you, Dr. Azura. Dr. Azura, just I want to know what are the participants? Is it from the same background or different background?
Different background. Participants is from actually from community school students, and also for general, I mean adults also join our programs. Yeah.
So meaning the training is more general information, not very specific, only for computers.
Yeah. Yeah, the knowledge, the skills that we delivered, it is more on multimedia based, which is animation and graphic. So we delivered yeah, computing skills and also knowledge to them.
Okay. So Dr. Azura, after pre and post, you analyze using some statistical methods?
Yeah, statistical method, which is
Statistical
based
method.
on the objective. First is the basic one is descriptive, just knowing to know what is it the mean and also the percentage itself. But then for the inferential statistic, I use pre and post because I want to compare whether the soft skills is increased or not. So pre and post the test.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Azura, for
Yeah,
all the
welcome.
information, for sharing your research. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Sura. Now, another video presentation from Dr. Noor Ada Abhamid about Sustainable Retirement Village, a segment of existing legal provisions in Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today I would like to present on the Sustainable Retirement Village, a segment of existing legal provisions in Malaysia. I'm Associate Prof. Dr. Nur Ada Abdul Hamid, together with Sharifah Hana Abdul Rahman, Nurzufa Abdul Salam, Muhammad Farouk Makno, Mashita Nabis Han from College Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Selangor, presenting in the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education 2021. The contents of discussion: abstract, introduction, issues, objective, methodology, and literature reviews, analysis and discussion, and also the conclusion. Is on the abstract. The aging population remains a global phenomenon in this new millennium and is poised to become a major issue in developing countries. Malaysia is one of the upper middle income countries that is experiencing rapid aging of the population. Most of the time, aging population is associated with abandonment by family and loneliness. And as Malaysia aging population is keep increasing, the needs for an environment for fellowship and social interaction while enjoying the support services and amenities are becoming critical for retirees. In Malaysia, the development of sustainable retirement village is offering a continuum of care concept face regulatory obstacle. At the outset, there are two distinct acts under two separate ministries. The Care Centres Act 1993 under the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, and the Private Healthcare Facilities and Services Act 1998 under the Ministry of Health. According to the United Nations forecast, Malaysia will achieve the status of old country by 2030 when population is 60 years old and above reach 15% of the total population. The United Nations stipulate that individuals 60 years of age and older are categorized. Among the factors that contribute towards the old country is the decrease in fertility rate and longer life expectancy, with the average age for women is 77 years and men are 72 years. Objective, methodology and literature reviews. In the study of Sustainable Retirement Village, segment of existing legal provisions in Malaysia aims to investigate three distinct acts under two separate ministries, as mentioned earlier, and the methodology, we use a qualitative approach by using the library method and documentation of the statutes to analyze the effectiveness of existing laws on the implementation of the sustainable development of retirement village, as it could be part of good option for the elderly in Malaysia. Literature reviews. The definition and concept of retirement village, according to Muhammad Nakiuddin and others, 2016 defined retirement village as a brand of urban development equipped with facilities specifically for the elderly. Zinjia Lin and others 2019 sees retirement village as a retirement home for the placement of senior citizens according to the guidelines that have been set taking account economic factors and environmental sustainability. In fact, this retirement village is also defined as a retirement in accordance with the culture and customs of the elderly in Malaysia, namely retiring together with traditional activities close to the flora and fauna and always from the hustle and bustle of the city. Nashazura Matsuki 2021, apart from Ministry of Housing and Local Government through its subsidiary Prima, is planning the construction of a retirement village model by meeting the basic elements needed by senior citizens to provide a harmonious environment with adequate health facilities for senior citizens. And Prima is an affordable housing project established under the Prima Act 2012, aims to plan, develop, construct, and maintain high-quality housing for middle-income households in key urban areas. According to Chen Seng-Kok and Joseph Chong 2018, finds that the real retirement village consists of a group of private residential units built specifically for the elderly. However, a study by Azlina Muhammad Yassin et al. 2018 found that there are still many senior citizens who do not know about the existence of retirement homes or retirement villages in Malaysia. For this provision, a resident in the care center has been defined as a person who has been received for care as a resident at the residential care center. This act intended to create a provision for the registration of inspectors and enforcement on care centers for matters related to it to ensure the welfare, well-being, and safety of residents is given priority. Perfect care and protection, especially in terms of nutrition, accommodation, healthcare, and daily activities while in the care center. And 6. Replacing the hospitals, private clinics, private homes, and for matters connected therewith. In addition, the other types of private healthcare facilities, including hospital, hemodialysis centers, and so on, need to have approval set up and license about the zoning, which is to ensure the relevant requirements are taken into account. Second is on the infrastructure, and the third one is on the process, which involve the policy, procedures, and the establishment of medical and dental advisory committee, compliance with welfare and social needs, and the handling of complaints and enforcement activities. Aged care institutions throughout the state and set minimum standards for senior center facilities and services for senior citizens, as most of the senior care services and care centers are not registered with any license, so that these care centers are operated at a quality level, including ensuring that appropriate standards of care are implemented or staff are trained and competent, in addition to conducting more monitoring and enforcement comprehensive. The analysis of legal provision. The Senior Citizen Care Center is still under the supervision of the Social Welfare Department until Act 802 is enforced, while private nursing homes are regulated by the Ministry of Health under the Private Healthcare Facilities and Services Act 1998. Is the 1993 are deemed to be licensed under Act 802 for up to 5 years for the effective date of this Act. The housing market gap and development projects such as in Monkiara Sofia Ara Greens by providing medical, nursing, and healthcare services show a need for retirement village marketing even to the elderly who will be weak and bedridden. And in Malaysia, the development of retirement village offers the concept of complete but limited care package due to the existing laws. In this regard, the Private Elderly Healthcare Facilities and Services Act 2018 has been enacted, but it is not yet enforced under the Ministry of Health. In addition, there must be a clear guide and legal framework in facilitating the development of a sustainable and continuous ecosystem to housing developers who are interested and committed in realizing the development of retirement village. A reverse mortgage system, a third-party charge, can be implemented if the bank does not allow financing due to the limitations in the ownership rights and age of the buyer. There is a need in the management of life arrangement if this bond model is adapted as in Australia and also other developed countries to make it easier for the retirement village operators to control exit and entry rules, as well as to provide facilities and services in a more organized manner. Although the Private Aged Healthcare Facilities and Services Act 2018 has come into force, it still does not provide a framework like this, and the administrative legislation such as from Australia and New Zealand can be used as a reference in the implementation of this framework. As for the investor perspective, Retirement Village provides lower annual returns and longer repayment periods due to ongoing operating and maintaining costs in providing services and facilities throughout the life of senior citizens. Therefore, the government needs to enact a simple and predictable law to convince the investor. And the next challenge.
I'm looking if she's available for questions. All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome another video presentation from Israel Barutia Barreto to present about conservative correlation study of the impact and adaptation of virtual education among university students.
Good morning, everyone. Today, during the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education, I have the pleasure to present my research called Correlational Study of the Impact and Adaptation of Virtual Education Among University. The person speaking is Dr. Israel Barrutia Barreto, General Manager of the Innova Scientific Research Center in Peru, Doctor of Administration, PhD candidate in Strategic Administration Centrum PUCP, PhD candidate in Education, Benito Juárez University, Mexico, Master in Business Administration and Management, Master in Public Management, Master of Education, 25 years of professional experience in public and private entities, and author of research books and scientific articles. The objective of the present study aims to establish the existing relationship between the implementation of virtual education and the adaptive process of students from two universities, a public one and a private one. The current global health situation has led to a shift in customs, ways of living and learning in the world. Clearly, this unprecedented fact demanded a change at all levels, which highlighted social, cultural, and economic inequalities, therefore access to computer tools. Given this, the education sector has had to transform the face-to-face educational orientation towards a virtual one and transfigure the teaching methodology. The research design was non-experimental, quantitative, correlational, and descriptive. The methods used were a survey and a quiz, prepared with Google Forms, which were used as the instruments. The population was made up of students from the La Molina National Agrarian University and the San Ignacio de Loyola University. The sample was 104 students divided proportionally between these two universities. The survey comprised demographic information and 13 polarized yes or no response questions, which are shown in Table 1. Each survey was sent in a virtual format and taking into account the measures taken by the pandemic, using different measures such as email, student groups, and social networks, and the institutional platform of each university. This study was conducted from October 7th of 2020 to February 7th of 2021. Here's the Table 1 with the questions to measure the level of adoption to virtual learning in university students. Data analysis and processing. Once all the necessary information had been collected, the responses were coded as follows: no equals 1 and yes equals 2. in order to be able to carry the corresponding statistical tests. The degree of association between each pair of questions of the 13 made to the students was determined using a Spearman correlation matrix. The Spearman correlation coefficient was used because the responses were dichotomous, which made it impossible for them to meet the assumptions of normality. For this, the hypothesis used was the following. If the correlation coefficient was 0, there were no statistically insignificant correlations between the two variables. And if it was different from 0, the correlation was statistically significant between the two variables. Results. Table 2 shows the 78 values of the Spearman correlation coefficient resulting from the pair comparison of the responses provided by the students of the private university. It can be seen that only 8 values of the Spearman coefficient, almost 10% of the total, represent statistically significant correlations, which means the values further away from 0. Of these, 4 pairs of questions have positive correlations, while the remaining 4 pairs of questions have negative correlations. Here's Table 2 with the level of association between each pair of variables, based on the responses of the private university students. Values in bold represent statistically significant correlations, which means that the coefficient was below 0.05. On the other hand, regarding the responses of the public university students, Table 3 also shows the 78 Spearman correlation coefficients resulting from the comparison of each pair of questions answered by the students. In this case, it can be observed that 12 values, 15% of the total, of the Spearman coefficient, only those values farther away from 0 have been considered, have statistically significant bilateral correlations, which means that the coefficient was below 0.05. Of the total of these correlations, it is observed that only 5 pairs of questions have a positive correlation, while 7 pairs of questions have negative correlations. In Table 3, we can see the level of association between each pair of variables based on the responses of the public university students. Values in bold represent statistically significant correlations at the 0.05 level. Conclusions. The emergence of a virtual educational methodology as a new way of learning in the current health situation has led to a change in paradigms, both in students and teachers, with a view to improving educational quality. A greater number of statistically significant correlations were detected in the answers provided by the students of the public university. This suggests that, in the case of a public university, there are many more variables that must be analyzed together to have a more accurate picture about the quality of education perceived by students. The responses of the students from the private university had a higher number of significant correlations with the questions related to the quality of the received educational material and the difficulty represented by coordinating with their peers to carry out teamwork. In both public and private universities, a greater number of significant correlations were related to the difficulty represented by the coordination between students to develop teamwork. This suggests that communication between students suffered a disruptive effect during the development of virtual classes. For students from both types of universities, the feeling of not receiving adequate training for their professional development was exacerbated by communication difficulties between students and the high demands of educational centers regarding the use of information technologies. Finally, it is recommended to carry out more research both for students from public and private institutions in order to obtain a greater number of data and thus keep the information of this topic updated. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Let me check if he's available for.
May I ask one question?
He's not available for questions. He only sent a video presentation. I apologize, Doctor. All right. Let me go ahead and proceed to the next presenter. Welcome, Edgar Octoyode, to present work motivation in mediating emotional intelligence to improve employees' job performance of state-owned enterprise in port and maritime management.
Hello.
Yep, I can hear you now. You can go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. Okay, you guys can see my screen?
Yep, we can now see it. Proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going very fast because the time. Okay, thank you for the time. I will present our paper with title Work Motivation in Mediating Emotional Intelligence to Improve Employees' Job Performance of State-Owned Enterprises in Port and Maritime Management located in Medan City in Indonesia. Okay, this is the biography of the authors. Me, Edgar Oksida, as the author and presenter. I'm a PhD student at Business Administration Department in Choyang University of Technology in Taiwan, and I was graduated from a master's degree from University of HKBP Nomensen, Sumatra, Indonesia, in Magister of Management, and I graduated from my bachelor degree from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, Malaysia. And the other author is Antri Silalahi, as a PhD student at Choyang University of Technology, Taiwan, and the last author is Dr. Pantas Silaban, as an associate professor at University of HKBP Nomensen, Indonesia, and a director of graduate school at University of HKBP Nomensen, Indonesia. Okay. Okay, for the abstract, the study tested the correlation between the emotional intelligence on job performance and mediated by work motivation of the employee of state-owned enterprises in import and maritime management at Medan City. 60 respondents of state-owned enterprises in port maritime and management was selected according to the number of the enterprise. Structural equation modeling was conducted to analyze the data obtain both direct and indirect relationship between emotional intelligence and job performance. And the result shows that the emotional intelligence significantly and positively affect on the employee's work motivation, where emotional intelligence also significantly and positively affect the employee's job performance. And however, the study showed that emotional intelligence would directly influence the employee's job performance without mediating by the employee's work performance. Introduction. Human resources are an essential asset in an organization because it's control the company by maintaining and develop the company is facing the various demands of the times. Therefore, human resources must be considered, maintained, and developed. An organization is said to be successful because of it's affected by the performance of the employees. An organization will strive to improve the employees' performance so that the company goals can be achieved. And the employees' performance is related to the responsibility, sincerity, self-awareness, and professionalism to serve the organization. And all those aspects are related to the emotional intelligence of the employees' job performance. A high emotional intelligence will strive to solve encountered problems and increasing the employees' performance. And methodology. This research conducted a structural equation modeling to test the research model and research hypothesis using the SMART PLS on analyzing the research data, and this research using the 5 Likert scale, that is strongly disagree, neutral, agree, and strongly agree. Hypothesis. There are 4 hypotheses in this research. The first one is hypothesis 1, or we can call it H1, is emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence positively and significantly affecting on the employee's work motivation. H2 as a hypothesis 2, emotional intelligence positively and significantly affecting on the employee's job performance. H3 or hypothesis 3, employee's work motivation positively and significantly affecting on the employee's job performance. H4, emotional intelligence positively and significantly affecting the employee's job performance through employee's work motivation, and this is the conceptual framework of this research. Okay, for the result of the measurement models, as we can see here, the internal consistency shows whether the items in the study are reliable and verified through composite reliability. And composite reliability value much more excellent than 0.7. The study resulted that all constructs reached the composite reliability value. Emotional intelligence the CR value of composite reliability value is 0.8 work motivation 0.8827 and job performance is 0.774 as shown in the table. And according to the expert suggestion to measure the satisfactory conversion validity, the value of construct must show that the average variance extracted or AVE must achieve 0.5. And the study resulted that from the AVE or average variance extracted of emotional intelligence is 0.668, work motivation is 0.705, and the performance is 0.651. Thus, the convergent validity was supported. And the respondents of this research is mostly covered by the female, while the age of the respondents is mostly above 30, and the educational level of the respondents mostly is in a degree level. And as we can see here, the hypothesis result, for direct effect among variables was performed in this table. The result shows that emotional intelligence has a positive and significant impact on work motivation, indicating that the better employees' intelligence, the higher work motivation of employees, and it is supporting the hypothesis one. Emotional intelligence positively and significantly influence the job performance. Thus, this result supporting the hypothesis 2, and work motivation has a positive but insignificant on job performance. Meanwhile, for the intelligence, indirect effect, the result shows that work motivation as a mediation variable of emotional intelligence on job performance, which is below than 1.96, and the significant value is greater than 0.05. It indicates that work motivation is not mediation variable for the effect of emotional intelligence on job performance. And for the conclusion of this research is the increasing employee performance caused by the high level of the employee's emotional intelligence support the employee's job performance. Employees with positive emotion tend to maintain their performance. The company is expected to be able to maintain and improve the employee's emotional intelligence. And to maintain and to improve the employee's emotional intelligence, the company can provide self-development training, material and immaterial support, and motivation. The company is expected to create a conducive atmosphere in the work environment. Besides the employees themselves, the organizations also has an essential role in motivating the employees to increase their performance. This study shows that the employees are not motivated to improve their performance. This study also improves the employees' performance. Emotional intelligence is more effective when it's directly associated with employees' performance than through work motivation. And the practical implication, in practice, the study send a message to the management that of enterprises in Medan City engage in port and maritime management to increase employees' performance. Motivation is an essential factor that increasing the employees of the performance of the employees, and more specifically, the increase of motivation will increase the employees' performance. And the recent study allows enterprises to comprehend the association between emotional intelligence and work motivation to improve employees' job performance. Thank you and 谢谢.
Very much welcome. Thank you so much for that presentation. And are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Edgar. Just I want to know this study, the case study, from which country? Where are the employments?
From Indonesia, sir.
From Indonesia. All.
Yeah.
So you consider, so you take all Indonesia or just a certain part of Indonesia?
Some part in Indonesia, located in Medan City, in one of the biggest country in Indonesia. One of the biggest city in Indonesia.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Thank you so much. Next, we will have another video presentation. from Emily Ann Marrero, presenting mathematics competency of graduating engineering students of Mountain Province State Polytechnic College.
Good day, everyone. I am here to present to you our research on mathematics competency of graduating engineering students of the Mountain Province State Polytechnic College. I am Emily Ann B. Marrero, the lead author, and with me is Engineer Rose B. Amoy. Presented to you on screen is my biography. So I am a graduate of BS Industrial Engineering, Diploma in Higher Education Management, Master in Business Administration, and Doctor in Business Administration. I am currently the Vice President for Academic Affairs, and I also was a faculty trustee of the MPSPC Board of Trustees. I had also been an engineering chairperson of our department, and I had been an engineering faculty member since 1992. For the abstract of our research, we have here the background, which is the mathematics as an integral part of the engineering curriculum and licensure examination in the Philippines. Licensure examination is the ultimate yardstick of the engineering prowess of a graduate. The Mountain Province State Polytechnic College has been offering engineering courses since 1992. So we offer civil engineering, electrical engineering, and geodetic engineering. Licensure examinees revealed that they perform poorly in mathematics during exams. And there are no researches yet to assess the competencies of graduating engineering students in MPSPC. For the abstract of our research, our study is anchored on the viewpoint that engineering instructors have a responsibility to develop in students not only the capability to graduate and the knack to pass the board exam, but more importantly, the competencies that graduates will need to become proficient engineers, efficient problem solvers, and effective decision makers. The objectives of this study are: 1. Assess the level of competence of graduating electrical, civil, and geodetic engineering students of the Mountain Province State Polytechnic College along the 6 subject areas: trigonometry, algebra, analytic geometry, solid geometry, calculus, and probability and statistics. Another objective is to assess the level of competence of students along the 3 groups of learning outcomes. So one is knowledge, another is problem analysis, and application to real-world situations. The method of this research is to give graduating engineering students a 60-item multiple choice achievement test. And the validated and piloted test was based on past licensure examinations. So for the first step, graduating civil engineering, electrical engineering, and geodetic engineering students take the exam. The next step would be for us to check papers and summarize data. And then the last step is for us researchers to analyze the data gathered. We made use of the weighted mean to determine the competence level of our students. And we use the chi-square test at 0.05 level of significance for us to know if there is a significant difference in the competence level of our graduating engineering students. For the distribution of test items in mathematics, we have there the subject area of 6. Now we have 6 here: trigonometry, algebra, analytic geometry, solid geometry, calculus, probability, and statistics. And also, the 60 items was divided into 3 groups. No, the first group is knowledge, the second group is analysis, and the third group is application. So you have there the total number of questions for each subject matter. For trigonometry, we have 11, algebra 14, analytic geometry 7, solid geometry 7, calculus 16, and probability and statistics 5. So the distribution of the questions was also based on the result of the board exams, the past board exams. And also the placement there that you see on screen was the placement in the questionnaire that were given to students. For the interpretation of the scores in all the 6 subject areas, it would depend on the number of questions. Now for trigonometry, on your screen, we have 11 questions for trigonometry. And if a student gets 10 to 11, the qualitative description is outstanding and the weight is 5. If a student gets between 8 to 9, it is very satisfactory and the weight is 4. If a student gets 6 to 7 score, satisfactory, and the weight is 3. For 4 to 5 score, unsatisfactory, and the weight is 2. And for 0 to 3 points, the qualitative description is poor and the weight is 1. So that's how we interpret the scores or the data we gathered from the result of the test of the students. The picture shows the students taking the exam under the trees. So the proctors watch the students taking the exams from the 2nd floor of the engineering building. And to determine the stock knowledge on math of the students, there was no prior information of the exam and they were not given chance to review their lessons. Competence of the students in mathematics is unsatisfactory. There is satisfactory competence level in probability and statistics. There is unsatisfactory competence level in both algebra and trigonometry, and there is poor competence level in calculus, solid geometry, and analytic geometry. The mathematics competency of engineering students on this table shows that overall the students are performing unsatisfactorily on all the subject areas because they got a weighted mean of 2.0. The summary of competence level of students per subject area shows that they are performing unsatisfactorily on trigonometry, on algebra. They performed poorly in analytic geometry and solid geometry and calculus, but they performed satisfactorily in probability and statistics. There is a significant difference in the level of competence of students in the different subject areas. The competence level along knowledge is poor. The competence level along analysis is unsatisfactory. And the competence level along application is poor. For the conclusion, the students lack the necessary mastery of the content in mathematics, which would warrant better chance of passing the board exam and solve work-related problems. The subjects offered in high school and reinforced in college show retention on the students. This result validates the Thorndike's law of exercise, which provides that the more often students review their classes or their subjects, the more the content of these topics are retained in their minds. The students performed satisfactorily in probability and statistics because it is offered on the third year of the engineering course. This corroborates the Thorndike's law of recency, which states that things most recently learned are best remembered. Before I end, may I read to you this funny quote. Mathematics may not teach us how to add love or minus hate, but it gives us every reason to hope that every problem has a solution. Thank you and good day.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions, everyone?
No, ma'am.
All right. Next, we'll proceed with our next presenter, Nito, to present Gulf countries no longer the dreamland for Indian migrants. Nito? All right, I'll just come back later. Next, let's proceed with a video presentation from Muhammad Tawfiq MD Sharif about adaptation of authentic hadith requirements as a method of determining the authenticity of Islamic information communication.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And hi everyone. Welcome to 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. Today, I would like to share our new research entitled Adaptation of Authentic Hadith Requirement as a Method of Determining the Authenticity of Islamic Information Communication. This is a little introduction about myself. My name is Muhammad Tawfiq bin Mat Sharif. I am a lecturer at Academy of Contemporary Islamic Studies, UiTM, Cawangan, Melaka. I am also a PhD candidate for Contemporary Islamic Studies focusing on Islamic communication. About the abstract of the paper, Hadith is a record of tradition or saying of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. To ensure that a hadith is protected from distortion and falsification, muhaddithin, which is a hadith scholar, outlined criteria of authentic hadith, which are continuous of change of narration, the impartiality of the narrators, excellence of the narrator's memory, and there is no doubt on the sanad, which is no doubt on the change of narrators, and no doubt of the matan, which is text of hadith itself. Therefore, the study found that these criteria can be adapted as determinants of the authenticity of Islamic information. The requirement of authentic hadith consists of 5 elements. The first one is continuous sanad, meaning a student receives hadith from his teacher directly without intermediaries. A teacher heard from his teacher, and so and so. The process keep repeating until it's come from the mouth of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, itself. The second one is impartiality of the narrators, or we call it adalah in Arabic, meaning a person who conveyed the hadith must be verified as a reliable by the public. At the same time, an impartial narrator must be Islam. Well, of course, because it involves saying of the Prophet Muhammad. Second one, he or she must baligh, or we call it mature enough, sane, free from elements of fasiq, or it means he or she not committing a huge sin in Islam, and he or she, the narrator itself, must preserving dignity. The third one is the perfect memorization, which means the nature of a narrator who remains vigilant and not careless in his memorization. Next is safe from shaz or contradiction with other narrators who are more credible than him. The last one is safe from illah, or we call it flaws, which an expression that shows the hidden reason that are vague which the hadith being criticized. Therefore, we found that this requirement of authentic hadith can be adapted to an effective communication model such as mentioned follows. The first one, continuous sanad from criteria of authenticity of hadith, we can adapt it into validity of source. The impartial, or we call it adalah in Arabic, we can adapt it into impartially of source. The third one, strong memory, we can adapt it into integrity of source. These three elements is required from for communicator itself. The fourth one and the last one, from requirement of authenticity of hadith, no flaws and no doubts, we can adapt it into authority of message and consensus of the message. So, the authenticity of Islamic communication of information may consist of these criteria. For authenticity of source, a communicator must know the source of the message being delivered, from who they get the message. The partially of the source, the communicator has to be a credible person. For integrity of source, he or she should manage to memorize well, making no mistake when conveying a message as to change the original context. The third one, the authority of the message. The fourth one, the authority of the message. He or she, the message itself, the knowledge or the message itself does not only contain information, but must be free from the elements of ignorance and prejudice. The last but not least, for the consensus of the message, there should be a reference frame element, which means the scope of experience and knowledge can be shared between the source and the recipient without the communication topic. So, it will make a receiver clear what kind of context that the communicator speaks about. Looking at the requirement of authentic hadith agreed upon by the scholars who are equipped with a precise discipline, this paper proves the requirement can be worked on and adapted to be a method of determining the authenticity of Islamic communication information. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions? All right, let's go ahead and call on our next presenter, Salahuddin Suyorno, also a video presentation about correlation between Quranic preaching methods with communicators' credibility among the new media users in Malaysia.
Hi everybody, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. Welcome to First International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. Our topics today is about correlation between Manhaj Rabbani in Da'wah with communicators' credibility among the new media users in Malaysia. My team members, first Muhammad Taufik Muhammad Sharif, me myself, Salahuddin Suyurno, Muhammad Fahmi Abdul Hamid, Muhammad Faiz Muhammad Fazil, Zulkifli Aini, and last but not least, Dr. Abdul Rauf Rizwan. And the presenter today is me myself, Dr. Salahuddin Suyurno. This is my biography, very simple one. You can read through my biography. Let's get the abstract. Communication, which is refer to the Muslim who conveys Islamic message for the benefits to mankind. Every Muslim individual bears the responsibility as an Islamic communicator and needs to equip they themselves with da'wah method, which is known as Manhaj Rabbani, for the communication process to be effective. Manhaj Rabbani encompasses the three basics of preaching outlined in the Quran, namely Al-Hikmah, Maw'izah Al-Hasanah, and Mujadalah Al-Husna. Therefore, this research aims to analyze the Manhaj Rabbani elements and their relationship with communicators' credibility. The result of the study found that all three Manhaj Rabbani elements and communicators' credibility factors have high Cronbach alpha values exceeding more than 0.7, which means the Maw'izah Al-Hasanah element show a higher correlation coefficient value than two more elements. So it is concluded that the Maw'izah Al-Hasanah element was the most significant as compared to other two. As an introduction, an Islamic communicator is a Muslim who conveys the message to the recipient, either individual or community, with regards to the information, knowledge, skills, attitudes, and belief according to the Islamic teaching for the benefit to mankind. Since the communication of da'wah is a significant and noble things, then it must be carried out based on Al-Quran and As-Sunnah before considering other interpretation or opinion. Our research problems, since new media is deemed a more dominant than the traditional media, in fact, social networking has been very popular in today's culture and followed by many, according to Mustafa and Hamzah 2011. Due to the advance of the internet, people have changed their way of communication. Therefore, the complexity of information disseminated through new media can lead confusion and affect the information validity. Hence, the credibility of Islamic communicators should be re-evaluated so that the da'wah outreach activities keep thriving. In our research, talking about Manhaj Rabbani, three elements. Al-Hikmah means putting something important in its place, being just in decision making. Second, Al-Maw'izah Al-Hasanah means expressed as being forthcoming, yet soft and subtle and easy to understand in speech. And last one, about Al-Mujadalah Al-Husna, which is summarized as a good debate, argument, or discussion based on factual evidence and solid interpretation. In completing our research, talking about research methodology, this study focuses on new media users and it is conducted in two phases. One is the construct development, while another is to strictly statistically analyze the relationship between Manhaj Rabbani and the credibility of the communicator using a quantitative approach. A total about 247 Muslims in Malaysia aging between 20 to 30 years were selected as respondents for this study. Research finding and analysis. According to this table, Cronbach alpha values indicate the elements of Manhaj Rabbani and communicators' credibility. Variable 1, Manhaj Rabbani and communicators' credibility show high number of alpha Cronbach values. For example, variable for Manhaj Rabbani more than 0.7 and above, whereby the variable for communicators credibility more than 0.8 somethings, which is very high. Correlation between Manhaj Rabbani and communicators credibility. This research shown that first, Mau'izatul Hasanah and communicators credibility show very strong relationship with the correlation coefficient of R value 0.782. This means that the message that are disseminated in a clear and persuasive manner is a crucial factor in determining the credibility of a communicator. Second, Al-Hikmah and communicators credibility shown that strong relationship between the two variables with correlation coefficient value of R 0.665. These findings support the opinion of Abdullah and Khalid 2009 as well as Sirin 2013 that a communicator who is wise in composing speech, conveying a message politely and gently will establish strong credibility. And lastly, Al-Mujadalah and communicators credibility. Correlation coefficient values of R show that 0.612. Therefore, this finding is consistent with the opinion of Shirin 2013, the opinion of Suyurno 2011, that the credibility of Islamic communicators is also influenced by the ability to keep their emotions and anger during the control or at social page. In conclusion, Mau'izanah Hasanah elements reflects a higher correlation coefficient than the Al-Hikmah and Al-Mujadalah Al-Husna elements. This is because all respondents of this study are members of the public. Indirectly, these findings actually support the opinion of Rashid Reda 1990, Said Hussein 1996, and Nasir 1980. Members of the public are regarded as middle class because they are yet to reach the level of hukama, but they are not in the group who opposed the spread of da'wah. With that, we thank you for the organizer. We thank you for my members of this research group. May Allah bless us all. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. With that, I say thank you.
Thank you so much for sending us your video presentation. My apologies, but we cannot cater any questions. Let's go ahead and proceed with our next presenter. Also a video presentation from Faiz Azizul about Don't Tell Me, Train Me. Employee training as the most significant contributing factor to employee performance in north of Malaysia's tourism industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to present an article giving title Don't Tell Me, Train Me. Employee training as the most significant contributing factor to employee performance in north of Malaysia's tourism industry. Before moving further, I would like to introduce author and co-author for this article. The main author for this paper is Dr. Diana Kamarudin. She is senior lecturer in University Malaysia Pahang, and me myself as a co-author together with Mr. Hazima Zakaria and Ms. Lee Mitan. So we talk about extract of this paper. First, we talk about overview in tourism industry and employment. Tourism contribute 9% of world gross domestic product. Tourism contribute 15.9% for Malaysian GDP itself. Estimated contribution is 240.2 billion ringgit in 2019. Besides that, 255 million people represent the tourism industry globally. Why we do the employee research? through this research, we can ensure the industry resilient, and we can see the industry resilient based on the employee. So employee become essential resource. Employee can keep company competitively ahead. So the study impact of this research is we find the method that can help increase employee performance within the tourism industry. So we do the sampling, the proposed sampling among tourism-based company in Northern Malaysia. We got 140 employees from 20 tourism-based company, and we do the questionnaire distributions. And after we get the sampling, we could do the analysis. We do the we're using the SPSS and also Smart PLS. So this is the factor addressed. Firstly, we talk about training, motivations, and effective communications, and towards the employee performance. And we also mediate this research with the marketing competency. And the result is training and effective communication, most effective contributing factors toward marketing competency to employee performance with a p-value above 0.05. The research outcome: companies should construct innovative and novel way to measure, train, and manage staff performance. Second, the way of communication should be improvised, especially in feedback process among employer and employee. So next we talk about, firstly we talk about research question, hypothesis, framework, and measures. Firstly we talk about research question. Is there a relationship between the employee training, employee motivation, and communication towards marketing competency and performance of an employee in the tourism industry can be analyzed? Second, among the factors of employee training, employee motivation, and communication, which will give the most effective towards marketing competency in the tourism industry? Last but not least, we are doing the research question based on are there marketing competency will give the impact on the employee performance in the tourism industry. Now we talk about the hypothesis. Firstly, marketing competency have positive influence on employee performance. Second, a significant positive relationship can be analyzed between employee training and marketing competency and performance of the employee. The third, there is a significant positive relationship between employee motivation and the marketing competency and the performance of employee. Third, there is a significant positive relationship between effective communication and the employee marketing competency and performance. This is the hypothesis in the study. All the hypotheses you can refer to the article in this journal, because we are doing the hypothesis based on the literature review and the justifications from the previous research. Next, we talk about the framework. Firstly, we are put the training, motivation, and effective communication as determinants, the independent variable, and employee performance as a dependent variable. The training, motivation, effective communication lead to employee performance, and we also do the mediator here using the marketing competency. Okay, next we talk about internal consistency. So internal consistency, we are measure the external consistency to measure the variable, and then we want to measure the inter-item consistency. Show the result of Cronbach alpha, row A, composite ability, and average variance extracted. This table indicate that all measures of reliability where value range from 0.6 or greater are considered acceptable. Result from table indicate that Cronbach alpha coefficient of the measurement and model value range from 0.649 to 0.770. Row A of the model measurement value range from 0.654 to 0.773. And the value range of the composite reliability is from 0.779 to 0.839. Overall, it indicates that the items are acceptable and is consistent. as we know that the average variance expected of the variable are close to 0.5 and is acceptable for the average variance expected to be at 0.5. Next, we talk about discriminant validity. So we are using the Forner and Locker, Forner and Lecker. We use to measure the discriminant validity. Discriminant validity test measure the difference between the measured construct. In other words, it make that construct they are unrelated theoretically are actually unrelated. Forner-Lecker criterion also assess the discriminant validity by comparing the square root of the average variance expected with the correlation of latent construct. Based on this table, in total, the measurement model demonstrate adequate discriminant validity because to the latent construct had a higher indicator compared to the other latent construct. Moreover, the square root of each construct of average variance extracted had a bigger value than the correlation with other latent construct. Okay, so this is it. Next, we talk about the demographic profile for this study. Based on the proposed sampling, like I mentioned before, we get 140 respondents, which is for the gender, we get 57% male and 43% female, and age, the majority is around 26 until 33 years old, 31%. We are the race itself 64% mostly Chinese, and 31% Malay and 50% Indian. And educations, mostly high school level at the 41.4%. And the working experience mostly is 44% from entry level, 31.2% 1 until 5 years experience. And the employment status, 59% is full-time employee. So after we are doing the demography, we also do the PLS structural equation model. So this is it. You can see that let me zoom first. Okay, so this is the result. The training to marketing competency is 4.615 and training to employee performance is 3.148. Okay, and the motivation is 1.909 and to the marketing competency, and motivation to employee performance is 0.34. However, all of this thing will have been simplified through these documents. Here we are doing the summary of hypothesis testing of initial PLS path. Okay, so this is it. As you can see, training employee performance support the hypothesis, and training marketing competency also support, and effective communication to the employee performance also support for this study. So for the post-COVID-19, we have the conclusions. I haven't uploaded this. Okay. For the post-COVID-19, we see that 98%, 2% negative growth at the first quarter 2020, same period 2019 in tourism industry. Throughout the research, we can see that after the post-COVID-19, training and practical communication is the key to maintain employee performance. So it can be improvised after post-COVID-19. And then through training and effective combination, the industry can change the domestic tourist perception post-COVID-19. It is shown that 88.3% of domestic travelers travel in this country after the first movement control order lifted in June 2020, and travelers travel independently and with or without tour guide service. And future training expectation is IT literacy and technology readiness as put COVID-19 in 2020, as 98.9% traveler using online booking site. So I think that is it for me. Thank you very much for listening, and I open for any question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's available for questions. Are there any questions? Right, I think none.
Thank you very much. May I ask one question?
Yep.
Sure. So the company are mostly from which part of the Malaysia? Means which district in northern part of Malaysia? Any specific district, or just you consider all the companies which whatever in the northern part of Malaysia?
Okay, we did this during the Mata Fair in Malaysia. Mata Fair is look like the tourism expo. We collect and also all the tourism industry in one place. So before the COVID-19, we do this research. It's considered few states in northern Malaysia, which is in Perlis, Kedah, Perak, and also Pulau Pinang. So there's all located in Mata Fair. So we distribute this questionnaire there.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, are there any other questions? All right, next, let me call on, it's also a video presentation by Xiaoji Hu about the impact of work stress to job burnout among employee in Malaysian construction company.
Hello everyone, my name is Xiaojie Hu. Today I'd like to present my paper, The Impact of Work Stress to Job Burnout Among Employees in Malaysia Construction Company. I am from Shenyang Ligong University in China. The other authors, which are Dr. Diana Kramadin and Siti Hazlin, they are from University Malaysia Pahang. And also Dr. Yasmin Hassan, she's from City University, Malaysia. There are lots of research show that there is impact of stress on job burnout among employees. So the job burnout can affect employee in both physical and mental health. This eventually could lead to low productivity and low job performance. So the purpose of this study is to examine the relationship between 4 factors, which are the absenteeism, workload, work-life balance, work stress, with job burnout. The sample we used, they are the construction companies from Malaysia. Apart from the reliability and validity test for the instrument we used, we also did a partial least square structural equation modeling for this research. So according to the World Health Organization in 2019, there are about 264 million employees worldwide. They are diagnosed with depression in organizations. So burnout syndrome is one of the major issues among employees in workplace. Burnout, it is psychological syndrome in response to stress on the job. So according to the Maslach burnout inventory, there are 3 dimensions, which are the individual stress, interpersonal context, and then self-evaluation. Burnout could be the emotional exhaustion. It also could be depression, depersonalization, and also reduced personal accomplishment. Absenteeism is when employees they fail to report or remain at work as scheduled. This could affect their work performance. Absent could be in two ways. One is voluntary and another is involuntary. So for the voluntary, the employees, they are conscious with the decision they made, which could be the fatigue, anxiety, or frustration from the work. So for the inventory absent, those could be beyond the control of the employee, such as the illness they have. So for the workload, it is the interaction between the task demands. So it could be a cognitive, temporal, performance, or emotional workload. So the cognitive is the amount of mental and perceptual activities. For the temporal, it is the amount and efficiency of the job completion. For the performance, it is the performance requirement and the job responsibility. For the emotional, it's the degree of anxious or stress caused by the job. Work-life balance often means that the employee have problem with their time management between their personal life and work life. So it also could refer to the work and personal life demands. It is the conflict between the work and the family life. And also this topic could relate to the flexibility of the work, family issue, demographic changes, and rest time. So there's often employees, they are unable to fulfill the requirements or expectations which cause the dysfunctions in the workplace. It is the discrepancy between the environment demands and individual capacity. It could also influence the performance of both employee and organization. So for the construction industry, there are lots of research showed negative correlation between burnout and the work performance. The purpose of this study is to investigate the relationship between absenteeism, workload, work-life balance, work stress with job burnout. The sample we used, they are from the construction companies in Malaysia. There are 4 hypotheses we test for this study, which are the relationship between absenteeism, workload, work life, work stress with job burnout, whether there is significant relationship between those. We developed an instrument and a questionnaire for this study. There are 27 items used for primary data collection. So this instrument is designed based on mass-like burnout inventory. Apart from those demographic information questions, we also include questions for 4 factors, which are all liquor type items. We sent 1,321 copies of online questionnaire to different constructions companies in Malaysia. We got 123 respond, so which is about 10% of the population. For this study, we included analysis such as internal consistency, reliability, the convergent validity, discriminant validity, and collinearity evaluation before the partial least square ICM analysis. So before we send out the questionnaire, we did a sample size estimation test. Use a priori sample size estimation for the SEM analysis. So for the effect size, we set to 0.3. The statistic power, we set to level 0.08. The number of latent variables, we set to 5. And the result showed that 150 sample is efficient for this study. So for the internal consistency reliability test, we used the Crampatch alpha and the composite reliability. So for the Crampatch alpha coefficient, all the latent factors should above 0.7, and the composite reliability should over 0.08, which indicate we had adequate internal consistency reliability for the instrument. For the convergent validity, we used the average variance extracted value AVE for the test for the instrument, and the results showed that all the factors had a value all above 0.5, which indicate adequate convergent validity. For the discriminate validity, first we tested the cross-loading. So according to this table, all items showed a strong loading against the intended latent variables. And also we used the HTMT statistics for the discriminated validity test. The results showed all the factors have below 0.9, which indicate minimum discriminated validity for the model. Before we did the SEM analysis, we did a collinearity evaluation for the model. So all the items have the width value less than 4 point. This indicates that there is no collinearity for the model. So according to the result of the SEM analysis, we had 72.6% of the variance can be explained by this model. So for the hypothesis testing, the results showed that absenteeism and work stress had a significant relationship with job burnout in this study. And however, the workload and work-life balance did not show significant relationship in this study. And also the absenteeism, workload, work-life showed negative correlation with job burnout, and the work stress showed positive correlation with job burnout. And also, as we can see from the table, the work stress has a strong coefficient with the in the model. So from this study, we think we can get information such as absenteeism and work stress have significant relationship with job burnout in Malaysian construction industry. So the job burnout has impact on their job performance and productivities. So we suggest that organizations should take action towards absenteeism and work stress among employees in the construction industry in Malaysia. And there are several limitations of this study. First, we have a little lack of the sample size compared to the power estimate result. So the future study could increase the sample size for investigating the significant relationship of this topic. And also we could try to use different probability sampling method, such as stratified sampling instead of random sampling. Study used the exploratory approach for the topic, but for the future study we suggest and that's all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I don't think he's available for questions. Is he? No. All right. Next, let me call back Nito Mahindro to present Gulf countries no longer the dreamland for Indian migrants.
Hello, am I
Yep.
audible?
Yes, I can hear you now. You can go ahead and share your screen.
Right. Is it visible?
Not yet.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Myself Nitu Mahendru, Assistant Professor, GNA University, Fagwara, Punjab. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me such a great opportunity to present my review paper in this esteemed conference. So, topic for my
We
research.
cannot see your screen.
It's working from my side. It's working.
Can anybody see your screen, or it's just me?
It's visible.
No, we can't see.
No, we cannot see the screen
We cannot.
presentation.
Let me check, ma'am. Let me check. So, is it visible now?
Still not yet.
Is it visible now?
No, it's not.
It's not visible. I think I'm facing with some technical issue, ma'am.
Okay, you can go ahead and check on that. I will call next presenter and then I'll call you back. All right?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Please remove the screen sharing. All right, next, we will have a video presentation from Haziman Zakaria. It's about exclusivity in the workplace for persons with disabilities, analyzing communication effectiveness within Malaysian companies.
Good day everyone. Today I would like to present my research paper titled Inclusivity in the Workplace for Persons with Disability, Analyzing Communication Effectiveness within Malaysian Company. So my name is Haziman Zakaria. I'm currently pursuing a PhD in Business Management at University Malaysia Pahang, UMP. Okay, so this paper also been guided by Dr. Diana Kamrudin. She is a senior lecturer at University Malaysia Pahang. Beside that, we also have another co-author, which are Professor Dr. Yasmin Hussein. She is a professor and dean at City University, and also Miss Manisa from UMP. Okay, so as the COVID-19 pandemic hit globally and changed the way how organizations work, business organizations cannot stay on conventional way for development and idea anymore. So we can see that nowadays, business organizations are heading toward a knowledge-based society where communication is one of the key factors that play a major role in organization sustainability. So, as effective communication is a crucial factor for organizations due to the lack of communication skills. So we can see that on 2018 itself, 488,948 people were registered as PWD with the Department of Social Welfare, which represent 1.53% of Malaysian population. And out of this number, only 3,782 PWD was being employed into a public sector under 1% disabled policy. Okay, so in the Malaysia context, the communication factor is often ignored or overlooked when organizations undergo business performance evaluation. Some of the factors that affect communication from previous research include supervisor-worker relationship and unclear job scope, objective, and goals. So we know that as Malaysia undergo 3 main lockdowns starting last year due to the COVID-19 spike cases, a majority of the industry need to conduct a work from home format, or we simply call WFH. Okay, so WFH raised up the process of organization, communication experience, and performance to the new level because all communication depend on the digital accessibility and facility. So this, of course, will give impact significantly toward organization communication performance. So Consequently, communication is one of the barriers for PWD to work in organization, and this problem will maybe slowing down government target to achieve 1% PWD employment policy, where right now only 0.34% PWD be employed in the public sector. Okay, so for the objective of the study, the first objective is to evaluate the effectiveness of communication in the organization, and we also want to evaluate factors that can improve better disability employment communication support. So subsequently, this finding will be able to implemented to manager of the company to be used when it comes to planning and practicing inclusivity in the workplace. Taken in conducting qualitative research to analyze communication effectiveness among workers inside the organization to ensure the result is rigorous and trustworthy. So the first step is to develop a set of physiological assumptions before conducting the research. Alright, so the first step is the ontology aspect. The ontology aspect will focus on the current communication practice, employee perception on the current communication, and last one is the tool and improvement needed for the future communication. So these three aspects are sufficient to analyze the communication effectiveness in organization. For epistemology aspect, there is no need for in-depth relationship between participant and researcher. So conducting survey is sufficient for this study. For the axiology aspect, the axiology aspect will focus on the participant from the different sector and business activity. For the rhetorical aspect, it will focus on the survey form writing format with the first person pronoun for easy understanding. And lastly, for the methodological aspect, this study will use inductive logic to study the factor that affect the effectiveness communication of participant. Alright, next step is research paradigm. Research paradigm will be based on the social constructivism, where open-ended question will be used in the survey to allow participants to construct their own view. Thus, this will help the researcher examine the effective of communication among organizations. The third step is the ontological approach is selected as the research study the effectiveness communication in different type of organization and employee status within the Malaysian organization environment. And lastly is the trustworthiness factor is being considered providing rigor to the qualitative research which add credibility to this study. So the survey will start with the sufficient amount of description such as the purpose of the study, why the data is collected, and some example of the effective communication to ensure the transferability of the study. So the use of the software in the data analysis will ensure conformability of the study, and discussion from two point view, which are emic and ethic, will ensure the authenticity of the study. Okay, so for the result, out of 535 randomly selected sample size company in Pahang region of Malaysia, some demographic information are 89% of our respondents are work at profit-oriented organization. Next, majority of employment are from middle and low management, that is 66%. So the result of the responded industry category, amount of employee, firm revenue, and the current corporation level. So for the qualitative team, inductive data reasoning was used to identify the research team. There were 3 stages of analysis conducted, which are first, perform open encoding, where part of data was extracted from the original file. Second, the important points are coded into the by category and team is identified. And lastly, the identified team then be run through the word count frequency using NVivo software. So 4 themes were derived from this research, which are appropriate communication device, communication flow, communication barrier, and communication behavior. So for the discussion, the first finding are most organizations only focus on one-way communication. as the key among the attributes show that the information flow is significantly low in lower level management compared to the other management level across different industry and different business activity. So the flow of communication become ineffective when the information needs to deal with diverse level of hierarchy. And this problem is usually observed when the organization have more than 50 employees in size. Thus, when dealing with the PWD, the information flow need to be more dynamic, such as cross-functional communication, to ensure there is no discrimination on PWD as recommended by some study. The second one is the improper communication channel used within organization that give effect on organization communication effectiveness. Employee in organization tend to use instant messaging applications such as WhatsApp to communicate. This is because due to the information transfer is faster compared to other medium. They only use proper channel when it deal with the normal employment matter. In most cases, due to the formality, the communication using proper communication channel such as email is used, but the interaction is not really happening. This happens when the receiver just read the content and not acknowledge the sender that the information is received or accepted. When this situation happens, the communication need to be continued using a phone call or instant messaging. So other drawback that we can see is when the organization communication being held in instant messaging, the employee having a difficulty in finding the previous information in the chat history. So other than that, in group messaging, for example, the employee tend to mix the business particular subject with the personal or non-business office matter. So this make the important subject tend to be neglected or overlooked. Okay, but the use of new communication tools like instant messaging in organization is not that bad. The use of instant messaging, for example, also show the gap between the employee and employer is reduced, thus eliminate the barrier to effective communication. This will promote all level of communication instead of downward or upward communication in traditional way of communication practice in Malaysia. Instant messaging also promote more healthier communication. Employee tends to discuss things, especially things related to work problem, that they will not discuss in face-to-face interaction. Thus, when dealing with PWD, they tend to use communication tools to help them to communicate, as found similar by other researchers. As Malaysia is a multicultural country, communication barrier involved language is noticeable. Even though most of employees can understand and communicate in English, and all the work communication are in English, but they more prefer to use Malaysian language as a medium to communicate with their colleagues. They find it's okay to use English as a medium in their job, but when deeper discussion happen, the use of national language is more preferable to explain what they are trying to say compared than they're trying to explain it in English. A last finding show that employee that having a good communication skill, it's easier for them to having a good relationship with client. Their client feel more comfortable to share what they want and more relaxed when doing a business. The employee also show a significant communication skills than others when he or she is giving attention when communicate with others. The employee tend to having a longer conversation with others when that people not interrupting when he was talking. Employee also more prefer to communicate with someone that give facial expression or give verbal sound like or okay. Alright. So, in conclusion, after the exploration, the study confirmed that there are some factors to promote effective communication. The study identified several factors that need to be considered to ensure effective communication that can be themed around. The first one is appropriate communication device, communication flow, communication barrier, and communication behavior. This finding could take a tool on employee to planning for PWD worker. So, several recommendations are proposed to help to overcome the challenge. The first one, communication flow should evolve. The more linear communication model flow is more suitable in organization with PWD to avoid them to be abused. The second one, the organization can explore the new technological tools to help facilitate communication. This is because communication tool is important for PWD worker as their ability to give feedback is low. Third, language of PWD communicate. This will promote better basic communication. And lastly, employee need to be trained with the basic communication skills. For example, body language, facial expression, and communication ethics, as this will promote communication effectiveness within organization, especially for some of PWD employee that 100% depend on the body language to communicate. Okay, so here is the legend for my previous demography result. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your video presentation. Okay, let me check if he's available for questions. No. Any questions? All right, let me go ahead and call on the next one. Also a video presentation from Diana Kamarudin about the paper evaluating employee innovation and creativity towards employee turnover intention in the Malaysian hospitality industry.
Hi everyone, today I'm presenting a paper on evaluating employee innovation and creativity towards employee turnover intention in the hospitality industry. The authors of this paper consist of me, Dr. Diana Kamarudin, Dr. Xiao Jihu, an associate professor at Shenyang Ningong University, China, Professor Dr. Yasmin Hussein, she is a professor and dean at City University, Malaysia, and Yi Kai Ling, who is a graduate student of ours. So let's start from the beginning, okay? So what you can see here is a picture of Malaysia, and if you've never been here, you should come here because it's very beautiful here in Malaysia. You know, but of course our borders are closed right now because of the COVID pandemic. The hospitality industry is actually one of the largest rapidly growing industry in Malaysia, and it contributes a big chunk of the revenue generation in Malaysia for capital information and employment creation. The travel and tourism industry contributed 13.4% of GDP in 2017, which was an estimated of 181.4 billion ringgit. Okay, so it is actually very critical to raise the economy of the tourism sector to help, you know, the GDP in Malaysia. The problem right now is that because the hospitality industry is actually one of the major sectors that contributes a lot to the economy in Malaysia, and it also increases Malaysia's economy because of the pandemic. You know, Malaysia's tourism is actually in dire need, okay, of help in order to sustain the industry, because we actually depend a lot on the tourists in the tourism industry, where people come to Malaysia and spend, you know, and help the locals. And because of the pandemic, a lot of these things can't function, you know. Another problem within the hospitality industry in Malaysia is because of the turnover, okay, from the employees, right? There's a survey conducted by the Malaysian Employer Federation that showed that the rate of employee turnover in the hospitality industry in Malaysia was really quite high, which is 32.4% in 2012. So that's actually quite high, right? And the problem is because these employees, they lack experiences, right? So they don't have a lot of experiences, which could lead to like a very, stressful environment to them, because if you don't know what you're doing, it becomes a very, you'll feel like you are in a very stressful environment because you don't know what you're doing. So it's actually really hard to sustain employees with low salary while being in a stressful environment, where, and particularly right now where the hotels, some of them are being converted into quarantine isolation centers because they want to sustain during the pandemic, right? There's not a lot of tourists that travels and not a lot of tourists who are spending money in the hotels. So they are converting them to quarantine isolation centers. And, the people within the hotel industry, the employees, they get more stressed, right? Because there's a lot of things that they need to do. So as you can see here, the picture on your right is actually our path model, and it is also our framework. Innovation, communication, work environment, and infrastructure. Okay, so the hospitality industries, they focus on providing services to customers to have an excellent experience. Okay, to sustain the hospitality industry, we need a large number of employees, okay, because you need to have enough people to go around, right? You need people to clean, you need people to greet, you need people to cook. So there's a lot of things that we need within the hotel industries, in order for them to function. So employees are actually a really, really valuable asset to the hotel industries. Infrastructure also plays a big role. Is there a place for them to have a creativity outlet? Is there a place for them to relax? Is there a place for them to work properly? So these are actually some of the things that could lead to employee innovation and creativity. All right. So the methodology that is used for this research is we are using quantitative research for the design, and we are using purposive sampling for the hospitality industry in Malaysia. And the inclusionary criteria for the samples are actually employees who have worked more than 3 years within the industry. Okay, and the sample size was determined by using a G-Power software using an a priori test, which resulted in a minimum of 129 samples, but we managed to actually get 152 employees to participate in this research. We collected data through questionnaires, and the questionnaire is actually divided into 7 sections. Before we actually, sent out the questionnaires, we did a pilot test and to ensure the reliability and validity of the instrument. And our Cronbach alpha are all above a 0.7, which is actually good. Our row A are all above 0.7. Our composite reliability is also above 0.7. And our AVE is, they are above 0.4, which is actually adequate enough. We use 2 different softwares for the analysis. We use SPSS to analyze the demographic information, and we use SmartPLS to analyze the structural equation modeling to look at the factors, the mediation. So what we found is for the age group in this, for the participants of this research, a majority of them were between the ages of 25 to 44-year-olds. The highest level of studies for the participants, actually a majority of them consist of bachelor degree holders. So what we found from the analysis, okay, is that there are 7 hypotheses that were accepted and 2 hypotheses that were rejected, okay? And so I'm going to be discussing about why these results, findings were like this. So we found 7 hypotheses to be significant, and collaborated with other findings, and 2 hypotheses were actually rejected and actually were different from existing research. Other research have found that the 2 that were rejected were actually accepted in other forms of research. So why is this happening, right? So because how you lead plays a significant role to how people follow you, how they are going on with their work and with their daily schedules. Okay. Leadership also has a great role in motivation, and motivation does retain employees, okay, through encouragement, through incentives, and through how you communicate with them. So that's why a lot of these are actually accepted in the research. Okay. What was interesting was the 2 hypotheses that were rejected, right? They found that there is no relationship between work environment and infrastructure to employee turnover intention in the Malaysian hospitality industry. And this is because, maybe different organizational culture, they have different impacts on the turnover intention. So there are different types of working cultures among companies, among cities. And according to a research by Markey, Ravenswood, and Weber, there is a relationship between work environment and infrastructure and employee turnover intention in the hospitality industry in New Zealand. However, the Malaysian people does not think that, the working environment affects the turnover intention. So it doesn't matter to them, it doesn't matter how the work environment is, but it doesn't really affect the turnover intention. Okay, so even if it is a bad environment, they are unlikely to quit. So it might be due to the fact that it's a cultural thing that they're used to thinking it's better to have a secure job than to quit your job. Okay. So these might be due to cultural reasons as well. There's also no relationship between employee innovation and creativity and employee turnover intention in the Malaysian hospitality industry. So a study by Ibrahim found that the employees might not want to contribute due to the fact that they are worried their ideas might not be considered. So coming from an Asian country, this is not something out of the norm because, some people are scared to say what they want to say because they don't want to look bad to other people, right? So this might be one of the few reasons why people don't want to contribute creatively, right? So that's why in this research, there was no relationship found between employee innovation and creativity to employee turnover intention. So they don't really feel like, okay, my input is not being taken into consideration and I'm not feeling happy, so I'm going to quit. They don't really feel this way. So I think what they feel is, it's better for me to have a job rather than for me to just quit, right? Even though I'm not very happy. So that might be another factor that could be, another interesting thing that could be used for another research project. All right. So employees do not think that innovation and creativity is important in their working life, right? Moreover, more of the employees do not want to participate with open discussions when expressing their thoughts or ideas. So this is actually quite common in the Asian companies and Asian culture, but it is a little bit different with the new generation now, where they are more open, they are more expressive, and they are more, they are more aware of how they feel, and I want to be happy in the end, compared to what people used to think. The Malaysian employees are less inclined to leave the organization, even if there is no innovation or creative output, like I said again, right? So even if they don't feel like they're contributing as much, they're not as happy, they are not going to quit, they don't want to quit. or leave the organization. But what managers can do, okay, is that they should encourage more brainstorming sessions. They should have more discussions where you can break these employees out of their shell and contribute more ideas, make them feel as if they belong there as well. If your employees are actually quite happy, and if your employees would want to contribute more, it makes it it gives you a very healthy organizational culture where everybody would want to be contributive, right? So everybody would want to try their best. So employees might participate more if the organization affirms the importance of these creative outputs. Okay, so they might feel more motivated knowing that the leaders want to cooperate with them and to accomplish certain goals. So the leaders play an important role in reducing turnover intentions with the employees, right? What happens is sometimes when you get really good employees and they feel like their creativity is not enough, these good employees actually quit. And you are still retaining employees who don't want to contribute, right? So we don't want to have that. We want to retain good employees, right? And you can give an exit to the employees who don't perform. But in return, because we need employees, you're retaining the employees who don't perform, and you're losing the employees who are actually performing. So we don't want this, all right? So that is it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And I believe she's available for questions. All right, next I will call on another video presentation from Fazila Razali, a paper about blended learning curriculum approach, a systematic review of the challenges for students.
Hi, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for giving me this opportunity to present at International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education 2021. So today I will present on my paper which called Blended Learning Curriculum Approach, a systematic review of the challenges for students. So basically this is a systematic literature review paper. So this paper has been developed and also reviewed by 4 authors. The authors are Dr. Fazila Razali, Associate Professor Dr. Tajul Arifin Sulaiman, Professor Ahmad Fauzi Muhammad Ayub, and Norazila Abdul Majid. Okay, now let me introduce the authors in brief. The first author is Dr. Fazila Razali. She has received her PhD in Curriculum and Instruction from University Putra Malaysia and currently working as a senior lecturer at Fakulti Educational Studies, University Putra Malaysia. The second author is Associate Professor Dr. Tajul Arifin Sulaiman. He is also working at Fakulty of Educational Studies, University Putra Malaysia. The third author is Professor Ahmad Fauzi Muhammad Ayub. He is also Norazila Abdul Majid. She is currently working education at University Putra Malaysia. Okay, without further ado, I will proceed with abstract. So, for this paper, Prisma 2009 is used to retrieve 15 study papers that were selected and analysed in this systematic literature review. And the papers publishing year range from 2015 to 2020 only. And according to the study, got 5 major problems and challenges that students face in blended learning that are included getting distracted in the classroom due to large class size. Second, inaccessibility to online lesson due to learning management system server crash. Thirdly is the complexity of internet communication with teachers and classmates.
followed by lack of skills and experience with digital tools, and last but not least is time management for learning. Now is the introduction. Blended learning is a growing trend in the educational fields that combine online and face-to-face learning. The term blended, hybrid, technology-mediated instruction, web-enhanced instruction, and mixed method instruction are often used in current research literature. Generally, blended learning is becoming more prevalent in the classroom. However, while some reports show that blended learning has a variety promising or educational benefits, other points to the drawbacks of the blended learning itself. Thus, our current research have reviewed and suggests based on the literature that there are important barriers to develop blended learning, and then looks at how previous research has implemented blended courses to address these issues. As a result, 15 academic articles on blended learning that were reviewed between year of 2015 until 2020 were listed and systematically analyzed in the current report or articles. As for the method, two research questions were explored in this study that are: firstly, what are the most common methods, techniques, and features used in blended learning activities? And second one is, what are the main obstacles to blended learning from the viewpoints of the student itself? So we use the literature as the primary source for addressing this question in order to get a thorough understanding of these issues. For searching and screening process, a total of 230 papers were collected and screened from the database. The database that we use, such as Scopus, Cambridge Journal Online, Index to Thesis, Oxford University Press, Science Direct, ERIC, or known as Education Resources Information Center, Emerald, Taylor and Francis Group, and IEEE, or known as Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. Then, just 95 papers that meet all the conditions for inclusion. Reports that did not use properly address the role of blended learning were omitted from the list of 95 just now. Thus, this resulted in 32 publications that looked positive. However, after being evaluated by 3 experts, only 15 articles or literature that accepted and been listed in the article. So for further clarification of searching and screening process, the flow diagram according to Prisma 2009 has been attached by authors in the article itself. Next is quality assurance part. This is basically to ensure all those articles selected to review in this article has go through the quality check process by our 3 experts. Okay, firstly, the 3 experts in the field were assigned. Then they will review the article accordingly. After that, they will give score of 1 to 3 if the following is the article specific emphasis, including scopes and sample to the research. Then, will the result be relied on the include answers to the question? And lastly, how generalizable are the results to the target population? Even so, since access to technology is less costly now than it was in the past, the financial expenses issues does not impact blended learning classroom today. Then we can say that blended learning classroom studies become common among academicians after more than a decade, and the number of such studies began to gradually increase after 2012. So why it is happened? The growing availability of internet technology may be one reason for this rise of blended teaching over other similar teaching methods. In the view of students, the authors had analyzed and classified the difficulties. They have learned that students have difficulties with self-regulation and are unavailable to use technologies for their studies effectively. This analysis study will also serve as a guide to refocusing blended learning studies to solve the problem found for students in the blended learning aspect, which deter the potential of blended learning modes. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to IPM or Grant Putra because this research was supported by grant under VOT number of 2900. Okay, thank you for your time and thank you for listening. Hope.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, I would like to call on our next presentation, also a video presentation from Abikriti Narwal to present the QoS optimization in cloud computing networks.
Good morning, all dignitaries. I am Abhikriti Narwal, here to present my paper on QoS optimization in cloud computing networks. This is my biography. I have done my BTech and MTech from UIT Rohtak, and I am now pursuing my research in cloud computing from the UIT Rohtak. And my area of interests are cloud computing, optimization, load balancing, scheduling, and I have published nearly 14 research papers in national and international journals. This is my guide, Dr. Sunita Dhingra, and she's serving as assistant professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, UIT Rohtak. She has obtained her bachelor's degree from CR State College of Engineering, Murthal, and master's degree from National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh. And she has done her doctorate from UIT Rohtak. She is having about 12 years of experience in teaching. She has guided many undergraduate and postgraduate students. Her area of interest is multiprocessor task scheduling, cloud computing, combinatorial optimization, meta-heuristic, genetic algorithms, etc. And she has published 25 research papers in national and international journals. Now, my paper is about what? As due to increasing era of virtualization, the resources are considered as services. So, to have an efficient utilization of all the resources on the cloud, a proper scheduling and load balancing technique is required. So, in order to have best utilization, a quality of service parameters play very essential roles in achieving our goals. So this paper aims to provide quality of service efficiency to develop more good scheduling and load balancing algorithms. So this paper briefly talks about the computing model concepts and QoS optimization study executed in already developed algorithms. In this paper, we will discuss various algorithms like MOSA, EMOSA LB, CBSA and CBSC LB, and the results show that improvised version has significantly improved the optimization performance of all the performance parameters. Now, what is a cloud? Cloud is required in this field for high performance computing problems. If we want to increase our performance nowadays, instead of storing all the things on a physical or on some hardware, it is necessary to store them virtually somewhere. So this can be achieved by using the cloud computing. But on the cloud, due to improper task scheduling or application in the data centers, it results in the underutilization of cloud resources. So cloud computing supplies efficient resources with self-managed virtual infrastructure on demand requests. The resources allocation model based on QoS uses the fitness function to increase the gain and improve energy consumption, task rejection ratio, etc. So QoS parameters such as availability, reliability, degree of imbalance, SLA violation are required for the proper functioning of cloud services. So what is the methodology that we have used to implement our work? In this paper, a large number of scheduling algorithms has begun and with the multi-objective task scheduling algorithms, and the shortcomings of these algorithms was replaced by a new scheduling algorithm that is named as EMOSA. Later on, features of load balancing are clubbed with EMOSA and the algorithm is named as EMOSA LB. As EMOSA faced the problems when the two tasks arrived with the same priority, so in order to solve the priority and to have the better performance characteristics of the QoS, a credit-based scheduling algorithm has been studied. And CBSA also lacked the concept of load balancing, so it is further defined with CBSA LB. All algorithms taken for analysis of a study of QoS are described. Now, first algorithm that we have used for our study is multi-objective scheduling algorithms. Multi-objective scheduling algorithms considers two parameters. The first parameter is cloudlet length and second is QoS. Based on these two parameters, tasks are sorted and the cloudlet list is created. Then the cloudlet list is submitted for the further processing on virtual machines arranged based on MIPS only. Virtual machines are sorted on which factor? Only on the MIPS. So then we have defined a new scheduling algorithm, that is enhanced multi-objective scheduling algorithms. In this, the tasks are arranged on the basis of cloudlet length, file size and output file size. Based on these parameters, the tasks are arranged and the cloudlet list is created. The sorted cloudlet list is then submitted to virtual machine for further processing based on MIPS and granularity size. And this is the algorithm for the EMOSA. First we initialize the library functions, then we create the data centers host on the cloud, then we submitted these cloudlets onto the VM based on MIPS and granularity factor, and then a list is formed. After this, the sorted list is submitted to the broker for the simulation is formed and all the performance parameters have been recorded. After second algorithm that we have used is EMOSA. This EMOSA is done. Now next is EMOSA LB. In EMOSA LB, we have tried to cover the drawbacks of EMOSA and MOSA. In EMOSA, when the two cloudlets having the same priority, that is not been resolved there. This is same disadvantage in EMOSA LB, but in EMOSA LB we have combined the concept of load balancing. So load balancing is a good backup in case a virtual machine fails in the cloud network. Now this is the sequence of algorithms that we have studied. First we have studied the MOSA algorithm. In this, the issue we have faced is sorting is only based on cloudlet and QoS. That doesn't give us the efficient results. It is get resolved by introducing a new algorithm, that is EMOSA algorithm. In this, the sorting is based on cloudlet length, file size and output file size, and machines are sorted using the MIPS and granularity size. In the issue that we have faced in this is load balancing is not being taken, so improper load on machines is taken place, so it is get resolved by introducing a new algorithm, that is EMOSA LB. After that, The disadvantage of above three algorithms are there are some cases left when the tasks are having the same priority. In that case, tasks arrive first will get the virtual machine, but this will impact the performance parameters. So to resolve this issue of having the same priority, additional credits are combined to sort the task to have the of the task which is having the same priority. So the credit that has taken to prioritize the task are crowded length, deadline, priority, and cost. Based on this, the tasks are submitted and they get processed on the virtual machines. The next algorithm is CBSA-LB. In this algorithm, the credit-based algorithm is being combined with load balancing algorithm. The algorithm that is used for load balancing is Honeybee. Honeybee technique ensures that no VM are overloaded, where some machines are underloaded are doing well later work by transferring some extra load from the overloaded machines to the underload machines. So load balancing mechanisms try to speed up the execution time of applications and system stability. Now this is our credit based scheduling algorithm. We have uses the four procedure. First, the credit is being assigned on the length of task, then credit is assigned on the basis of priority, then on the basis of deadline of task, then on the basis of cost of the task, and then the Honeybee optimized algorithm that we have used. And this figure depicts the steps that we have used to study the different algorithms with their advantages and disadvantages. First, EMOSA and MOSA algorithms have been used in this. They have been faced the problems when the two tasks having the same priority. It gets resolved by introducing a new algorithm that is CBSA-LB. CBSA-LB doesn't use the load balancing, so it gets clubbed with CBSA-LB. Now results and discussions. All the developed algorithms have been implemented in CloudSim framework with NetBeans and IDA to run the CloudSim simulator. The developed algorithms have been executed on different data sets of 3 virtual machines, 40, 60 and 80, with different sets of tasks ranging from 100 to 2000. The performance parameter that we have considered for our study are make span time, total execution time, arrival time, response time, throughput, processing time, and processing cost. Improvement percentage of developed multi-objective algorithms and credit-based algorithms have been find out, and the formula uses QS parameter of existing minus proposed upon existing into 100. Now this is the performance improvement percentage of developed algorithms EMOSA and EMOSA-LB with respect to MOSA. This shows that EMOSA-LB is a improvised algorithms over the EMOSA and MOSA. And this is the performance improvement results of CBSA-LB and RASA-LB with compared to CBSA. So conclusion in this paper, many algorithms have been studied to improve the QoS of cloud networks, comparative analysis of different developed algorithms with the already existing algorithms. We have calculated a improvised improvement percentage performance parameters. The outcome shows that performance over the existing base algorithms is termed as optimization comparison analysis. This performance analysis of a system targets various factors like availability, resource utilization, scalability, performance gained by different QoS parameters. The broader descriptions of QoS are possibly like security, fault tolerance, green computing, fog, edge in the field of cloud. These are the references I have used for my paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that video presentation. Next, I'll be welcoming another video presentation from Sandy Ramilo, MBA, about potential of San Fernando province of Romblon as ecotourism destination.
Good day to everyone. Allow me to present to you a study entitled Potential of San Fernando, Province of Romblon as Ecotourism Destination. My name is Sander Ramilo, and I'm currently teaching at Romblon State University San Fernando campus here in the Philippines. For the abstract, Sibuyan Island, deemed as Galapagos of Asia, is rich in flora and fauna where some are endemic to the place. This opens the door of opportunity for ecotourism industry. Thus, this study was conducted to determine the potential of San Fernando Romblon on becoming an ecotourism destination. It also aims to identify different sites favorable for the industry and classify it as focal, complementary, and support attraction. Guided by enhanced ecotourism opportunity spectrum, the study focused on biological, physical, sociocultural, historical, archaeological, and economic structure. Questionnaires and interviews was utilized to gather relevant data. The ecotourism is a kind of tourism where you can experience nature at its best while having fun and relaxation without harming the environment. In Resolution number 2001-01 of the National Economic Development Council, they defined ecotourism as a form of sustainable tourism within a natural and cultural heritage area where community participation, protection, and management of natural resources, cultural and indigenous knowledge and practices, environmental education and ethics, as well as economic benefits are fostered and pursued for the enrichment of host communities and satisfaction of visitors. So the term is coined word for ecological tourism. The ecotourism is under tourism, which is an industry known to be going into places for pleasure and for business. It is a generic term for activities of visitors, either foreign or local. The World Tourism Organization defines tourism as persons who have activities outside their usual residence areas and work area for not more than one consecutive year to trade, relax, and for other activities. So this includes accommodation, food and beverages, transportation, recreation and entertainment, and travel services. Being an archipelago, Philippines has 7,107 islands separated by ocean, and one of the most blessed island is the Sibuyan Island in Romblon. Trees per hectare, which includes 123 species, 54 of which are endemic, 700 vascular plants, 131 species of birds, and 10 species of fruit bats. So it is also known for the MV Princess of the Stars tragedy, the Battle of the Sibuyan Sea during the Japanese occupation, and also the home of the cleanest inland body of water in the Philippines and second cleanest inland body of water in the world. The municipality offers various experiences and stories to tell. Its unique characteristics and untouched features make it stand out among the other ecotourism destinations. Thus, this study was conducted to determine the potential of the municipality of San Fernando in the province of Romblon as ecotourism destination. And the potential of ecotourism can be well defined through a systematic inventory of its attraction. These attractions may be classified as focal attractions, complementary attractions, and support attractions. And to measure the potential, ecotourism opportunity spectrum can be used, which is created by Butler and Boyd in 1991. Now, the ECOS is a conceptual management approach for ecotourism destination using 8 important factors, which includes acceptability, relationship between ecotourism and other resource use, attractions in the region, presence of tourism infrastructure, level of user skills and knowledge required, level of social interaction, degree of acceptance of impacts and control over use, and the types of management needed to ensure the viability of areas in long-term basis. For the objective of this study, it was conducted to determine the potential of the municipality of San Fernando in the province of Romblon, and it specifically aims to provide information For the focal, complementary, and support tourist attraction, the status of identified attraction, the factors affecting tourist selection of destination, and of course the potential of San Fernando Romblon as ecotourism destination. So for the methodology, it will use a descriptive research design wherein questionnaires and interviews will be used as main tool for data gathering. It will also use 3 different measurement tools for potential of ecotourism, which includes ecotourism potential inventory, ecotourism opportunity spectrum, and the factors for selecting ecotourism destination. For the participants, it is composed mostly of female, with age group of 18 to 27 years old, mostly student and single. Now, the ecotourism opportunity spectrum will use point system with 4 as the highest and 1 as the lowest. And if there is none, 0 will be given to the criteria. Now, those with less than 42 points are considered weak centers, and 42 to 48 as average centers, and above 48 points as strong centers for ecotourism. For the result of ecotourism inventory, it can be noted that there has a 5 focal attractions visited by complementary attractions. 7 places were identified with an average weighted mean of 3.66, and support attractions also receive a good rating of 3.70. The result using the ecotourism inventory method shows that the municipality has a potential to a certain extent as ecotourism destination. This result means that the municipality has a lot to offer in terms of ecotourism industry. Using ECOS, data revealed that the municipality was a strong center for ecotourism. It has a high computed ECOS, resulted supporting the result of ecotourism inventory. It can be noted that the municipality possessed a strong biological physical structure with the highest point for scenic beauty, forest covered, and wildlife diversity. This means that the area was well protected and maintained and can be a good location for ecotourism. In terms of socio-cultural structure, young population potential, consciousness to ecotourism, closeness of destination to road network, and availability of cultural activities got a very high points. These factors contributed much to a good structure. These factors further proved that it would be easy for the visitors to travel from one place to another, and there could be a sustainable support for ecotourism from the locals. However, it can be noted that the municipality should work out for other factors like quality of transportation infrastructure, utilities infrastructure, and health services. The municipality should also entice more investors in dining and restaurant. In terms of economic structure, it can be noted that both animal and plant production receive a low point. This means that the availability of agricultural products was very limited. This would result to relying on exported products from nearby provinces just to cope up with the demand of local residents and the tourists. So the ecotourism potential is accounted to a total of 69 points, which can be characterized as strong center for ecotourism destination. Important factor considered by tourists in selecting ecotourism destination was used to determine the reliability of ECO's result and to understand how destination was selected. Result revealed that the municipality possessed a clean environment and provide a relaxing environment. This factor was also the primary consideration of tourists in selecting destinations. This means that the municipality offers what the visitors were looking for, ensuring sustainability of the industry if maintained. The location of the ecotourism sites receive as well as good result, which prove that the accessibility of the place. However, it can be noted that the security of the place, facilities and amenities, and availability of local cuisines and delicacies must be considered. To conclude, from the result of this study, it can be concluded that the municipality has a strong potential on becoming an ecotourism destination. It offers various places blessed with nature's beauty, untouched, and have a diverse wildlife. This experience can be a best offering of being an ecotourism destination. Using the ecotourism inventory, it was determined what places should be the main or focal places to offer to visitors. And as focal offering, this ecotourism destination must be given priority in terms of development. Further, it reveals that support attraction in which development is as well important. It can also be concluded that the development provided for the ecotourism destination must not destroy its natural beauty. Prioritization of development to ensure growth must be taken careful consideration. The municipality should create an effective ecotourism development plan to ensure sustainability of the said industry. So to increase ecotourism potential, it is recommended that the government must enhance its health services to cater the needs of local residents and the incoming tourists. Transportation infrastructure must be of great priority to increase access of tourists in the municipality, like seaports and airports must be made available. Utilities communication system must be improved to provide better services. Animal and plant production must be improved to provide enough supply without resorting to export from nearby. Changes or the lack visitors activity management process or VAMP must be considered to identify destination carrying capacity and the ability of the management team to handle tourists and different activities offering, and site technical description must be documented and conduct environmental impact study to manage and control environmental impact of ecotourism activity. Before I end, allow me to give you a simple glimpse to the municipality of San Fernando. That's all for today. Thank you so much for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Let me call back Nito Mahindro. Nito?
Yes. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're now audible. You can go ahead and share your screen. Let's go ahead and check.
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing the same. So, is it visible now?
It's still not coming up.
Not visible?
I don't see it on my end.
So what should I do, ma'am?
You can try to message me directly, and I'll send you the email to send your PowerPoint presentation. Then we will be the one to share the screen while we are presenting. That be good?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll call.
Mail ID, ma'am.
All right, I'll call you back after this.
Okay.
Wait for my message. Stay on the group. Stay in the meeting. One moment.
Right, ma'am.
Right, let me go ahead and call on the next video presentation from Noronihar B. Dakula about process-oriented guided inquiry learning students' achievement in biology.
Good day to everyone. My name is Noronihar Balindong Datu Dakula from Mindanao State University Main Campus, Marawi City, Philippines. It's an honor to present to you our research study entitled Process-Oriented Guided Inquiry Learning on Students' Achievements in Biology. Before I proceed, let me introduce to you my co-author, also from the same university, Professor Asgar M. Anda. To start off, Let us go on to the background of the study. Learners learn in a myriad of ways. In a typical classroom, students will have different experiences and therefore differing prior knowledge. Students differ on how they go about certain tasks related to learning, differ on how to think and on how they approach a problem. Some students are very active in school, vocal, and greater in performance tasks, but poor in written examinations, while others are passive, silent, and sometimes absorb information by reading. Hence, they are very good in written examinations. These individual differences greatly affect students' performance in every learning task. Thus, teachers need to explore different strategies that can be used in the different learning style of the students inside the classroom. Process-oriented guided inquiry learning is an active instructional method that emphasizes not only the content mastery of a discipline, but also key process skills. This instructions explains the relationship between the two primary components of PUGIL, the PO part or process-oriented and the GI or guided inquiry. The PO part comes from the frequent use of small groups with specific roles. And there are some evidences that emphasizing that cooperative learning provides positive attitudes towards the subject matter as well as growth in process skills such as critical thinking, teamwork, and metacognition. Perhaps the positive interdependence generated in a group setting has been shown to reduce the feeling of isolation, disorientation, and competitions that often correlates with underachievements in a traditional classroom. On the other hand, the guided inquiry part is the use of carefully designed learning cycle activities that guide the students towards the constructions of their own understanding. And this learning cycle consists of three phases. Exploration phase, in which the prior knowledge is provided in the form of a models. Models are key pieces of information such as table or graph or a diagram that students can use to recognize patterns and relationships about the concept being learned. Concept invention occurs when the students actively work in groups to specifically articulate with their understanding in the models. Lastly, the new concept is then applied through the use of exercise questions and additional readings. Exercise questions help both the teacher and the students gauge to what extent the student has learned on the important concept during the activity. Such discovery experience has been shown to improve confidence while helping students to understand and remember more. This study provides evidence that implementing PUGIL instruction in the classroom produces better understanding and greater performance compared with the traditional lecture-based learning approach. The next slide will show you the statement of the problem. There are three statements of the problem in the study. Number one, what are the control and experimental groups of students' achievement level before and after intervention? Number two, is there a significant difference between the control and experimental groups of students' achievement test mean scores in biology before and after the intervention? And number three, is there a significant difference between the control and experimental group of students' achievement test mean gain scores in biology? Null hypothesis follows. There are two null hypotheses. First, there is no significant difference between the control and experimental groups of students' achievement test mean scores in biology before and after the intervention. Number two, there is no significant difference between the control and experimental groups of students' achievement test mean gain scores in biology. Guided inquiry learning and traditional learning-based approach affect the students' achievements. The research design of the study, the matching only and pre-test post-test control group design was applied. The symbol M refers to the matching of samples in the control and experimental group of students on their previous grade in science. The symbol O refers to the observations. The first column of O's refers to the first observations made through administrations of pretest.
Hello?
The symbol X refers to the instructional
Am I audible?
intervention in the form of PUGIL given to the experimental group. The
Hello?
C refers to the control or comparison group. The second column of O's refers to the second observations made through administrations of post-test.
Hello?
This study was conducted at Mindanao State
Yes, sir,
University
you're audible.
Integrated Laboratory
Yes,
School.
okay, ma'am. Hello.
Mindanao State University Integrated Laboratory School is inside Marawi City.
Should I speak now, ma'am?
The method of data analysis used descriptive statistics.
After the video
Data
presentation,
gathered used
Professor,
scores from
a
the
few
pre-test
more
and
minutes.
post-test
Okay,
and the
fine.
findings. Before the intervention, almost all students, both in control and experimental group, demonstrated less developed level of achievement. After intervention, students from both control and experimental group increased their level of achievement, but the experimental group showed higher level of achievement compared to the control group. I will show you the table where the data findings are based. So table 2 refers to the numbers and percentage distributions of grade 8 students' level of achievements in the control and experimental groups before and after the intervention. So in this table, before the intervention, almost all of the students in both the control, 70.73%, and experimental groups, 73.17%, demonstrated less developed level of achievement. Apparently, this result suggests that most of the students had no prior knowledge on the topic discussed to them. However, after the intervention, as reflected in the result of the post-test, many of the students in both groups improved in their level of achievements. 85.37% demonstrated developed from the control group, and 95.12% demonstrated well developed from the experimental group, which is higher compared to the control group. In the second statement of the problem, the method of data analysis used t-tests for independent samples. Data gathered use is mean scores of pre-test and post-test, and the findings. So after the intervention, there was a significant difference between the mean scores of the control and experimental groups of students' achievements. Table 3 is the comparison between the two groups of students. Two groups of grade 8 students' achievements test mean score before and after intervention. So before the intervention, the mean score of both control group, 25.41 versus experimental group, 25.51 of students posted a lower result, and very close to each other, hence not significant. This suggests that the two groups of students were initially comparable in their achievement test. After the intervention, The experimental group posted higher mean score compared to the control group, 36.83 versus 46.20, and is significant in favor of the experimental group. Apparently, the instructional intervention given to the experimental group was found to be beneficial in raising students' achievements. In the third statement of the problem, mean gain scores of pre-test and post-test was used in the data gathering. Findings: after intervention, there was a significant difference between the mean gain scores of control and experimental group of students' achievements. So as shown in the table, the mean gain score of the experimental group, 20.68, is significantly higher than the control group, 11.41, with a t-value of 9.525 in favor of the experimental group. Conclusions and recommendations. And the experimental group had mean scores that was very close with each other. However, the result of t-test after intervention showed that there was a significant difference on the mean and the mean gain scores of students. Achievement test of the control and experimental group. So from these results, we can recommend that biology teachers should use Pugil in their classroom since it is very effective in teaching biology. It is also recommended that school and teachers implement more creative and imaginative Pugil approach in teaching science in order to understand science better and improve their academic performance. It is now time to engage the student to a type of learning where they become active constructors of knowledge rather than passive recipients of informations. And that is it. Again, my name is Noronihar Balindong Dato Dakula, and this is the end of our research presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome to impart one of his topic. Let me call on to share his topic. Let me call on the Professor, ENTC Department, former Vice Principal Dean of Academics, presently working as a professor in ENTC Department, D.Y. Patil College of Engineering, AMBI, Pune. Earlier worked as a Vice Principal Dean, Academics HOD, and Professor in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering Department at DYPCOE, AMBI, Pune. 29 years of experience in teaching, industry, and research. Completed PhD in May 2014, presently holding the position of Executive Committee member of IETE Pune Center. I have been appointed as the Executive Committee member of IETE Pune Center from 2010 till date. Also, unanimously appointed as Vice Chairman from 2014 to 2018. Honored with prestigious Moriah Puraskar 2015 for valuable contribution in engineering, education, and research, social work and spiritual work, and innovative faculty amongst private engineering colleges. Published around 79 and more research papers in reputed international and national conference proceedings, international national journals, IEEE conference proceedings, IEEE Explorer, was recognized as PG teacher in electronics and telecommunication engineering discipline. Worked as a session chair for many international and national conferences in India and across abroad. Life member of professional bodies such as ISTE and fellow member of IETE. Worked as a member of Technical Program Committee, Advisory Committee, Organizing Committee, Editorial Board, and was invited as a reviewer for international national journal and conferences. Organized many workshops, seminars, FDPs, industrial visits, expert lectures by eminent personalities from industries and academic for students and faculty. Invited as the keynote speaker and guest of honor for 2 international conferences and state-level workshops. Invited as the panelist member for India-Canada International Seminar on Innovation, Skill and Entrepreneurship Development, organized by Sinica Canada. Invited as speaker for the World Education Summit, Higher Education Summit, and HR Conclave and Global Gurus Conclave held in Mumbai, Pune, and Delhi. Invited as a speaker for technical lectures by academic institutions and professional bodies. Invited for career guidance counselings of 10th and 12th students. Invited as a speaker for career guidance at Aspire 2018, organized by Luxata in Pune. Conducted many seminars in junior colleges for career counseling and admission promotion. Attended many education summits, international national conferences, national level technical exhibitions, syllabi revision orientation workshops, and in association with many important committees of engineering institutes, which lead to the academic and administrative development and excellence for branding of the institute. I have positioned various committees such as member staff selection committee, member LIC committee, director CAP, Shivaji University, chairman squad UOP exam. Many research interest is in indoor, optical wireless communication, mobile communication, optical networks, and research methodology. Let us welcome Professor Prakash Patil, sir, to present your topic.
Thank you so much for nice introduction. And am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, and I congratulate all the researchers who presented their research papers in this conference as ICMDRSE, 4th International Conference, organized jointly with IFERAP. I would also like to thank IFERAP administrative team for inviting me as a session chair for this conference. So as far as the wireless communication and optical wireless communication is concerned, there are tremendous applications of wireless and optical communication as far as the telecommunication is concerned. And as far as nowadays, as the 4G is deployed somewhat, but not completely in India, but in some of the countries it is fully deployed. And 5G is in their testing phase, and within very few years, 2-3 years, 5G will be deployed. And there is a most important role of wireless communication and optical communication. They work hand in hand because wireless is a media, and optical, we use the optical fiber link. We can get tremendous bandwidth, unlimited bandwidth we get, and for high-speed communication, data communication, optical fiber communication is the only solution. There is no other solution at all. So if you use both wireless communication and optical communication together as a hybrid link, then definitely there will be more chances for reliable communication, for sending a very multimedia data within a very short time, because in 5G the latency time is very less. It is about 1 millisecond and less than that. So these are the various advantages we can get as far as 5G is concerned. So optical wireless communication is another area where the optical devices are used as transmitters and receivers, and wireless is a medium. That's what is called as optical wireless communication. It plays very important role in case of indoor optical wireless communication, because nowadays the commercial buildings are increasing, and it is very difficult for getting the better signal strength in the very multi-story buildings and apartments and all that, and commercial complexes or industrial complexes. So in that case, these materials of the walls or the partitions of the glass, partitions, furniture, windows, these also, because signal gets reflected from all these surfaces, and because it's a light communication, of the visible light communication. So whatever information is there, it is converted into light, and that light is through light you can use the transmitter as a laser diode or a LED diodes, and at the receiver side there is a photo detector which converts this light into the corresponding information signal that is to be finally received by the receiver. But in these cases, that is for short range wireless communication, this multipath reflected, it is non-directed, non-line of sight communication inside the building. Most of the signals transmitted from the receiver get reflected from various surfaces of the walls or the floors or the ceiling, and some of the energy is to be lost and some energy is to be reaching at the receiver, and finally the signal strength decreases at the receiver. So we need to have the very efficient propagation model for indoor optical wireless communication, which will play an important role as far as 5G is concerned or any in-building communication is concerned, even communication between one building to another building, multi-story building. And this is more vibrant research topic nowadays as far as indoor wireless communication is concerned or indoor optical wireless communication is concerned. There are recent more challenges for the propagation model, for enhancing, for developing the models for various shapes of the rooms, and to enhance the signals to reduce the latency time and to have the reliable communication, avoid the congestion. And it is this is one thing, and also it is useful for some of the organizations where because optical wireless communication is a secured communication. So whenever there is some confidential talk is there in such rooms, also this particular optical wireless communication link is to be used. Also nowadays, I think many companies like Geo has a plan in May 2021. They have planned to have one optical fiber submarine link from India to USA, India to Australia. That is one of the biggest achievement done by Reliance Industries Limited, and definitely this will help us for the proper applications and the deployment of 5G in near future, and next to that in 6G also, 6th generation world. These are my some of the views about the wireless communication and the optical wireless communication, and it is a hybrid optical and wireless communication, that is optical wireless communication. Any questions? Hello?
Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
So any questions from the audience?
I think none.
Any questions from the audience?
No questions from the audience.
Okay. So
thank you so much for imparting your time with us, Doctor.
Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to say a few words on this my research topic. And definitely this is the most vibrant research topic in the near future. And thank you IFE-REP, Rudra sir and all other people from IFE-REP and this conference coordinators for inviting me as a session chair and to address the August gathering. Thank you so much.
You're very much welcome. It's our pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much and have a nice day and a good afternoon to all of you. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Yes, well.
Yeah. May I leave? Can I leave, ma'am?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Now let me go ahead and call back Nito Mahindru to present her paper. Nito? Oh, all right. Let me go ahead and call on the next video presentation by Maud Shule bin She Yusuf about developing a method of understanding Tafsir Nur al-Isan al-Lasan using intertext to approach a critical analysis based on the parallel method.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education 2021. Today, we would like to share our paper entitled Developing a Method of Understanding Tafsir Nurul Ihsan Using Intertextual Reading, a study using the parallel method. Of the Quran written in the 19th century by Sheikh Muhammad Sa'id ibn Omar. So this study is trying to identify the influence of the external source in the text of Tafsir Nurul Ihsan. This study employs intertextual reading based on dialogism in the process of analyzing Tafsir Nurul Ihsan based on the parallel method. And this study revealed that there are 11 works or 11 pieces of literatures which have influenced the essence of Tafsir Nurul Ihsan, which are Tafsir al-Jalalain, Tafsir al-Jamal, Tafsir al-Baydawi, Tafsir al-Khazin, Tafsir al-Baghawi, Tafsir al-Tabari, Tafsir al-Qurtubi, Tafsir al-Razi, Tafsir al-Nasafi, Tafsir Ibn Kathir, and Tafsir al-Tha'labi. So the finding of this study reveals that Tafsir al-Jalalain is the literature that have the most influence on the writing of Tafsir Nurul Ihsan. Dialogic, which was introduced by Bakhtin in the year 1926. This theory considered that all literature which was written was based on dialogues between one text and another text. And this theory was later discussed by Christopher in 1980 during her dissertation, in her PhD dissertation. However, Christopher did not mention this theory as dialogic. Instead, she termed it as intertextuality. So this paper looks at only one angle from the aspect of applying the form of intertextual method, namely the application of the parallel method. The parallel is one of the methods listed in the intertextual principles used to identify parallel sources of the original text. This parallel method occurs when the author of a particular work writes a text that is similar to another text from a particular work into the text that is being written, both in terms of the arrangement of the text and also the meaning of the text. The stories of Israeliyat, Nasih, and Mansukh, and also Fadilat. Tafsir Nurul Ihsan, which was written by Sheikh Muhammad Sa'id, was influenced by these other tafsir. And mostly the tafsir which has the most influence in the writing of Tafsir Nurul Ihsan is Tafsir al-Jalalain, which has the parallel equal to 157 times or 60% of the text. And we also find that Tafsir al-Jamal have 21% influence, equivalent to 56 times of the parallel or similarity. And the third piece of literature which influenced the writing of Tafsir al-Khazin, percent, Tafsir al-Tabari, which is the same as 4.5%, Tafsir al-Razi 5 times or 2%, Tafsir al-Nasafi 1 time or 0.3%, Tafsir Ibn Kathir 2 times equivalent to 0.7%, and Tafsir al-Tha'labi has 0.3%. He reveals that the text which has the most influence on Tafsir Nurul Ihsan based on this parallel method is Tafsir al-Jalalain, which has 60% parallel on the writing of Tafsir Nurul Ihsan. So in conclusion, the author of Tafsir Nurul Ihsan, Sheikh Muhammad Sa'id, referred to 11 other texts of tafsir in writing Tafsir Nurul Ihsan, and the 11 books of tafsir which were referred to by Sheikh Muhammad Sa'id are Tafsir al-Jalalain, Tafsir al-Jamal, Tafsir al-Baydawi, Tafsir al-Khazin, Tafsir al-Baghawi, Tafsir al-Tabari, Tafsir al-Qurtubi, Tafsir al-Razi, Tafsir al-Nasafi, Tafsir Ibn Kathir, and Tafsir al-Tha'labi. In debating 125 contexts and occasions of the revelation of the Quran, 62 hadiths of the Prophet, 54 stories of al-Israeliyat, 13 of Nasih and Mansukh, and 8 texts about the Fadilat or advantages. So this study reveals that the main reference or the main source of reference which was used by Sheikh Muhammad Sa'id in writing the book Tafsir Nurul Ihsan is Tafsir al-Jalalain, read together with experts, because in this tafsir there is no mention of citing all our sharing of knowledge on the writing of the Tafsir Nurul Ihsan by Sheikh Muhammad Sa'id. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Now let me call on Nito. Nito to present. Yes. All right. We will be sharing now your slide. One moment. Right. Go ahead, please. If you need to instruct for the next slide, just do so.
How I will move to the next slide?
Just say next slide, please.
Okay, ma'am. Right, ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Nitu Mahendru. I'm assistant professor at GNA University, Fagwara, Punjab. Here I am. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me such a golden opportunity to present my words related to my research paper. Basically, it is a review paper where I have studied a lot of literature and a lot of articles and lot of Ministry of External Affairs reports, World Bank reports, from where I have found that Gulf countries are no longer dreamland for Indian migrants. So India and the Gulf countries are having the friendly relation with each other from so many years. Approximately 27% of the population of UAE constitute the Indian migrants. But there are some factors which are responsible due to which the Indian migrant populations are reducing from year to year. Right? So basically this paper is based on the secondary sources that I have collected from various national and international documents, such as reports of Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs, reports of Indian labor organizations, and World Bank reports, from where I have extract the data related to the number of the Indian migrants in Gulf countries and the reason why they are migrating to those Gulf countries, and the factors which are affecting the rate of the reduction in the Indian migrants to the Gulf countries. Next, ma'am. So this paper is mainly based on the secondary sources that I have collected the various data or information from the Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs, Indian Labor Organization reports, International Organization of Migration, and United Nations reports related to the number of the Indian migrants to the Gulf countries. Next, ma'am. So maximum Indian migrants, whether they are semi-skilled and unskilled Indian workers, suffer from very bad as well as the difficult conditions and the situations in Gulf countries. If we talk about the past literatures or the past data, it was found that the number of deaths were in 1920, the number of deaths were only 1,451, but now it has been raised to 4,823 in total, which shows that 70% increase in number of deaths. As per the various reports published by the Ministry of External Affairs, at least 15 Indian migrants died every day in Gulf countries or Gulf nations in the last 5 years. Various reports or the data of the Ministry of External Affairs shows that till now there are 33,989 Indian who have lost their lives due to the increased rate of taxes there, or due to the bad working conditions, or due to the stress and inappropriate working conditions in Gulf countries. From, if we make a comparison from 2014 to 2018, it has been showed that in 2014, 7,75,845 Indian people migrated to the Gulf countries. It has been reduced to 3,74,324 in 2017, and again it was found there is a reduction of uh, Indian migrants to 2,94,837. But in 2019, it was 3.34 lakh workers who moved from India to the other Gulf countries, and out of which 1.43 lakh were to the Saudi Arab and 0.75 lakh were to UAE. There is increase in number of migrants from India to the Gulf countries due to some appropriate steps taken by the Indian government to save the life of the Indian migrants in the Gulf countries. Next, ma'am. So here I am having a table which shows that in 2000 there were 0.9 million Indian migrants to the Gulf countries. In 2005 it has been raised to 2 million. Again in 2010 it has increased to 6.5 million. In 2015 it was 7 million, and in 2020 it was 8.5 million. There was little bit increase of the number of migrants from 2018 to 2019, but from 2019 to 20 again there is a reduction due to the COVID-19 impact. Next, ma'am. So here we are talking about some remittances that Indian migrants are sending back to their country. In 2000, out of the total remittances, as per the World Bank report in 2000, out of the total remittances, which were 12.85 billion, the 6.42 billion belongs to Indian migrants. And Indian migrants from the Gulf countries sent 6.42 billion to the India. Again in 2015, after 15-year gap, out of the 66.30 billion total remittances, 33.15 are from Gulf countries, which shows that whenever India is receiving the total remittances from abroad countries, from other countries, the 50% remittances were from the Gulf countries. So government should take the appropriate steps to maintain that level where these kind of remittances are playing important role to build up the Indian economy. The next, ma'am. So next, at the end, from the various reports, it has been concluded that there are number of migrants from India to the Gulf countries, but still they are suffering from some harsh condition, which are the basic reason to have the decreased number of Indian migrants, for which the Indian migrants don't want to migrate to the Gulf countries. But on the other hand, if we say that near about 50% of the total remittances are coming to India from the Gulf countries, in that case, we hope that Indian government as well as the Gulf countries government should take the appropriate steps to improve the working conditions for the Indian migrants in Gulf countries, to improve the working condition of the women workers who are working there in various homes or in various organizations. So this is all about from my side. The next slide is about my appendix or the reports that I have studied for extracting the data. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that very concise presentation. Are there any questions? Thank you. I'll be calling now the next presenter, Ahmad Nazri bin Modnour, to present the paper about the evidence of microfinance as a tool in poverty alleviation in Malaysia. Ahmad? We cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
Hello? Hello?
There you go. Yes, please proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Ahmad Nazri, and I'll be presenting my research, my paper, entitled of the evidence of microfinance as a tool in poverty alleviation in Malaysia. Basically, let me introduce a bit about the author of this paper. The first author is me, myself. I am Ahmad Nazri from an associate research and a master scholar from University Malaysia Pahang. And the co-author is Dr. Seti Kumar, the main supervisor of mine from University Malaysia Pahang. So the first thing is the abstract. So this research, this study is basically to study about the poverty issue in microfinance. So poverty issue still prevalent in Malaysia because and one microfinance is one of the best tools to overcome the situation because it provides loans with less regulation. So this study retrieved the data from 330 respondents to prove the evidence and to prove the strong evidence to show the effectiveness of microfinance using the partial least square modeling. So the key objective of this paper is how poverty and how microfinance can be an approach to lift the curse of poverty. And the second objective is PLS SAM model is the strength fact to prove the evidence of the result. The next, for those who unfamiliar with microfinance, basically microfinance is the small loan provision given to the underprivileged people. So in Malaysia, microfinance is governed by the Central Bank of Malaysia. So in this study, the aspect of microfinance is indicated by 4 key factors, which is the social well-being, employment generation, household income, and micro enterprise performance. So this is the timeline from 1987 until now. So the economic cycle within 10 years, starting from 1987 to 1997, is chosen because it was the first time the establishment of the first entity of microfinance in Malaysia, which is Amanah Malaysia. And next is the 1998 until 2008. And the next 10 years is 2009 until 2019. And after that is 2020 until now. So the framework developed from all the literature review is showing like this. So we divided into 4 criteria. So loan characteristic, family status, borrowers, and from this we developed the hypothesis. We have 4 hypotheses developed from the framework. And then the result and discussion. This is the result and the discussion after computing from and generate the analysis from the PLS SAM modeling. So this is the normality chart, and this is the convergent validity chart, and this is the discriminant validity chart. So we can generate from this point of view, which is the most significant impact derived from this study is the household income that gives the strong evidence to show that microfinance is one of the best tools to elevate poverty in Malaysia. The next result is the composite reliability. So we get the value, the figure is 0.7, and then after running all the structural model and validate the proposed hypothesis, so we receive the conclusion, which is all the decision should be accepted, and the figure show that the hypothesis is significant, and the evidence is right to show that microfinance is an effective tool to lift down the poverty. This is the regression analysis, and as I mentioned before, household income had bring the most significant impact because the figures is the highest. And then this is the conclusion. So as the conclusion, I can conclude that this study is this objective of this study is achieved because microfinance, many of the previous researchers have concluded that microfinance is a tool, which is a device, an alternative for those who are underprivileged to come up from the poverty issue. So as poverty is the vital matter in a country, especially in Malaysia and all the developing country, so it remains as sensitive because it resulted from the government policy. And lastly, I can comprehend that if the borrower use this financing relief, which is the microfinance, they will bring a good financial and benefit in terms of social well-being and social household income, employment generation, and also micro enterprise performance. Otherwise, if they do not use it wisely, the default may harm the borrowers because we know that microfinance is a short-term loan, and then the interest is quite high, so it can give the negative impact to the borrowers. So lastly, I want to give the acknowledgements to the University Malaysia Pahang and also the Ministry of Higher Education for sponsoring and give funding to this paper, this research. So that's all from me, and thank you.
Thank you so much for that video presentation. Now, I would like to request everyone to stay up until the valedictory function, please. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Rudra Banu Satpati, our CEO Technort Groups, to deliver his valedictory speech.
Very good evening, everyone. Very good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, available in this elegant evening, and my beloved colleagues, and especially the host of the conference, Jozo, who takes a lot of pain in hosting our conferences since a few months. We have been doing a number of conferences at a very in a fantastic style, so that we bridge up the gap of academic interaction because of COVID-19 restrictions. A very warm evening to everyone. I feel really overwhelmed, and I feel obliged to get this privilege to speak on behalf of the entire organizing committee and my organization on this auspicious valedictory time. And I express a warm welcome to all the researchers, speakers, keynote speakers, and delegates, and thought-provoking scientific professionals, and the chairs, the session chairs, especially the organizing committee members, and all my beloved colleagues, and the members of IFERP from Malaysia, India, Philippines, and other countries of Asia and Middle East. Thank you very much to be a part of this conference. Well, ICMDRSE is a conference series. I mean, this is the fourth ICMDRSE conference we are hosting with a vision and with a mission to unite people from research opportunities of multidisciplinary areas of scope. Because as a vibrant organization, Technort Group works in all leading professionals and scientific research areas. Like we are keen at engineering, our venture IFERP works keenly on engineering, having more than 50,000 plus potential professional members, those who are actively taking part in this voyage, or in this journey, or in this dedication and determinative skills of bringing academic revolution. We are also working in other life science areas like pharmaceutics, nursing, primitive healthcare, allied health sciences, cancer science, neurology, and other research areas, and that are very much important to defend the earth from the challenges. Like we also deal with environment sectors, the green energy. So we have different organizations, and we togetherly we work towards the science and technology of globe, and we closely work with all leading professionals of globe. And the main vision behind organizing such type of conferences is to reach the grassroots level of all developing and developed countries, irrespective of nationality and other sovereign beliefs, to identify the potential researchers going at grassroots level, and to scale them and modify them and bring them to an international forum, so that their ideas and innovative skills could be broadcasted at global platform. So this is what we are doing. And in last couple of years, over COVID-19 pandemic restrictions, even though we have successfully organized more than 100 plus international conferences in different areas, and ICMDRSE especially is a successful flagship conference title conference series we host in collaboration with almost all leading universities, and we insist the educational institutions and universities to come forward for collaborations to host this type of conferences, so that the research applications where the implementations and trials happens involves different disciplines, different research areas. So multidisciplinary research is a most important thing which has to be focused, because when we look into the pipeline architecture of developing a research, so where we begin up with abstracts, and we begin up with experiments, we begin up with trials, recordings, and when we come to implementation, that definitely involves the trials in different areas, and the feasibilities of those research work comes and becomes true, and it's implementable, and it becomes possible when it comes to connection of interdisciplinary profession. So we at a rapid rate, we are forming great scientific databases where the research articles and research innovation and the presentations will be scaled and will be stored in those repositories, which could be referred, cited, and utilized in upcoming days. We're also trying hard to bring technologies for keeping the conveniency and comfort and transparency, as well as the methodologies where it would be easy for researchers and professionals of all categories of levels at even up to minor, going up to schools levels, also till university level, where it could be channelized towards development of society and towards sustainability of humanity also. For that purpose, we are trying to make our services affordable, and so that the researchers and deserving students won't get divided from academic activities at rapid rate. This journey of IFERP is going on, and I am really glad and obliged to all the members and associates and committee members, organizing committee members and chairs of IFERP for their constant support and their dedication and hard work and patience to work with us rigorously day and night. I am also obliged to my beloved colleagues, especially Venkateshwari, my manager of IFERP International Conferences, and Madhavan, who has taken a lot of pain in making this conference a grand success. My hearty gratitude also stands for Professor Renato Armenia from University of Antique, Philippines, for his excellence and for his presence. And I also express my hearty gratitude to Dr. Muhammad Muqtakad Ali Khan from University of Malaysia, Kelantan. It has been many times service to get associated with us. I also express my hearty gratitude to Dr. Sasmita Pad Singh, School of Electronics Engineering, KIT deemed University, India, as well as my hearty gratitude to Dr. Chitra Kiran, ma'am, professor and head of the department, for her esteemed presence and support towards successful execution of this conference. My heartfelt thanks to all the keynote speakers who spared their valuable time. My heartfelt thanks to all the presenters and researchers, those who have taken pain in presenting vibrant research work. I went through few of the researches that spoke about diplomatic scenarios where the manpower of one country, say India, how it's being, the number and the quantity is getting affected in Middle East and in Gulf countries, especially in UAE. And also we heard about the presentation that were related of technology, including artificial intelligence and machine learning, also about the challenges of 5G technologies. We also heard about the unique research works in health sciences also. There are few of the research works related to health sciences, and few of research works were related to energy. So these conferences were really fabulous moment where we come across different scopes of interesting presentation. Even though I belongs to field of engineering, the presentations were really valuable and informative. And IFERP is open for membership for all the professionals, exclusive professionals and student membership. And we are also insisting universities for institutional membership. So all this membership could be availed for free of cost. And we have some premium membership also that will be having some premium and executive features to help researchers to globalize their innovation. Because as our tagline says, connecting engineers and developing research. So at rapid rate, we are connecting the professionals all across globe. And we believe that an integrated community should be established that should be virtually developed, and that should be digitally developed, so that it creates a convenient, transparent, and clear, as well as fast and progressive and productive environment where innovations and interactions of research work could be easy, possible, and feasible. I insist everyone to get vaccinated. I don't know about the infrastructures of vaccines in different countries. So I insist everyone to take the doses of vaccine and take maximum precaution and take utmost safety and give priority to your health. And I wish everyone a good health and a wisdom thought process towards the technology and research side. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that speech. Now, we will have a Best Paper and Best Paper Presentation Awards announcement. Let me call on Runato Arminia Basanyas.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Jojo. Hello, everyone from the Philippines. Before I announce the result of the Best Paper Presentation Award and the Best Presenter Award, I would like to personally congratulate all the presenters for a job well done. You all did a powerful job.
Thank you.
All of you have contributed to the new body of knowledge as revealed by the results of your study. We have promising paper presenters and quality research work, but the Institute of Engineering Research and Publication, through this 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Studies, and Education, opted to award only one Best Paper Presentation Award and one Best Paper. And the winner for the Best Paper Presentation Award goes to the paper titled Effects of Cognitive Influence on Consumer Online Health Information Seeking for Supplemental Nutrition, a study of young urban professionals of Kuala Lumpur. The researcher is Raja Shujaul Haq. Congratulations. For the best paper, the paper title is Primary Study on the Effect of the 1% and 2% TiO2 nanoparticles to the microhardness, microstructure, and contact angle of SNBI/CO solder alloy. The researcher is Amaris Singh. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to our best presenter and best paper presentation. Now, before we proceed, I'm just going to announce the upcoming conference events that we will be having in the 36th World Conference on Applied Sciences, Engineering, and Technology that will be held in Bangkok. That will be on July 29th and the 30th. The first international conference in science, technology, and management. That will be also in Bangkok on the 23rd and 24th of September 2021. All are requested to make use of this conference and get benefited. So, event highlights, interact with eminent international speakers, showcase your latest research through oral or poster presentation, connect with top industry experts at the conference, publish your research in renowned Scopus Index journals, avail opportunities to network and exchange ideas, share your knowledge to enhance the growth of your field. Publication opportunities, also accepted paper of this conference will be published on Scopus Index Journal. Also, you can avail publication in the following index journals: DOAG or Directory of Open Access Journals, Scopus Index Journals, EI Complex Index Journals, Google Scholar Index Journals, and Web of Science Index Journals. And I would like to request all the participants to please just provide feedback for us to improve our conference in our future conferences. From day one and day two conferences, and also to our keynote speakers. I provided the links on your chat box. Please go ahead and we will be almost ending our meeting. Please copy and paste those links on your notepads. And I would really recommend to provide recommendations, suggestions, and feedback. Then I would like to welcome Dr. Jacinta De Silva, Assistant Professor Marketing, University of Balaman, Dubai, to deliver a vote of thanks. Hi.
Hi. Good evening, everyone, and good afternoon from Dubai. This is Dr. Jacinta De Silva from University of Balaman, Dubai, and an international member of IFERP. It is an honor for me to conclude this wonderful two-day conference, the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education, organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, which is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under Technored Research and Development Association. It's meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science, and technology. And you must have heard Mr. Rubra just now speaking so much about what are the different activities and research interests that the association has. So I would request everybody to contribute and join in the future as well. Well, I would like to start by thanking our honorable keynote speakers, Dr. Hatem Al-Tahi from Tian University, Iraq, and Dr. Mohammed Suyami Al-Abraham from University Kibansang, Malaysia, for sharing the words of wisdom from their respective areas of studies. They were quite intriguing. Thank you very much for the keynote speak. Our amazing guest speakers, Mr. Siddharth Kumar Jahajer, founder and managing director, Technored Group, who spoke on behalf of IFERP. Our valedictorian, Mr. Rubra Bhanu Satpathy, CEO of Technored Group. He gave us quite an insight about what is the association doing and how the organization of conferences is an integrate part of all the research that happens around the world. I would like to thank Dr. Ernesto Damiani, Dr. Glenn, and Dr. Prakash Patel. Thank you very much for your valuable recommendations about how research and teachings are interdependent and how we should improve our research contribution, as well as how the pandemic has changed our life. Along with that, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our guest speaker, guest lecturer, Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Fatma from Kuala Terengganu, Malaysia. All our session chairs Thank Dr. Chitra from Bangalore, Dr. Renato from Philippines, Dr. Shashmita from India, and Dr. Mohammed from Malaysia. Thank you so much for helping us in chairing this conference. Jojo, you were outstanding in organizing both the days and made sure that everything went as per the schedule. Thank you so much for taking care of all the small glitches and technical issues and making sure that everything went very well. I would like to thank each and every participant who took the time to prepare their presentation and presented them passionately to the audience. Congratulations to all the winners, the best paper presenters and the presenter. Well done on your effort, and we hope to see many more to come in the future. Well, now, how can I forget the panel, the patient listeners? Thank you very much. Without your support, we would not have had this great experience. Thank you very much for joining the conference. Last but not the least, all the team members of IFERP, especially Madhavan, who has been coordinating with me, and all others who worked so hard to contact the participants and organize the virtual event. I know it's not that easy. They provided all the resources for a successful conference like this one. With that, I think I have thanked everyone. If I've missed out on anybody, I'm sorry for that. And please acknowledge that we really appreciate all the effort that you do and support us. With that, I, Dr. Jacinta De Silva, thank you very much and bid goodbye, wishing you all the best future in your future journey. Thank you. Over to you, Jojo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I also want to express my thanks also to everyone for being so cooperative and have an open mind. That's why we have this conference a success. All right. Now, next, and I would like to just give you a short instruction on how to download your certificates. So I will also pasted the link on the chat box. Please, again, now copy and paste the link to your notepad, because we will be ending the meeting and you will lose everything. You will not see it anymore. All right. Now, once you access that link, please sign up with the email address that you have. Create a password, then log out. Exit, then come back to that link and sign in. That's where you can download the certificate. All right. Now, I would like, on behalf of the IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and participants who have contributed to this conference and success. And of course, again, to Dr. Jacinta De Silva. Thank you all for participating in our conferences. Stay tuned with us for further conferences updates from IFERP. Right, I'll be staying in this meeting for 5 more minutes. Please copy the link and paste it on your notepads. Thanks, everyone. Thank
you so much. Have a great day ahead. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Stay safe, everyone.
Okay, thank you. See you again in the next collaboration of international meeting, inshallah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.